Remember, folks, if you're not watching this on the official Uncle Lobster 2020 channel, you're getting played. How's everybody doing? Sorry, we're a little bit late. We're waiting on the guest of honor to show up a little bit. Folks, I've been away for a few days, getting ready for my birthday, the big Grampy Lobster birthday. Yeah, he's awake. I just talked to him a few minutes ago. I went in to heat up some leftover pizza and fill my coffee cup up and get something to, because folks, let's face it, I've got cotton mouth, bit of the munchies. Anyway, Paulie, how you doing? So, yeah, so I've been away for a few days, and got a couple surprises, folks. Tomorrow night, like I said, Grampy Lobster's big time birthday bash. I'm going to share a few things with you. We've got a lot of fun planned. Not a lot of okay. We've got a couple of things. Hey, Red Shot, how you doing? We got a couple of things planned. We're gonna watch the Clay County Fair Parade from a few years back and show what kind of, and look, folks, I love it. Hey, what's up, Beach? I miss that guy. He's just a crabby old, and Beach, I mean that in a very beautiful way, but I like Beach. But anyway, so, and this was about the time that Von Helton was talking about maybe it'd be a good idea to have a flat earth float in a parade. So I thought at this parade, somehow I had never watched it. And I did a little commentary with a local guy whose name is Bozo or some shit. And we saw, what it's like living in Clay County, Kentucky. Lots of local. What's up, Robin? How are you doing? I'm sorry, folks. I'm eating some leftover, Papa Gino's pizza. One's a vegetarian and it's really good. I'm not like a vegetarian, but it's really fucking good because I got good tomatoes and peppers, and this other one is like a meat lovers, and oh god damn. Oh, hey, by the way, folks, ladies and gentlemen, the star of the show, the reason we're here tonight, ladies and gentlemen, oh my god, we got even the dragon knot himself. So anyway, folks, Jello, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Grampy. Hey, or what are you, Grampy or your uncle today?
Well, okay, I don't know. It doesn't matter to me at this fucking point.
And well, hello, relative lobster person, and hello to all of you F-guts out there in the chat.
That's true. That's like I said, Jello messaged me late last night or early this morning. Like I said, I hadn't been watching anything for a few days, just kind of relaxing, getting ready for the big day, and anyway. So Jello messages me, and he wanted to know if I watched the Geek Room last night, and at that time I hadn't, and he wanted to talk to me, and I still Robin, I can't look. I'm on the Grampy Lobster channel, through Streamlabs. The only thing I use this is for live streams until my strike gets taken away from Emo, and at this point, I'm sorry, I'm gonna go off a little bit. I'd be willing to pay some. I mean, not a lot, because I don't have a lot, but this is really starting to piss me off with this Emo fucker. I know some people that said they can find somebody or help me or whatever for 20 or $30, $40. I don't know, but I'm to the point now that I'm really like, what, it might be worth it, Yeah, that's why I'm on Uncle Lobster instead of Grampy Lobster, because I've been doing now, admittedly, I've been watching some of my really old videos. And I mean, not that my videos are like genius masterpieces, but they've gotten better. Because the ones that I'm watching, I'm like, now I understand why some people had problems with the sound more. You know, I was learning, folks. I was, but anyway, so, but I mean, I made hundreds of Von Helton videos, like Michelle, all these fucking people. They're going to sue me. They're going to take me to court. Emo just pulls the pussy card, and you know, because I guess I don't know this for sure, but once you get to 1,000, you got more of a say if something's like copyright. I don't know, but yeah. So yeah,
can I help you out with this, Grampy?
Yeah, I mean, I'm up for any suggestions.
Okay. The suggestion is you need to talk to Rumor Research Lab. I'm sorry, I don't. She told me, and I'm half retarded, right? But you know, and so I don't know exactly what she told me. But have you ever noticed there's that little LTD after her name?
Yeah.
It has to do with that, and you don't have to pay a lot to get that, and it helps you with situations like this, from what I understand. Again, half retarded, you need to talk to Rumor Research Lab, but she talked about exactly this kind of thing and explained why it's there for. Talk to her, yeah, she'll help you.
Yeah, like I said, I you know, and like, look, inexpensive to somebody is probably most likely a bit more expensive to me. I've heard there's some people out there that maybe can maneuver, can help you maneuver through the, you know, folks. Once I'm into 1,000, I think I'll have less of a problem. And right now, folks, I'm at 899, or Grampy Lobster is, you know. It's his birthday tomorrow, and you know, if Grampy Lobster could just get over that 900, that final hurdle. We're at the 10-yard line, folks. We're just about ready to score a touchdown. It might take a few months, folks, but we're you know, we're heading to that goal line, folks. The ultimate more emo vids. I love having, because he's such a fucking quote. I mean, just, oh God, he's a, you know, in these videos, like when somebody will just, you know, screenshot, or, you know, oh God, you know, well, emo shit, even his old stuff, it's so easy to break apart and make fucking like entertaining, because I don't know, let's face it, folks, he's not. And there's people like me that you know, introduced a lot of people to emo, and I had fun with it. And now that he's got the attention and people realize what sort of a scumbag he is, you know, it's he just hates me, you know. But if I give him my personal information, the first thing he's going to do is go on the internet like he did with everybody else's, which, like me and Jello have talked before, because I've known Jello for years. He's like, well, your shit's been out there for forever. So, I mean, the whole, you know, Grampy Lobster, doxed myself. No shit, my name's Patrick, you know. But, oh, God. I love it when people want to go after the whole doxing thing. Don't you, Jello? That's their ultimate goal. That's how they're going to get you. That's how they're going to pwn you. That's how they're going to show you who's boss. Jello.
Yeah, it's a big, you know, it's a pussy threat, right? It's a veiled threat. Like, and you know, like, I don't know, the whole thing with Bran, right? Like, some people call it doxing. Some people say it's not doxing. I'll tell you what it was. It was a dirtball move. He was mad at me, and he decided, you know, because he's too much of a retard to find me on Twitter, he's going to go get someone I like. You know what I mean? I can't do anything to you, so I'm going to go get your friend. Negs is a big baby, and pussy. hiding behind, and not only, you know, the memory of his son, but his whole fucking family. Now, instead of like attacking Negs and talking shit about Negs, now we're attacking his whole fucking family, according to that bitch. So fuck that cunt. The guy does nothing but lie on people. He does not respond to the criticisms given to him. Yeah, did I mention he's a bitch?
I don't know. You can reiterate and why you think that, and
fucking bitch.
If you like, you know, the floor is yours. You know, before you go on, I do have to say one thing. It does look like the guy does have some skills at washing dishes. I really enjoyed him, like helping mom out around the house, you know. Yeah.
He's got no talent in oratory. Sitting there fucking stammering and babbling while he's doing the dishes. He should have just sat there and done them quietly. That would have been so much better.
You know, when Adam first approached me about the whole Fun Brigade Discord thing, which, like I said before, is it's his creation. I'm like a figurehead, folks. I'm just an old guy that you know, like I'm a tag along. I'm the guy that I'll hold the coats just as long as, you know, I'm involved, right? I'm the guy that'll, you know, put up lights, you know. Take the third string leftover hookers at the end of the night for some cheap beer and lots of disingenuous one-night relationships. And but there's a few things that I just won't do, Jello. I forgot. I have no idea where I was doing with that, Jello. Are we playing the morality card? No, I guess we're not, folks. It's just, look, everybody, like the Fun Brigade, though, you know, I'm like, God, you know, that's me, you know, and like I said, it's not like I've got a big head, like, oh, I'm the big guy at the Fun Brigade and shit. Like I said, it's the entire Fun Brigade. It's not me. It's the people that participate. Period. I just Adam just grabbed that Fun Brigade thing. You know, we ran with it, or he ran with it, and I've tried to keep up. But so I get the whole, you know, shtick thing. You know, having a personality. A lot of people on the internet, their personality is okay. Just excuse me, folks. Like I said, cotton mouth. I'm pretty much, and people that know me, or people that know me in real life and that have seen me, what I do on the internet, they're like, yeah, that's pretty much him, but like amped up. It's an extension of your personality. You know, you go with that and you run with it, right? You become Grumpy Lobster and whatever. But I've always tried to be as, like, I don't want to say, you know, like a positive guy or some shit like that, but nothing about what we do is got anything to do with negativity or being down and shit, and because it's not my personality, right? And I don't know where I'm going with this, but it's just his choice, his idea is to be negative. You know, negative nation. Negs is God. You know.
You know, I think I don't mind the shtick. I don't have personally any problem with being negative. However, if what you do on YouTube has to do with criticizing other YouTubers, then how about not hiding away from criticism put upon yourself by going, they're laughing at my dead son. I mean, I have stated repeatedly, go back to the video. Show me where I'm laughing at Negs' kid. It didn't happen. Didn't happen once. Not with me, not with anyone else in that room. We laughed at Negs, and Negs hid behind the memory of his son. And by the way, that tombstone line, it wasn't a fucking joke. It was a metaphor, right?
Yeah,
I don't
I
know
got
who
that. I got that.
joke or why, but it wasn't a joke. It was a metaphor. It was so fucking head on that everybody laughed. It was funny because Negs is a cunt.
And by cunt, you would mean
Like a bitch, but more so.
okay. You can continue. Like I've got like another piece of pizza to go.
Oh, sure.
So if you'd like to just and because I'm really interested. I'm finding this whole because I think at one I'd seen Neg's videos, and like I said, he does what he does, and stuff, and that's his thing. But I just never really watched it. Just it's somebody with another podcast. Give me a reason to watch. I want to see a personality. I want to see whatever, but make me want to watch you. And not that my shit is by any means, folks, watchable in the grand scheme of YouTube land and shit like that. I'm just an old stoned guy that at times, well, we're not using the mentally ill thing. That's Shanny's thing, but still, folks, that part. And, just got some time on my hands and I like to have fun. And that's just how I express what the fuck I do. But, so is there, Jello, there's got to be some other people out there that might, because this is this is not a, like I said, if you saw, this is the Feelings Police. This is an open forum for anybody. And what I'm going to do, folks, I'm going to go out on a limb because, we here at Lobster Studios and Hot Wiener Emporium and Alternative News Network, breaking news department are only here to bring, we wanted the updated news. We want the skinny folks. We want the skinny. We want the fat. We want the in-between, we want it well-portioned folks. We want to hear what's going on. If anybody's got any, thoughts on exactly what was actually going on. I mean, personally, I think the whole thing with Brant, when you start releasing people's names, I've got Michelle Best, she's made, I was telling Jello earlier, I was showing some other people. She's got like 12 videos now with my real name on it.
It would be awesome promotion if anybody watched her. Folks, please subscribe to Michelle Best. Rate, thumbs up, hit that subscribe button, turn on the bell for notifications. Michelle Best, folks.
Yeah, but see, I find it weird because it's just bizarre shit. I've like, and I'm not. When I say this, it might sound like I'm like making fun of somebody that I might have considered, or that I was friends with, but I've seen people like that in real life. I've known them, I've talked to them and stuff. And to watch Michelle, to me, it's funny because these are people that I used to communicate with a lot. And it's weird. I've met star children. I've met astrologers. Just alien people. It's just watching Michelle Best. I'm watching her and I'm like, God, I can't believe this person isn't supervised, But like I said, she talks to me, But
is it really doxing if they just kind of repeat your name after you've doxed yourself?
It's
again, this is the whole thing. Like, look, what she did was a slime ball move. It wasn't. This is what I said about Brand. Like, I'm not trying to yell at Negs for being a doxer, although, you know, if the shoe fits. Again, what I'm saying is this is just continued sleazeball behavior, right? Call it whatever you want. You know, it was a fear tactic. You know, he was trying to. They had already asked fucking the Geek Room to take down the video. Why? Why did they want him to take down the video? Did they want him to take down the video because you said a thing that hurt my feels? Or did he want him to take down the video because the video is like living proof? Right? It's proof that exists right in front of your eyes that what Neg says is completely untrue.
I'm feeling you.
Hey, Adam, I see you out there in chat. Remember that conversation we had last night? You want to take care of that for me there, buddy? Good man. Good man. Oh, I suppose you're eating pizza. Let's see.
Oh, geez.
Does anybody out there in the chat like my new picture? I love this new picture. I got one more here from that, if I can find it.
Okay, when I finish coughing here, I want to tell you about my update on my lawsuit, though.
Excellent. How about this one? You like this one? I call this Down the Hatch.
That's actually part of our new, well, like, look, okay. We all remember that right now that we're in the process of suing Von Helton for $6.5 billion for slander and defamation, claiming that my liver was failing, that I was drinking like a fish.
How is your liver, by the way? Thoughts and prayers.
Yeah, you know, I talked to my liver the other day. We had a phone call.
Yeah.
He's doing fine. He really is.
Okay.
Yeah, doing the best he can, you know.
So you're in remission, I guess, or whatever. Like
I wouldn't even call it remission. It's just, you know, one day the liver just, you know, decided, hey, you know what, we're just not going to do this no more. So it's not, you know.
It's functioning now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, congratulations. And ladies and gentlemen, have we just witnessed a miracle?
I believe we have.
Was that a fucking miracle before our goddamn eyes?
I think it could have been.
Folks, fucking religious things are happening here. Come on, like that's got to be worth a thumbs up, right?
Right. So there's the first part of our lawsuit. And then, you know, I was thinking the other day, I thought, you know, with this pandemic going on and everything, and, you know, there's a lot of, you know, there's not the 40-hour job anymore. Some people do. Billy from the Geek Room says he has one, but, you know, I mean, but for the most part, you know, your average 9 to 5 factory work, you know, job that a lot of people, that's what a lot of people like, that's what they remember is back in the, yeah, Drag, I've learned my lesson with my first wife was a big titty stripper from Lubbock that I met in the Army when, oh God, they told me it wouldn't be a good thing to do. However, you know, so, you know, with all this going on and, you know, there's new opportunities to make money. And I seem to think that there's a lot of people out there, Jello, who are getting in on the you know, internet lawsuit game. Right. So I've decided, you know, I'd like to start another class action suit. This one, first of all, we're suing Shani and Rev. Okay, first we're trying to get look, Jello, I remember what you said about, you know, Five Guys, you know, ruining, you know, getting ruined, but you were in Mukbang and that was your choice. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
That was your choice. That was your choice. Right?
I just want to say hashtag blame drag. Okay, like there's another angle to it. Like there is something like.
Yeah. However, look. I'm just, let me finish. I gotta get this out. But I've never tried Bonefish Grill because I don't live in a place that would have a place like that, because I don't know, we live near the ocean and they have plenty, it's a place that,
Just say you're not bougie.
Yeah, I'm not bougie, So anyway, so I was so like seafood, things like, when I saw what Rev and Shanny have done to Jersey Mike's, okay, I didn't ask for that, right? And like I like look, seriously, I like local, Bonefish is bland. It's just, but I like local, like takeout places, right? The subs, the pizzas, the different dinners. And like I said, we can get some amazing fucking like pasta out here, like lasagna, just all sorts of shit that a lot of people just, I still remember when my son was out here the first time, it was like, holy, wonderful fucking food you can get delivered to your fucking, and it's not even from like Grubhub, it's local shit, But however, there are times, right, with certain places, like I like Jersey Mike's. They've got good subs, right? And so if my wife comes home with Jersey Mike's, I'm not upset, right? So I kind of like Jersey Mike's, right? So I'm thinking to myself the other day, I'm like, you know what? I was really hungry, and I thought, for some reason, I was like looking on the internet for something to eat, and I turned on YouTube and stuff, because people like to talk about, they put something in Jersey Mike's. They really do. I think Jersey Mike's put something in their, in their food that affects certain people. And seriously, I'm, God, there's places around here I can get a better sub, less expensive, better. Maybe not better quality, because it's all, but still, but and Jersey Mike's is a little bit farther away. So I've really become fond of Jersey Mike's. And then I saw Shanny and Rev do their mukbangs with Jersey Mike's. And I got upset. Jello, we've talked about some things, about things that really affect me in my life and everything. And one of them is, I don't know. I think they crossed the line on this one. I think someone needs to stop Shanny and Rev from doing mukbangs. I think someone needs to take a stand, Jello. I'm serious. Someone needs to take a stand. Make them stop. Right? Does there need to be legislation? Something needs to happen, Jello?
Look, I like horrible things.
Absolutely.
It's just what I like. You know me. Like, I like terrible. I subscribe to terrible things on YouTube.
Absolutely.
Right? Okay. So, to me, the yuck bangs, as I call them, are the greatest thing that those two idiots do.
Yeah,
I don't want them to stop. But
yeah, but you guys were doing the yuck bang, watching them have sex.
Right, it was terrible, and it ruined Five Guys for me. You're right, yeah. But being as it is, right? That I accept that I like awful things, right? I love this. I know that it's awful, right? And I get why you think it needs to stop, and I get why everybody else thinks it needs to stop. And if I happen to be the only person in the world that wants more, then I kind of have to go along with everybody else and say, to make this a better place, to make more people happy, fine, they can quit. But I won't be happy with it. This is like the only thing that would make me more unhappy that they could do is leave the internet. That would make me so sad, because I love those two idiots. I love those two idiots.
Just them eating, is watching Rev eat that when Rev and I'm not just talking about Bonefish Grill, okay, but this is what he was doing when he was doing his mukbang, and this is how it can ruin. He's taken, like, there's restaurants you go to where you get some bread. It's usually pretty good bread, It comes with like some
Yeah, it's sourdough and it comes in a little wicker basket. I know.
Yeah, or in Italian places, it'll have like the olive oil with like Rev had in the cup that he spilled all over the bed, and it's good.
I love that. I love that so much. Hey, folks, look at this fucking container of olive oil. Oops, all over my fucking bedspread. God, what a fucking tart. I love it.
That was the same fucking bedspread that Shani was doing here. Fucking anyway.
I'm great. No, wait. Oh, folks, can you say squirt?
Oh God.
Here's the thing. The side of the bed, right? Do you remember the squirt video?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So like if you know which side of the bed is hers and which is his, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you go back to that video, I believe her head is like on her side of the bed up near the headboard, and she's turned sideways on the bed, and her mound, her crater of flesh is basically a little bit lower than where Rev's pillow is, a little bit lower on the bed, right? Assuming I don't have the image reversed in my mind, you know what I mean? Now, if that's true, that's right about the place that Rev was cooking the vegetable surprise on the hot plate. I'm just saying, that squirt video was piss. That was fucking piss. He's cooking on her piss spot. Like, that's just, folks, can you say urine? Folks, can you say I like to cook my food on the urine stain? Folks.
Oh God, the one that I, and I can't believe it's it's coming back though. People are starting to remember it is cat piss. That was the one that it showed that Rev had no self-awareness or what would you call it? Just the way he blurted that. Well, he was honest.
He doesn't have a filter. He doesn't have a filter.
Exactly.
Yeah. Words come into his mind. They're leaving out his mouth. It's great. I just love it. And then,
but he said cat piss. I mean,
truffles another time, right? She smells like fucking truffles, which is, of course, a goddamn fungus. I mean, it's fucking, and it doesn't stop with that guy. And then Shani makes him go live and do his retractions and shit. That one when he's sitting there. Do you remember when, folks? My wife uses all these products. Her vagina smells like, and I quote, cherries wrapped in rose petals.
Oh, you know what? We have a representative for the Geek Room, and actually, like I said, this is a impromptu. This was not planned type thing. This wasn't a way to trap somebody from the Geek Room and actually showing up in one of my live streams. But Jello's been sharing a lot of his thoughts. About holy shit. Hi, Frank.
Hey, Frank. Did Charlie Gold say you could come in here, Frank?
What?
I said, did Charlie Gold say you could come in here?
I'm on break.
Dude, I'm seriously not kidding when I tell you this. I haven't literally I've been on Facebook playing like everybody knows I like to play like the casino games, things like that, something just to fuck off and shit. Watching bits of a few shows and stuff, just bouncing around. I watched a little bit of it, but really hadn't been watching literally anything for the last 3 days. And I guess I picked the wrong 3 days. And because and I'll just refresh you. I don't know if you were last night, or was it last night or early this morning when you messaged me, Jello?
Well, it was it was after midnight.
Okay,
right? It was last night, but it was early morning. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. He and like I had like just come on like Facebook just to check my emails and see what was going on, whatever like that, you know.
I'm up all night. You know,
And,
if I notice you're around, I'll send a fucking message.
Yeah, and Jello, he goes something about, he goes, hey, I'm on. He goes, you want to talk? He goes, apparently, I don't know. And he made it sound like he had been bad, like he'd said something. And
I basically was getting the point across that we're going to have to add some dates to our apology tour. Speaking of which,
he's been a bad boy.
Can I start right now? Because I realized I've already done something horrible tonight. And, it was the FGOTS line, right? Look, there's so much hate in this world, so much negativity. Folks, I'm trying to get rid of the negativity. I'd like to see the negativity just gone completely. And I'm taking the word FGOTS back. I think FGOTS is a terrible slur. And for me, I want to use it as a term of endearment. So when I come into a chat and say, hello, you FGOTS, in the, text, I'm giving love.
Yeah, I think in the original context, our founding fathers actually meant it that way. So I think somewhere along the line, it's probably in the Constitution.
And somewhere in there.
Yeah.
And I believe Jesus wrote the dictionary. So, like,
oh God, there's people that really believe that, Jello. So, I mean,
biblical.
Yeah. Oh God. So what's shaking, Frank?
Cracking, my dude.
I'm just realized old Negsy Poo went to our Facebook.
I saw that
and left Dot's brand again, and left us a nasty review. It's like,
oh no.
We were a 5-star and now we're 2 stars.
Oh no! Wow.
So he legit went to a Facebook page that I don't update anymore to leave us a bad review.
Oh.
I was actually thinking about deleting it, but I won't keep it.
Niggs is such a bitch. Jesus. Like, seriously, this is the beta pussy that wanted to call me out. You have to show up on my channel. Camera on. Who the fuck are you to demand camera on? Fucking Geek Room doesn't demand camera on of me, and these are my boys. Like, if they want to demand that of me, they got the right. Fuck you.
Yeah, usually the only way I can get on the Geek Room, usually the only way I can get on the Geek Room is on Devil's Lettuce, and ask Frankie if it's not true that I usually message him every Friday morning.
Yes, sir.
I think my thing was I'm not gonna fucking leave Negs alone until I get an apology for him lying on me. But it's now me and the Geek Room, and I believe Sam, whoever else was in there, everyone he lied on, that bitch has to apologize. Or I'm gonna keep going around and calling him a bitch. And Negs, I know it hurts.
Dude, just go into the comment section one time and just leave one comment and watch him flip. Like, it would be so funny. Like, you just leave a comment and he just gets so mad about it.
I will.
Yeah.
Or we can just sit in here and talk about him.
Another time I will. But it will happen.
No, I didn't even go do it now. I'm just.
In fact, I'll do it repeatedly if he doesn't block me.
just like once a day, bitch, and then that's it. You don't have to respond to any comments. You can turn notifications off. I know they're true.
I believe there's a rap song that says it best. Bitch, use a hoe, and hoe use a bitch.
Speaking of hoe, I actually made this today for the soundboard.
You're a fucking hoe.
You also got to put on, what is this? What is this? That is a great line. That is a great fucking emo line. And also, my diapers. Like when he's actually patting his front bulge and going, my diapers. That's a good line. Like I could, like when someone first, like Nene read out the comment. I think you probably left the comment, and she's all like, someone wants a soundboard. She goes, I've never done that before. I don't know how to do that. And I'm like, oh my God, if you decide to try, contact me for which clips to get, because I'll find them. I know like emo quotes. God damn it.
I was actually doing that emo clip for Drag, and he said it, I was like, oh, I got to clip it because I got to have it.
Yeah, see, I do that, and I get, you know, if I use any emo, one of the videos that he flagged me on, literally the only thing that was in him was that part where, remember I put in the testing 1 2 3 testing 1 2 3 test. You know, that was what I got struck on for one video.
Really?
Right? Yeah, seriously. The rest of it had nothing to fucking do with him, right? And then I'm like, well, you fucking dick. I mean, look, I do what I do. You know what I mean? Von Helton got my channel, my whole channel flagged one time. Okay, my first channel before all that shit. Okay, he got that flag because of the shit that I do, and I'll be goddamn if I'm gonna let some fucking short, fat, hairy little fucking dwarf in Mexico, Maine. Fuck him.
He's a hooah.
Yeah, fucking whore. I mean, look, folks, you can be down.
Brain damage because his mom pussy was deformed. Do you get it now?
Yeah. And see, like, people send me that shit, right? And I'm like, I've got this stuff. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I use it, you know, and I'll get shit flagged, right? He's been responsible for what? Okay, some of the videos I actually took down before and privatized before they were before my channel got hit, because he was attempting at one point. He was like literally trying. He flagged like every fucking video that had him in it, you know, because apparently there's something after you get to 1,000. So if somebody uses something.
Oh yeah, it's a copyright thing.
Yeah, right.
Most of the time, it's just a copyright takedown notice.
Yeah, and
now he's getting you a strike for it.
Oh yeah, but he was, and I got a warning from YouTube, and so I took down as privatized as many as I could, but ended up getting at one point 2 strikes out of it. So fuck him, you know.
Yeah, fuck him. You still laugh at him in his diapers.
Yeah.
It makes me mad that he's so good at rage, but just does it as infrequently as he does. And you can say, Jello, you're an asshole. He rages every day. He rages on every single stream. Okay, true. But how long are those fucking streams? And how much of that time is rage? Like, think about that shit. If you're talking like raw numbers, it is very, very little. I wish he would just go live, scream until, I don't know, he passed out or whatever, and then someone else come in and turn off the camera and he's done.
It's like, all right, you raised enough today.
Just like, you know, go, hey, emo, tell Gary about your shower curtain some more or something. You know, just like, I love that. What is this? We got fuckface Gary in a lie again. We call him fuckface Gary.
You fucking piece of shit!
Yeah, and then they wonder why people. Oh God. Like, why are they making fun of me? You know,
Do a load cow.
Yeah.
and like, look, people will say, well, you know what? They're mentally ill. And
Oh
like,
yeah.
no, I get that, right? There's a lot of people out there that got a lot of fucking issues. There's some people out there that people have sent me before, right? That on the surface, right? Funny as shit, right? Funny as shit. But then you realize that there's like a community of these people that like mean no harm, very low intelligence. We're not in the same world they're in. They don't know who we, but see, they're harmless people, right? They're just having some fun.
And what do you do with those people, Grampy? You leave them alone, or you be nice to them, right?
Yeah. I just leave, because it's like,
Same here.
that's
I
too
love
easy.
Crazy Lokes.
Yeah.
I love Crazy Lokes, and he's fucked in the head.
Yeah.
But he's positive and friendly and nice. And I would never troll him. You know what I mean? I
don't know.
communicated once through messages on a YouTube video with him, and I was really stoked because I love my shout outs and stuff. But one of his videos, and y'all watch Crazy Lokes? You know that fucked up shit on the bridge of his nose?
Yeah.
Those scabs, and sometimes I'm like, dude, are you okay? It looked like you got beat up. And he goes, and he responded in a very long way with a lot of stuff with, you know what I'm saying, and shout outs and stuff. But basically he said it's rosacea. He said, normally you don't see rosacea on Asian people like himself. And by the way, he called himself Asian. This is not a Nuka Zeus situation. He does not think he's black. Folks, you heard it here first. He referred to himself as AZN.
God damn it.
Hey, Frank, I got to ask you a question. This, that I can only watch part of it because I think it's really funny and almost like awkward for, I don't know. It just, when I watch, when Black Guy TV talks, when he's got that guy that wants to be black, what's his name?
Nuka Zeus. Yeah.
Huh?
Nuka Zeus. I was just talking about him.
Oh, jeez. I thought you were talking about Crazy Lokes.
No, I was, but I said this isn't a Nuka Zeus situation. He knows he's not black.
Oh, okay. Just watching that, it's to me, I think it's funny watching him because he just, oh my God.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is. At first, I thought it was kind of funny because I thought he was maybe a little bit mentally ill. And I was like,
he's got videos of how like Africans cook or some shit like that. And he's just like dropping stuff in pots and stuff. And it's like, what is he like? It's like they're cooking in the jungle somewhere or camping and, like
yeah, he's a weird one.
Yeah,
I went through all of his videos when I thought we were covering them, and then I was like, you know what? I'm gonna let someone else cover this guy. He's like, it's like this dude. There's so much wrong with all of this. Like, you just stop. You are literally like Denise said, just a living embodiment of the guy from Malibu's Most Wanted. Like, it's just. Whoa.
Are you gonna say the word or not?
What word?
The word.
Cringy?
Oh, okay, I didn't think so.
No, what I thought was really beautiful, and I watched it I watched like there's a lot of stuff that I watch parts of and stuff, because I bounce around a lot and stuff like that unless I'm the main attraction. And that's why I have live streams, But anyway, I'm just joking. No, I'm not. But anyway, so from what I've noticed, folks, we have merchandise, by the way. But from what I've noticed that shit. There. Well, Drag was right. You know, there goes Grampy Lobster. No, it was Sam. Jello, what was I talking about?
I believe you were talking about your Teesprings.
Yeah,
it went to that for a second.
Yeah, I know. And then, wow,
folks, there is Grampy Lobster merch. What I'm liking right now, especially for the holiday season, is the solid red, the shirt that has the lobster all over it.
Yeah,
that's because, you know, red and green, right? You get yourself a nice pair of green slacks, maybe some cords to go with it. Folks, it is the perfect pair for this Christmas and holiday season. That's right. If you're celebrating Hanukkah, this works for you too.
Okay. Okay, thank. I was trying to like throw that in there just for like a quick, like fast segue into something else, and then I forgot what that something else was and shit. But anyway, but no, this Nuka guy. Oh God, it was. It's like I remember, and please don't judge me by how I express. I'm not going to use the N word or anything like that, but and Frankie being white or I don't, I'm assuming that
folks, I'm not sure I condone what he's about to say.
No.
Yeah, okay. Just like,
when anytime you have to preference what you're about to say with "I'm not going to use the N-word," it's like it's already getting tricky, my dude. What the fuck?
No. What I'm saying is when a lot of the hip hop and godfathers of rap, when it first hit the scene, the guys, this was something new. This was like something that hit an audience that kids reacted differently. And I used to think it was funny just because the way the music had changed, how like watching some little kid in a fucking trailer park, it's like 10 years old, walking down the street, like talking all street. And it's funny to watch like a little like 10-year-old kid. Oh God, we used to have like little gangster kids in the fucking it was funny as fuck. But no, it was different, and stuff. And it was, but I mean, that's how it was to people that weren't used to it, right? That grew up. I mean, I wasn't honestly a big fan of Run DMC when they first came out, and because I didn't want to watch rap music, and still not a fan, right? But as for like when the whole like rap scene or whatever you want to call it, like burst out, it was like weird for a lot of people, and I mean, because it was something different, and it took a lot of people, I just, but anyway, Negs is not black, folks. He's like Frank. I got to tell you, I think this is where I was going about this whole thing. I'm just an old white guy, right? Seriously, right? I don't give two fucks, literally. You seriously know this, right? I find this stuff funny as fuck. But this guy, He's trying to convince people he's black, right? And it's so badly done. It's not even like his make. What did he get, a tan, and like braid his hair or some shit?
And in injections actually.
Yeah, I'm looking at it and I'm like, dude, seriously, it's so horribly done. I don't know. There's something that me just at times, and I'm not like, folks, look, I am not somebody that apologizes for the sins of my fathers and things, you know what I'm saying? But God, watching him, I'm seriously tempted at times to go, folks, on behalf of white people everywhere, I am so fucking sorry.
Don't say it! Don't say it! It's too much. You can't take it all. A bit slow on the unmute.
I have never in mind. I have seen people, like I said, I've seen like freckled faced fucking goober little kids, right? All of a sudden,
he's right here. His name is Frank. Leave him alone. Asshole.
Yeah.
Pretending like you're talking about him behind his back in front of his face. It's fucking rude.
But anyway, but so it's been difficult for me over the years to, and honestly, like Frank, and you know me, right? You know me, I'm a guy, I like lyrics, a lot of the shit, I mean, you sent me that video that I lip synced and still have never used it, but I published it because I'm not ashamed of it.
That project fell through. I was lazy.
Yeah. Right now, Grampy's really fucking high. But don't worry, folks. Like I said, tomorrow is Grampy Lobsters big time. What did I call it? Well, it's my birthday, folks.
I'm so excited, and I'm so glad that you're doing the Vaughn Bash on your birthday and not his, because because of the unwritten rule.
Yeah, well, but see, the unwritten rule, that's, rules are made to be broken, and that's
they're like, you know what I always say, rules are like legs.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, for charity folks or whatever like that, tomorrow, we're going to make it as friendly as possible, but people are going to, and we're going to make it possible, people come in and like make fun of me and stuff like that, or like,
are you having to roast me?
No, I mean, not necessarily, but Jello, see, I know you, right?
Oh yeah, you know me.
Yeah, I'm not saying that, it's like
I'll start writing material tonight. I'm gonna hurt your feelings. No. Yeah.
Jello, I'm not saying
love you, but I heard the word roast. That's what I heard.
No,
I might have been the one that said it, but I fucking heard it. I love you, Grampy. You know that. You're safe with me.
What I'm saying is, not shit on Grampy night, please. Hopefully not. But
or at least a little. At least a little.
But and Frank, I meant to tell you, like I said in the beginning, I don't know about you, but I love a parade. Do you like parades, Frank?
I do.
Well, you know what? I don't know if you were watching earlier, but we've got video. It's a video I did. It's a replay. Please don't look for it because I want to play it tomorrow because I really thought it was funny.
Spoilers.
But anyway, remember when Rand Campbell was talking to Vaughn about getting a flat Earth float for the parade, and Vaughn was like, "Oh yeah, that'd be a great idea." And he was talking about, what a float was, and how. Do you remember? Do you remember those days?
I don't remember those. No.
I don't remember that conversation, but it sounds fucking incredible.
You don't remember? Oh shit! I know somebody's got it. See, I've had it, folks. I'm rebuilding. I've started on a new computer to totally destroy. But anyway, no, there was a video where Rand was talking, and this is where a lot of this is coming from. Where Rand Campbell, remember, he's a flat earther, right? Jello, you know, yeah.
My wonderful, wonderful Christians.
Right. Okay. Flat earther, always selling merchandise, all this stuff. So I've got some stuff that I did.
Folks, there's merch at the Grampy Lobster Teespring.
I was really fucked up when I did it, and I'm gonna release it, but a lot of people will be going, "Oh, the audio's really not as good. I can't quite hear what Vaughn's saying or something like that." But you kind of get the gist of it because it doesn't matter if you know the story, folks. It's Grampy Lobster fucked up, and being, you know, it's fun, and it's best to be well, it's best if you're stoned. But anyway, yeah. So Rand was having these conversations about flat Earth and everything, and he brought up the flat Earth float for a parade. He goes, "Hey, Rand, you think it'd be a great idea for, for there to be a flat Earth float in a parade?" Right? Rand just threw that out. And Vaughn was like, "Hell yeah," you know, and because if there's a float in a parade, people will be able to just see it, you know, they'll be like marveling at it, you know. But if you have a sign,
could you imagine the 3-armed flipper kids that would be like hanging out on that thing?
Yeah. So they've having this conversation, and Vaughn's and some people are playing with him. And first of all, I think Rand's more of a he goats Rand. I think he pokes it. I think he understands how. Even Rand fucks with Vaughn. You got to admit, but
you think he overcharged him on that goddamn gold mic? I'll tell you.
I know. But anyway, so somebody said something, and some people were confused that Vaughn didn't understand what was going on, right? So somebody said something about what, a parade, and Vaughn, that caught Vaughn, and all of a sudden Vaughn's like going about what oh, well, you know, they get people up and down the street, you know, they have bands and they have floats and all sorts of people. The guy goes, "Dude, I know what a fucking parade is." You know, he goes, "What are you talking about?" And then he keeps going with the flat Earth float, right? So what we decided, right, well back, that a lot of people haven't seen, and we're going to actually show this tomorrow. And watching it, it's not the best video, but we did a live coverage kind of the like Clay County Fair parade, which would be the one that like Stinky would go to, or, you know, nearest to him, you know, county fair, you know. And so there's this guy, like, and it's like small town, and I get it. Like, Frank, I've lived in a small town where a parade is what you got. You know, you're not going to get, you know, you're going to get some, you know. But anyway,
might get a few candies here and there. I mean, you know,
yeah.
Neither the circus nor the carnival is ever coming to town.
Right, exactly. So I've got that, and I was doing commentary during it, and it never got very far. And I had forgotten that I had even ever released it. But we're doing commentary for the Flat Earth Parade. It's funny. Well, we're doing commentary on it. So for my birthday, we're having a parade. So that's a thing. So it's definitely, you know, worth. And, you know, Jello might show up, you know, and Who knows?
For the roast beef, of course.
Yeah. And I gotta tell you this. I gotta tell you, I Jello, I'm kind of should you remember what we were talking about or what I was talking to you about?
Of course.
The gift.
Yes.
I
love it.
Right. Folks, I've got a big announcement tomorrow night. Serious. And I've got a certificate of registration.
Don't spoil it.
No, and that's all I'm going to say. I've definitely it's
big fucking news, folks.
It's big news. It's big news. It's a real thing, folks. And I think, well, I'm just saying, it's going to be big. I'm telling you. I'm just gonna leave it at that, Jello.
I mean, changes will have to be made.
No.
Oh, of course. New.
No, Jello, stop.
Yeah, of course.
Stop. No, Bozo, sure. What's up?
Hey, Grampy, can you do that thing where you put the chats across the screen? Can you do that? No. I'm sorry. Isn't that a capability he has with his stuff there, Frank?
Yeah. Go to. It's not private chat. It's the other one.
No. That's not what I mean. I mean across like us on the YouTube video.
Oh, like just scrolling.
Yeah. Well, or yes.
Yeah,
so
that's a banner.
Oh, okay.
So he had to click the banner, then add one, and then right.
Oh, you have to individually put them up. There isn't a thing that just has them show up.
Hope you have to make them you just have to type them out on there.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Fuck that.
Too much work.
Well, do you want the side chat to show up on the big screen?
Yeah. It's easier to keep up with.
That. I'm sorry. I know.
Yeah, that's technically. I get it. Gotcha. Jake Jonas was saying something there in chat that caught my eye.
How long did it take with me, Frank, before I cried uncle? About 10 minutes.
Do what?
I lasted about 10 minutes, didn't I?
Yeah.
Okay. And I cried uncle. I said, nah, this is it's not what I do, folks. This is what I do. It's totally because I'm usually too high to fucking handle anything more than this anyway.
God damn it, Frank. Are you a cat person?
I got cats.
I used to like you, you piece of shit. What the fuck are you with cats?
Yeah, I like cats.
Fuck you too. Fucking cat people. Bunch of F-gots, all of you.
Yeah. No, look, where I live, I've had multiple pets, multiple dogs, cats, all sorts of, where I live, we have a cat. Okay. It's easier than having a dog. It's less noisy, not to say that every dog barks and, things like that, but, and it's not a dog, but my cat's really not very fond of me. It's a rescue cat. I was only, let's put it this way, folks. For about the first week we had the cat, the only thing I had to show for it was the picture that they had when it was inside the fucking little cat cage. And the cat looked scared. So it was a long time. And the pictures that I have of my cat aren't the most, it's like the picture for this Uncle Lobster stuff. That's my cat, right? My cat is not a friendly cat. It was like really, I have no idea what happened with this cat, but it's gotten better in the last like year and a half or something like that, and it's become very fond of my wife, and my wife likes to take care of it, and she understands this. The cat's weird, and they have this, so it's not a bad thing, cats can be, they can do different things for you, Not that a good dog isn't look, I still love a good puppy, oh geez, yeah, I'm the guy. I had to be told at one point in my life to stop bringing home fucking animals. Yeah, I was just
penny candies.
Yeah. Oh God, we've gotten all sentimental.
Folks, we've got merch.
God,
there's
Frank, doesn't it kind of like disturb you? I'm just trying to I'm watching this. I keep looking at this with Shani eating this sub. Okay, no, I'm just saying, and you're a guy. I mean, look, I like it. I'm sure you like a sub. You're not. You're sure you like to eat healthy as much as but you try. But yeah, it's you'll go for a nice sub or something, right? And there's a commercial or two or something that might have gone. You know what? That really looks good. Looking at that product, is there anything about Shani beating the fuck out of that and just mutilating that fucking sandwich and him eating that fucking food? Thank you, Jello. Or what's another one?
I got you.
Any of it. Does this make this product or this franchise look good in any fucking way?
No.
I mean, it's
look.
Like I said, even with Shani with the coldest water bottle thing, I thought that was great, right? And I'm not saying that people should start calling up Bonefish Grill or, but I don't know. Like I said, though, that's why we might start a class action lawsuit to actually sue them, because they've really fucked up Jersey Mike's for me. And even Dragnot said earlier that his wife likes Jersey Mike's, and I'm a guy that likes the local stuff. Jersey Mike's has good subs, right? But and they're run by people that live there, so it's not like But
you understand that drag is kind of on level playing field when it comes to Rev, because because drag thinks that Red Lobster is bougie food, just like Rev thinks that the Bonefish Grill is bougie food. I mean, it's. I mean, Drag's a wonderful person. He's honest and he's got integrity, but he does come from the swamp. He's basically, he's what I'm saying is he eats with his elbows and his knees on the table. Folks, the man has no manners.
Well, that's not bad though, Jello. I mean, because there's a lot of times that I really there's certain things that I eat, right, that when I'm eating it, it's not a pretty thing. It's not something I want to share on the fucking internet. It's because it's not pretty, probably, right? There's going to be napkins. There's going to be, it's just, I don't know. I can talk about how good it was, but having because sometimes you're eating something and you're like, oh, this is just, and you're just beating the fuck out of that sandwich, right? And
I have to call a text foul on Skeptic Fighter Jet for improper use of the word boy.
Okay.
Very,
wait a second.
Very, very racist. 5-minute timeout.
Okay. We've got a timeout on the field. Remember, we got Grampy Lobsters big time birthday bash with the parade tomorrow. And oh shit, it's gonna be fun. And hopefully,
oh shit, that is a fucking brilliant idea, Bozo. You
What's
see
that?
that? Look at what Bozo put in the chat.
Topless mukbang.
Word. Frank, what do you say? You gonna be there for a topless mukbang?
Wait a second.
No, come on, man. You, me, Grampy Lobster will get dragged. What about Buck? We got to get Buck. Holy fuck.
Wait, whoa.
Let's make a mess out of this place.
Oh, shit, Yellow, whoa.
God damn it.
Do we need to call Eddie? I'm just asking.
Eddie, which Eddie? What Eddie?
I didn't say Eddie. Huh? Is it time?
Who's Eddie? What?
Mm-hmm.
What are you talking about, Grampy?
Is it time for your medication, Jello?
Oh, yeah. Let's do one, huh?
I'm confused.
Medication time. Medication time. Medication time.
I was going to recommend that to you, just to slow you down a little bit. You know, sometimes, look, there's not a lot. I'm not doing nothing more tonight because I'm pretty much here for the duration. But because I'm having a good time. But yeah, I got lobster socks for my birthday already. So there's people in my real life that like they don't get the whole lobster thing, but it's like, oh yeah, but but yeah, I'm sorry, folks. I got even good pizza. I mean, when we get really good pizza and it's like reheated, sure at the end it sucks really bad, but you got the munchies, and I really apologize. Like I said, I'm not somebody to, Theo, I'm pretty much haven't seen your moments. But apparently that's probably why 23 people are watching this is, maybe, I don't know. Who's your buddy? Skeptic Fire Jet, Bozo, Theo, Rua, Honey Badger, Twisted Skeptic, always a pleasure. Science Geek, who's your buddy? I'm his favorite crustacean. Well, that really. Well, show up for my, like I said, that's why we're having Grampy Lobster's big time birthday bash tomorrow night at 7:30 p.m. Complete. We're gonna have the, like I said, we're gonna have the parade before, because I just think it's funny, and it'll be my birthday. So,
who doesn't love a parade?
Yeah, exactly. And so Science Geek. Oh Jesus, we got sciencey people in this fucking room. Jello, we're fucked. Holy shit.
What are we gonna do?
But yeah, they what? What do you mean they don't put raisins in the pizzas? And The fuck are you talking about, Bozo? Damn, man. He's trying to start shit. You know what? He lives in, where he lives, though, fucking Portland, Portlandia. That's a place that, so what? Weird fucking people. Not that that's a bad place. Well, right now it's not really probably the best place to be around and shit. Not trying to get political in any way, shape, or form because apparently, anyway, but oops, let me segue.
So here's a fun segue. People around these parts are always doing.
But no, seriously, no. But what I was trying to say was, historically, Portland is a wonderful, crazy, different kind of place. Always has been, always will be. Its motto has always been keep Portland weird. And Portland is a weird place. And weird places attract different kind of people. So when Portland is Portland, not the stuff that's going on in different, I'm not, like I said, it's just got nothing to do with any of that stuff. But Portland is a crazy town, man. There's nothing like Portland. You might not want to live there, but it's a place, and you'll have, if you want to go there and have fun, have a different kind of atmosphere. I don't know. It's a crazy place. I wouldn't want to live there. When I lived in Oregon, that wasn't Oregon to me, right? That was Portland, right? But yeah, a lot of crazy shit, a lot of good shit happens in Portland. Different scenes out there. They have a great music. They've always had Portland's a crazy town, a great town. Gets a bad rap, but anyway. So anyway, Bozo. So I don't know what kind of crap you're trying to start with me, I lived in Southern Oregon for a long time, Lady Starfire, which is, south of there. But because if Grampy Lobster ever fucking doxed himself, you know what? I swear, one of the funniest things, I'm serious. And oh God, somewhere, I've seen the video. I've got it in one of my videos. I don't know. It's got to be somewhere. Like I said, I can't get into it's somewhere where he was talking about, because I did it in one of my videos. He goes, if I had your docs, right? And I just kind of blew up because he's the kind of guy that'll talk about how he can get anything, right? That he can get stuff. He has people. He's got the ability to fucking, find out where you're at, right? He's going to, all this shit, right? He had no fucking idea. He went on my Facebook page and saw some pictures. He thought I still lived in Oregon. Back, I've been in Rhode Island he thought I was lying. He thought I was bullshitting him, saying that I lived in Rhode Island because my Facebook page at that time still said I lived in fucking Oregon. So, he and I had lived out here for I don't know, 5 years by then. I just thought that I always thought that was funny. So yeah, he's never been a problem with. So if he ever gets somebody's docs, somebody gave them to him because he's too stupid to fucking find out or too cheap. But what's in Rhode Island? Oh, Rhode Island, Japan.
Witness protection, folks.
Oh, Jesus.
I mean, some witness protection. Their car got broken into while under witness protection, and all her Jeffree Star makeup haul got fucking terrible witness protection. You'd think there'd be armed guards or something.
Jake wants to know, how long would it take to drive all the way through Rhode Island? Well, let's put it this way. Sometimes just going into town, I got to go. It's closer for me to go through Massachusetts and then come back into Rhode Island.
It's a bit longer if you're stoned.
No, it's just a lot of times it's just cheaper, or it's closer, or just the way it's shaped and shit like that. But
no, I just mean if you're stoned, you drive slower.
No, not necessarily. Well, I don't really drive a lot. I mean,
keep up the illusion.
I know. But no, okay. So what you're talking about? Okay, so I live in pretty much like the northern part of tip of Rhode Island. Okay, now for us to get on the road, we can be to, I guess you'd call it Newport, with good traffic in like probably less than an hour. Basically, like there in like less than an hour, across the entire state in less than an hour. So yeah, other parts, there's parts where sometimes it's the only time you really there's not much of a difference of like being in like different states a lot of time. Because they're like little tiny cities, Yeah. And it's like real close to the border of Massachusetts too. So it's a lot of times it's, there's a lot of going up back and forth. A lot of times it's cheaper for me to go somewhere in Massachusetts. It's just right up the street, There's a Dunkin' Donuts that I would rather go to down the street here in Rhode Island that I think the service is better, because they always give me the better drink and understand what it is that I really want to drink. And they're nicer people than the ones just up the road in Massachusetts. So sometimes it differs, sometimes if I go grocery shopping or, whatever, it depends on what you want to get. That's right, Jello, So it's not like it's not a big place, folks. It's it's not like we live in Colorado, Japan. It's smaller than Delaware. Oh God, I've lived in counties that were bigger than Rhode Island. But I like it though. It's a different place, It's so unlike Bran. Oh God. Sometimes the pizza crust does get too bad. And wait a second. I'm sorry. That just happened, folks. I do apologize. So, oh God, that sucked. But, geez. Sometimes having the munchies can make a good like reheated pizza, good pizza, not shitty pizza. But oh yeah. Rhode Island, good hockey's a thing in Rhode Island. They have high school hockey. They got it. It's a big. No, I didn't joke on it, Theo. No, it was just like, okay, Frank. Ever been like sometimes when you're stoned and you got the munchies,
Yeah.
You're eating things and you're going, yeah, I probably wouldn't eat this right now, but I got the munchies. And then
All the time.
you're like, yeah, but I'm not that. Okay, now you get to that point where, okay, it's not even munchie food anymore. It's done. You know, it's time to sacrifice that last piece of pizza
You're like,
crust.
you're like, fucking, I'm
Yeah.
hungry anyway.
Yeah, I'm just not hungry for that part. You know, it's like you're not wasting food. You know, you're not throwing it away. It's not like kids are going hungry or, you know, you're throwing away things, or it's just, you know, the end of a, I don't know,
Pizza.
Yeah, exactly.
Just a crust. You know what? I'm not going to eat it. I'm pretty high. Fuck it. Just finish it off.
I don't know, but a little bit of marinara or something like that right now.
Just that dry ass part, and you're just like, ah.
Yeah, it's like, oh, come on, man. It's like there's nothing, there's no, oh, Jesus. You know, sometimes you can polish it a little bit, you know. I mean, look, I'm a kind of guy I can make a cheap steak into a, you know, pretty good fucking steak. Yeah, I mean, but I mean, it's not like, but yeah, sometimes, but yeah, limitations though, you know, I mean, yeah, you can only get so much out of that. So now we're talking about hockey in the side chat. Jake,
I used to follow hockey pretty good bit. I hadn't watched it in a long time.
I don't really follow. I mean, I follow it more because I live in this part of the country and I don't hate hockey. So I'll be like, I kind of sort of follow Providence College and some of the other local colleges that you've never heard of, or that are in hockey that you know, I don't know. It's just, if you're not watching it, you know, come on, Buckeye fan, fuck the Buckeyes. And I had it out with Ohio State fan. Oh God, that was so much fun. Did you see that Geek Room, Frank?
What?
Did you see what room was that? Holy shit. The person Big E Ohio State fan.
No.
Oh, you didn't see our little it was in Lady Di's room, I think it was. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh yeah, okay, sure, great. Anyway, so I personally, you know, I like Lady Di. You know, I would come into her room sometimes and stuff. I think she's a nice lady, right? I think, you know, some people don't like her, whatever, and there's some things that I'm sure she probably think. You know, I'm not. I don't agree with like everything. You know, but she can be.
Yeah.
You can have a good time with her. Sometimes when it gets like when conversations, because like first of all, I don't watch a lot of it. I'll go in for a while, but you know, I'm not watching because she has long streams. I mean. And I get it, you know, she gets some people to talk to and stuff. But I don't really watch a lot of it and stuff. But anyway. Oh shit. So I was bouncing into Lady Di's room, just having some fun the other night. And they were talking about like something totally fucking different, right? And I jumped all over Big E, Ohio State fan, as soon as I came in. Of course, I was very cordial. When I came into the room, I was like very cordial. I thought I was very polite. and everything. And then after that, I mean, oh shit, the gloves were off, man, because I let her know that I fucking hate Ohio State. I've hated them since, oh my God, the fucking like 70s, man. I can remember going back into like from the Rose Bowl and big games because it was always back then at the end even it was Pac 8, Big 8. It was like Ohio State and a lot of big Rose Bowl games, a lot of big and if you were a USC fan, you hated Ohio State, and to this day I always like let people know as soon as I fucking meet them if that's what they want to put out there is they're an Ohio State fan. I hate Ohio State, and I let them know it. I let her know it, and I told her I said, look. I don't give a fuck who you are. I just want to put it out there. You might be a good person. You might be a good person. But, yeah, I'm pretty much stoned it out of my mind right now. But anyway, so, and Frank, if you need to jump, man, and I.
No, man, I was about to because I'm actually about to go to bed because I got to get up early.
Yeah, no, I get it. You've got probably something called responsibilities. Remember how Billy was talking about how, he had a job. He had a job. Okay, well, you come out, and you go, you've got responsibilities. You've got responsibilities. You've got responsibilities. And me and Jello will totally understand. I'll fucking understand. But thanks for popping in and hanging out as long as you did. We've got 27 people watching, folks.
I'll probably still be listening. I'll just be laying in bed and listening.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it. But anyway, so yeah, so I was like they were talking about some stuff that I really wasn't interested in. I wasn't trying to like be a dick or anything like that, but I just went I don't know, I just like zeroed in on that and my storied hatred since oh yeah, the Woody Hayes John Wooden or Jesus the the 70s. What was the coach? Woody Hayes and anyway, but so oh God, John McKay. Yeah, that was his name. Anyway, so but we were like USC fans and shit. And we I'm one of these guys. Once I hate something, I hate him for life. There's reasons that sometimes it's hard to explain. Yeah, I get it. Some things, some sports I don't give a shit about. Some reasons I don't like teams from certain cities, right? Never have, never will. Oh, it's Christina Blackfeather. Hi, Christina.
Hey, just a second. Let me.
Okay.
There, I had to pause the actual stream on YouTube. Okay.
But my hatred for certain teams or certain cities when it comes to sports is like seriously nothing personal to the people that might be because I get it and everything like that. But the teams that like I don't know, like the Dodgers, right? Like I've lived in New England for 10 years. Okay. I grew up basically in Southern California. I was a Dodger fan, right? Plus a closet Angels fan and, things like that. So I was always a Dodger fan, right? So the fact that the Dodgers, won the, World Series to me was, just as good to me as if the Red Sox couldn't win, I'm glad it was the Dodgers, right? So, I always have just allegiances to certain teams, right? Say just and there's certain teams I will always fucking hate. And when I saw that Ohio State, it triggered the fuck out of me, and it really did. And people that I'm one of those guys. It's Bozo doesn't like Detroit. There's certain some of my hatred towards most of my hatred towards cities in sports stem from basically, and I'm serious when I tell you this, the major league, the 24 cities in Major League Baseball at the time, right? Now, baseball at that time was, and this is seriously, this is honestly where when I talk, this is where a lot of my stuff. So we're talking about a timeline here, okay? So the this is a timeline from like 1969, basically, to present. Okay, so they're based on a long time ago. So that in that states that cities like Cincinnati, cities like San Francisco, cities like Atlanta, cities that were in the division as the Dodgers,
Excuse me.
never will ever hate them, and especially the San Francisco Giants. Okay, seriously, that's in the American League, it was always I was an Angels fan. I hated everybody else. I didn't hate certain teams, but there were certain teams I just fucking hated. Like the Yankees, right? What team doesn't have a reason to fucking hate the Yankees to begin with? Okay. I live in Baltimore, right? So I've got a very confused like fan what I like and when I'll like something and how I like certain teams that are involved in really heated rivalries and hate each other during the regular season of games, and like both teams. But which team do you like more? Right? You can't like both of them. There's no such thing as at least one of them won. There's one of them that that's the one that you if it couldn't be one, it had to be the other. That's the kind of team. So it's confusing and it's weird. And Baltimore and Pittsburgh, holy shit. I never realized how much the city of Baltimore and Pittsburgh, Baltimore and Cleveland, before the Cleveland Indians or the Cleveland Browns ever left Cleveland and came to Baltimore, which it happened to Baltimore. But anyway, the city, and there's a lot of different sports. There's indoor soccer. There's minor league hockey teams. There's indoor lacrosse. There's all sorts of these minor fucking sports that are really big for a while in different cities. And Baltimore and I was an Oriole fan for a long time. I was an Oriole fan when they lost 21 games in a row, or that big losing streak. That was fun. But
hey, Grandpa.
Yes.
You're kind of killing me here. How about greeting your two guests that have come in since we've been going on for 20 minutes? Fuck me.
I'm sorry. That's what this Ohio State person did.
You've been going
hey,
on
Grampy.
you like and you don't like for half an hour now.
Hey, Grampy, I just came on to say it's officially your birthday. Happy birthday, buddy.
Hey, happy birthday, Grampy.
Wow.
Is it your birthday again? I thought you just had one. Or am I that out of it this year?
It's today, right?
Yeah, it's actually,
happy birthday, man.
I guess. Oops. Oh, happy birthday.
Can I
Oh,
give your
Happy
Grampy?
birthday to you. Happy
you.
birthday to you.
To
Happy
you.
birthday, Uncle Grampy Lobster.
Hey.
Happy birthday to you.
Woo.
well,
Can I give you some birthday spankings, Grampy?
oh God, I have bad memories of that.
Really?
I
Oh,
never
no.
liked birthday spankings.
I never got birthday spanking.
Here's some birthday spankings for you.
No. Oh, I hated birthday. That was the day it was legal for my father to beat me, fucking smack me as hard as he could, you know.
Oh,
And
come
like,
on. It was always legal.
I was saying it was legal to smack your kids around when I was a kid.
yeah, but okay, let's be more clear.
I believe they called it common practice when I was a kid.
And hello, Christina and Jello. What's going on? Sorry.
All right.
Hello.
yeah, so when you get to that whole birthday spanking, it wasn't a fucking good memory for me. You know, it was like something that I never looked for, because the person responsible would get it. It was not, it hurt. Okay. And it wasn't, to me, it wasn't given with love in any way, shape, or form.
Oh,
You know,
yikes.
it was given because it's your birthday.
Oh, yikes. Dude. Sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah, there's more of an added. I get the whole birthday spanking thing. I mean, I'm not into the whole spanky thing. You know, some people are, whatever. You know, it's just saying. But yeah, the whole. Sorry. Oops.
Hey, Jello, I demand you come on my channel, put your camera on, and other various things that make no sense.
Yeah, you can suck my dick too.
So,
Well, hold on. I got to check my feelings real quick. I think you might have just heard him, man.
Yeah, you should tweet about it. That's what I recommend. You tweet about it. That's what the other assholes do.
I want him to get in front of Drag and just watch Drag make him look silly.
Who, me? He's done it many
Negs.
times. Oh,
Negs,
yeah,
Negs, dude.
God.
Yeah.
Who is Negs? I
Fucking goofball and a half that you're not missing out on not knowing.
Okay.
Really, he's nobody.
I've been in the vegan, anti-vegan, carnivore drama too much lately, so I had somebody block me for being me, I guess.
Why can't you just eat what you want to eat, you know?
I know. To me, it's entertaining. It's like that's my drama.
I get
thing.
it.
Like,
I get it. I get
all
it.
crazy.
I understand that. I'm not saying I can relate to what you get out of it, Christina. It's some things just entertain you, right? It's just that funny. It's just, you got to watch it, and I know there's times when you're going, damn it, I wish I just, God, oh my God, this needs to be shared. Just, oh my God, you know. But no, I get that, you know.
Ow.
And you're too nice of a person to do things like that. And I don't know, we're not. So that's why. No, I'm serious.
Oh, Schadenfreude's wonderful. Science geek.
Who's that?
Science geek said everyone needs a little Schadenfreude, happiness at the misfortune of others. It's German.
What happiness in the misfortune of others? What exactly? Yeah. Okay.
That's what Schadenfreude means.
It's like laughing when you see someone fall down the stairs but not really get hurt, just kind of tumble and look silly.
Somebody gets hit with a football in the crotch, you know, those sort of things.
Yeah, crotch shot.
Yeah.
That's a great
football of the crotch is funny.
Jesus. That's me. Oh God, yeah.
Next Hilton will say he invented it, Quasi.
Yeah. Oh, of course.
No, I'm serious. if somebody messages me that, please, or some shit, because god damn it, I'm not gonna fucking remember that spelling. But I'll fucking use it. Bozo. Oh shit. Somebody put that up there. Oh god.
It's what you're into if you like lols cows.
Yeah.
Yo,
Yeah,
so-
Grandpa, you involve yourself in a lot of Schadenfreude as far as observing it and enjoying it immensely.
Yeah, it's just it's
So Vaughn earlier was talking to some guy about how Trump really won, of course.
oh
But
yeah.
whoever this guy is tonight was like, I'll make
Don't
sure.
say it. Don't say it.
No, he was like, I'll make sure Trump's in the White House because I'll take a gun there and da da
Don't
da da
say
da.
it.
I was like, holy shit, dude. This guy
Yeah, look.
definitely just threatened to like shoot Biden on stream.
Look, yeah, look. I totally understand there are some people that don't like the fact that Trump lost. I understand that there are a lot of people that no, listen, I also understand that there's a lot of people that aren't too happy that we had to get stuck with Joe Biden. Okay, so but there's a lot of fucking and I'm not, there's a lot of weird shit, I get it and everything, but never in my life have I ever heard of like armed militias, right? I get it, right?
The violent stuff scares me, man. Somebody saying something like that to me is like not like, hey, I'm just joking. You can't blow that off as a joke anymore, man.
Yeah, we're doing our rights or
that's
some shit.
sketchy to me, man.
Yeah, it's like, no, this is, and I get it, they can
even if you're joking, that's a terrible joke. And
yeah, it's not a
probably
joke.
get a visit from the feds for saying shit like that.
Yeah, people do, and
I hope so.
Yeah, I just but these people, and I was watching these videos earlier. There's people like on the streets that are having these protests. There's this guy that kind of like walks around like looks like Donald Trump, kind of a parody type thing. And these people, they literally it's just like it's not political in any way. I'm not the first person to come out and say this, but it's like cultish type thing. It's because like, look, even I'm not a Republican. I used to be years ago. But there's a lot of people that are like jumping ship with, and I'm, like I said, nothing political. So the whole thing's over. And this whole thing, like, it has gone crazy. It's beyond political. It's stupid.
I don't want to see any sort of violence. I don't care if it's political violence or what.
Yeah.
Technically, political violence is terrorism. Like
Yeah.
what that guy's doing or claiming to do is terrorism, and there's no real nice way to say that. Terrorism doesn't have to be defined by the Middle East or the country you're from that's not America. Like that shit's scary as shit. And Vaughn never once was like, whoa, dude, slow down there. Vaughn wasn't like, dude, that's not cool. He was like, Trump,
Yeah.
I'd be sketched the fuck out if somebody said that to me. I don't care if they were Democrat, Republican, whatever the hell you are.
Look, there's
that.
Look, I get it. Like, and like, I'm not trying to play the old card, and shit like that. I'm really not. And Christina, stop smiling, because
I'm 53. I can claim that old card too.
I vaguely remember growing up. Like I said before, we were a Nixon family, right? There were a lot of things. We grew up in like a certain environment, I saw the world very, very differently growing up than a lot of people did, but the same as other people did. You know what I'm saying? Back then, And there's been a lot of different like political shit out there. I mean, like I said, I remember hippies in the 60s, you know. I vaguely remember a little, you know, some Black Panthers and shit when I was living in Long Beach and, you know, shit like that. But those things, you know, and as bad as that was, you know, I've seen other things, you know, I mean, presidential candidates that were really popular that just didn't win or won or whatever. Just, I have never seen anything in my life compare to any type of political bullshit that's going on right now. It's because that's not, you know, as crazy as politics has always been, you know, as weird as we've always seen it over the years, you know, with scandals and, you know, shit like that.
Yeah, the Michigan attempted kidnapping thing was wild because the sheriff of the town where the guy's being held was like, well, I mean, is it really kidnapping when you're blah 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 blah, like basically defending the guy's political right to go kidnap the governor because you don't like her. And that was a police officer. It wasn't like just some lunatic nobody on the street. It was a cop, you know, putting that out in the media like, well, maybe it's okay to fucking kidnap somebody you don't, you know, agree with their politics. I was just surprised at least Vaughn wouldn't say something to dude. Like, I definitely would be like, yo, I don't know who it was. Somebody was saying who it was earlier, but
yeah, it's gotten stupid. I mean, it's beyond, are you fucking serious? There's people out there. Somebody give Beach the link to the Discord. Beach, if you want to come in, buddy. I remember Beach from a long time ago.
From YouTube, like pre-2010, right?
Oh God, very, very, very early. Holy shit!
I remember you, Beach.
Yeah,
I remember sending Beach a message on YouTube asking him about his name because I didn't understand how to say it.
Yeah, I still am guessing, and that's why I just called.
I wonder if he remembers that. That was my first contact with him. That's fuck me. That was forever ago.
Yeah, you know, like I remember, like I've always talked about things I remember about, certain people, like when I got sick, you know, like before I left, you know, when Mudbrucker, you know, that thing I always remember he said, or certain people over the years that have said something or you know, I defend. I mean, just that, you know. Anyway, but Beach was. Oh, you don't have it set up right now. But just a little background, right? I had been in some, as far as if I can remember, type stuff, you know, because I hadn't been around long and stuff. This was a long time ago. And Jello, you'll understand how long it is.
How long ago? Would you say like maybe a long time?
Yeah, it's in internet time. Trust me, it's been a long time.
Long time. Gotcha. Okay, long. So it's been basically a long time then.
So yeah, so I've been in like, it's back Google Hangouts or whatever they were, you know, things like that. He'd been around and stuff like that. And like I said, we talked and never, you know, I've never had a problem with him, and you know, and he was always, he is who he is, you know. He's, you know, some people don't like him because he's got an opinion type stuff, but anyway, but and you know, so anyway, so you remember me explaining, like, me having to do that apology video to Rand Campbell? And Beach, I know you remember this. Do you remember?
Okay. I don't remember the video myself.
Okay. We go. Okay, first of all, it doesn't exist anymore because. But anyway, in this thing, I said some really horrible things apparently just about Rand Campbell and stuff, and the whole he should kill himself. And it just, you remember that video I talked about me having to make that apology video, Rand, or about Jello?
No, I don't. Like I just said, I don't remember you. I don't remember the video you're talking about.
Okay. Anyway, so anyway, Rand was talking about how this is a backstory on it. How me and Beach in the end, because Beach, I think this, sorry. But anyway, so Rand was he'd been going on about how he couldn't wait to like die and meet Jesus. He couldn't wait till Judgment Day, and just going on this, can't wait to die shit. Just went on and on and on. And this world's so fucked up, and this world's so he can't wait to die and be with Jesus, and he just was going on and on and on and on. And for those of you that remember me back then, I used to drink a lot and then go live and shit like that. And I was really fucking hammered. I had drank a lot of fucking alcohol that night. And I'm watching this, and I don't remember this video. I don't remember making it to this day, but I remember watching it. And anyway, but I got really fucked up, and I was really, 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 really being offensive, apparently, about how much he should actually take himself and his family in different ways to kill him. Just if you're gonna do it, just shut. I mean, I'm just, do it for, I to this, I don't remember exactly, but it was pretty fucking graphic and shit. But it was just, that's one reason my liver is fine, Solar. But no, not more, a bit high, but mostly drunk back then, Solar. It's one reason my liver is fine, because anyway, hashtag 6.5 billion. I'm going for Stinky on. We're doing a class action suit, everybody. He's going to
let me know, because I'll get in on that.
Hey, we can talk. But anyway, so what was I talking about anyway?
You saying you were telling somebody to kill themselves and their family?
Oh, yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, to Rand Campbell, right?
Yikes.
So anyway, I had posted this thing, right? And like I said, I went to sleep. I was hammered drunk. The next day, I woke up and I turned on, and oh my God, I was getting fucking roasted. Oh shit. There were people go, oh, look at him. He's an atheist. This is how atheists, oh shit. Oh, just, and some people are like, oh my God, I hope it was the alcohol talking. And I mean, it was fucking brutal. And I mean, it was like crazy as fuck. And so I'm like, oh God. So I watched the video and I was like, yeah, pretty much crossed the line, I mean, you could say that, but at the same time, kind of understand that, Jesus Christ, look what he was talking about, So it was kind of a snap thing and everything. So that's literally how I got introduced to the great debate community, right? So I was getting crap. I mean, I was having. Remember, I don't know if I do the Dusty Rhodes Hard Times. I mean, folks, it was hard times. If anybody gets that, right?
Oh, I know about it. I know about Dusty Rhodes, baby.
Right.
All about Dusty Rhodes, baby.
Into the story here, though, and this is why I'll always like. Beach was literally the only person, the first and only person says, you know what? Stop apologizing for shit, and you did nothing wrong.
Everybody, I think, has done or said something drunk. Too drunk that they wish they didn't do.
Yeah, and I took and I made it a pause. Like, look, but oh god,
Yeah, apologize and move on.
Yeah,
as long as it's a sincere apology, then I think that's enough.
Yeah, and you move on and shit, and people can tell and shit like that. But that's that's
well, I mean, would the sober you say something like that? Is the way I look at it. Like, I think people
They say a drunk tongue speaks a sober mind.
yeah, there is that old phrase: a drunk man's words are a sober man's thoughts. Yep.
I think a stoned man's mind is
that's
more
true,
creative.
Joe. I usually get stoned and zone the fuck out on TV or video games, so not much creativity when I'm smoking, man.
Oh, this is how yeah, that's why you drink alone. Yeah, see, I mean, that's
I stopped drinking because I had too many of those types of nights. Maybe not saying shit like that, but I was trying to fight people like I'm maybe 150 pounds trying to fight people like Billy who actively work out and take care of them. You know what I mean? Like getting piled.
Well, right, but in your defense, it makes sense to want to fight Billy.
yeah. But I was saying shit to my friends I regret, and that's kind of one of the big reasons I quit drinking the way I used to.
Yeah, and
so I get it. I've been there before.
Would anybody here not like to just bust Billy in the mouth?
Oh no, I like Billy. Billy's my buddy.
Come on, you got to play along for something like that.
I'm not down with the Nazi haircut though. That
it's mostly the racist tattoos that bother me. Like he says it's gonna be a maze, but that's a fucking swastika. Like
the old iron cross, right, on top of it. Yeah, I've seen it before.
Hey, who was it that pointed that out too?
Somebody, I remember that.
I think that was G-Man that actually pointed that out.
Oh Christ, getting called out by G-Man's about the bottom of the barrel.
But yeah,
thank God for him, right? Because otherwise, we all would have missed it.
I guess it went right over my head.
Fucking idiot. Gary.
Fucking G-Man's got your number. It's a bad day.
Yeah.
Gary's like, those are racist tattoos. Billy's like, no, they're not. He's like, yes, they are. Like, are you kidding?
Case closed.
Maybe Billy would know. I mean, maybe he might know what the tattoos on his own body mean. Like, I get it. Not everybody knows what the tattoos are.
Yeah, exactly. That was.
But I don't think Billy's one of those people.
Yeah, there's actually many cases of people not understanding certain symbols in other countries.
Oh yeah, that happens a lot with Well, the Iron Cross is used in a lot of different countries. It has nothing to do with Nazi symbolism too.
Yeah, I wear an Iron Cross
for wearing it.
I wear an Iron Cross on a Motorhead band.
Yeah.
I mean,
for it.
I couldn't hear you, Jello. To be honest,
I gave Grampy Lobster hell for his Iron Cross. Not because I thought it meant something like that to him,
right?
But because I thought it was humorous.
Right.
I do that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know what you're talking about with Motorhead too, and they're certainly not a fucking skinhead type band,
Well, you know what, and I was in another room, because, like I said, I crisscrossed. I've apparently my genre or whoever I am goes into different. There's people that are like juggalos or fans. No, listen to me out. That
some of them are really cool fucking folks.
Yeah,
I'm not talking about the people. I'm strictly talking about the music. Not
so exactly. So they were talking about this whole get together thing they do and everything. And to me, it just didn't look like a good time. And it didn't. And so
To me, it looks like a fucking blast.
yeah, no, yeah, I get it, and I get the enthusiasm, right? Because I've never been to a, like, look, like somebody said, well, Grampy Lobster, like Motorhead fan, and they were notorious, they had some of the rudest, you know. First of all, not all Motorhead concerts were like that. Second of all, a lot of bands had, I mean, the Who killed, like how many people, and I don't know. Just some crowds, it's an aggressive band. You're not going to get, people sitting down.
Anybody like that's never been to a punk rock show because, like,
Yeah, exactly.
the band Rancid. I've been
Yeah.
to tons of different metal and punk
Yeah.
bands. The band Rancid has the nastiest mosh pit of it.
Yeah.
Like, if you're not prepared to get hurt, don't go in that mosh pit. No joke.
But I've never. I mean, I've heard of like danger, but I don't know. I just, the whole, it was like, well, you like Motorhead. It's like, yeah, I mean, they didn't have the better reputation in some of their concerts. Some of the bands don't.
So, oh well.
But it wasn't that. It was just the music. It was the atmosphere that I get it. You want to have a good time, let it all out. People from different fucking areas and stuff like that, we all have fun in different ways,
I think if you took the ICP gathering and just put a bunch of bands I like, I would rage and party with those fine folks. I just don't like the ICP music. It's just not my thing. Never has been.
Yeah, I'm not into
But as far as like a band that never got any radio play, they're fairly successful for being, doing it all by themselves. Like, I definitely like bands that are the DIY type, start their own record label rather than,
Look, they used to have, look up, and I hate to, like Grampy Lobsters, they used to be able to do stuff like that. If you ever look up Cal Jam 1, Cal Jam 2, if you look up the US Festival, if you look up, don't look up anything like if you don't go to Woodstock 99, because that was that just,
well, it's just a terrible example. I've been to tons of music festivals that are completely successful.
Yeah, exactly. And seriously, and just like I remember going to, like, when I was in Europe, I'd go to like festivals over there. We saw like all the bands, I saw the Who, we saw Cheap Trick, who Pat Benatar was just, it was a Ted Nugent, before I thought he was a dick, because like a lot of people hate him, but at one time I really fucking thought that Ted Nugent was pretty cool. But and in his defense, at the time when Ted Nugent, when he said the whole thing about him shitting in his pants, to get out, or the whole pooping in his pants, or whatever like that.
Yeah, he did that. Yeah.
At the fucking time, everybody thought that was cool as shit. He was showing the man.
Because he was a conscientious objector of the war.
Because he wasn't going, right? He wasn't going. So it wasn't so, and see, that's another thing. Like, there's a lot of people that get shit on because of what they didn't do in Vietnam. Okay, seriously, and I get some people's reasoning. I get that, right? I come from a military family. I was in the Army. I would, if I would have been born 4 years earlier, 5 years earlier, I would have been in the Army just sooner than I probably was. So, so I came from a military family, different, like that. But I just, things were
when you were referencing 99 Woodstock, a lot of that was because of the atmosphere and charging. I mean, charging 10, $12 for a bottle of water then. I mean, nowadays that's fucking outrageous. But back then in 1999, I mean, Christ, that's 21 years ago, you know?
Yeah, I would I mean, they used to give shit away, right? When a lot of these festivals, you know, like in the beginning, like when they, like I said, with the US festivals and the Cal Jam, they're older, right? But they used to be able to do that. And I'm not saying, oh, kids are, but atmospheres are different. You can't have things like that because back then they were giving people water away.
Well,
because it was in the fucking desert. You know, they were telling people, look, let's keep everybody hydrated. You know, they were spraying people down. They were making people as comfortable as possible so they could see the bands because they had paid tickets. You know,
I don't think it's the amount of people. My best friend went to Soldier Field, Grateful Dead for and there was 450,000 people there though.
Well, most of them,
and that ran off with no problems. It depends on the promotion and if they have like you know what I mean. You can't have a festival without enough food and water and toilets and shit and camping ground, all that stuff.
Yeah, and that was the whole thing. They got really. They got stupid with it and everything. I mean, they used to. I remember I went to. I went to a couple of festivals. I mean, if they weren't giving food away, they weren't charging much for it because they've got a lot of people in there, and there's 100,000 people in there, and they sell 100,000 sandwiches at $1 a fucking piece. You know what I'm saying? Numbers.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Is like it's not even.
But now,
it's people are selling water for that reason because there wasn't enough. If there was enough, they wouldn't have to do that. So you get, if you're gonna have I've been to tons of music festivals and only a couple have had actual serious issues. Like I went to one where the Hells Angels were working security and just kicking the shit out of people. They were like hippie kids who sell their own glass pipes they make and stuff. These security guards were like running through what they call Shakedown Street, which is like the area generally where all the drug and action's going. But a lot of times it's like in a parking lot, you'll see a huge line in this one part of the parking lot that's all these kids doing vending, but they're not paying vending fees. They're just out selling their shit in the parking lot, glass pipes and hemp beads and t-shirts and all sorts of shit, and these Hells Angels were like stealing people's glass pipes and 25-30 minutes later running around and having one of their buddies go sell it. You know what I mean? Like stealing people's shit they're bringing into the festival to sell and then selling it themselves. Like that was fucked up. And there was like probably 40,000 hippies ready to kick the shit out of like 150 fucking bikers. And it was bad. But other than that, dude, I've never seen serious problems. Like I've been to punk festivals, but it's really the atmosphere and how the promoter does things. If the concert or the festival is a good atmosphere, but when you mentioned Woodstock 99, like the people who ran that festival did that to themselves. And Fire Festival is another good example of that. Yeah. People not prepared to put on a music festival, but they do it anyway. And look what happens, Did you hear about that Fire Festival, Grampy?
Yeah.
Look into that, man. That was something else.
But I'm not it wasn't the fact that I think and then we can go from this because this isn't where I was, but something like Woodstock 99 just solidified. And I know there's festivals that they have around and things like that and everything, but something like Woodstock 99 type thing showed pretty much what was going to happen when shit went wrong.
Yeah.
And I get that. I get that. And
But you can't
often-
use that as like every festival,
no,
or
but
you
you
shouldn't
also
have them
can't.
anymore.
But yeah, no, I'm not saying that. But like I said, that's where that it had degraded onto that when it came to like festivals and shit, or what people were willing to try to put on. So the whole idea of those was pretty much, I'm not dead at that. It was just, okay, you know, we can't do that anymore. And whether, you know, like people agree, that's the way it was with a lot of people, whether it was right or it was wrong. But, you know, like Who Killed Metal. But that was pretty much the whole, the Fry Festival was this scam. That was,
Yeah, that guy's going to go to prison for a long time.
Yeah, what you're willing to put on and how people are going to respond to it. And when it gets to the point where people start lighting fires and you know, when it gets to that fucking point, maybe they should rethink.
There should have been tons of cops there when that started.
Well, yeah, exactly. Rethink the whole idea or concept of holding a festival like that. If something like that might fucking happen, you know what I'm saying? Because
see, I just don't think, like, what do you mean by rethinking? Like, don't do it anymore, or just do it a different way?
Present it differently, maybe a little bit, not to make it all poppy and you know, bubblegummy and you know, not even necessarily fan friendly all the time, but, and I'm not even saying toned it down, but
see, I still say it was lack of preparedness that did it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all I'm saying is like people gotta like have the money to do this shit, you know, not throw it all together at the end. Like
I'm not saying that
they just canceled Woodstock in 2019 because of what you're talking about. They were going to do it like literally 30 minutes for me, and because like they were going to do it at a really famous racetrack, and the owners of the racetrack finally pulled out when the promoters started talking about how many people, because they had previously done the band Fish there. I don't know if you guys know the band Fish, but the second Fish show, like 30,000 more people showed up than they thought, and it like put a stress on them, and they were thinking like, well, that was just one band. That particular band was going to play the Woodstock show, but so was like Jay-Z and Beyonce, and like they had some huge names, and the fear was that 100,000 extra people are going to show up and destroy this facility, because it's not like Woodstock in a huge field. This is a you know, $50 million racetrack with a ton of facilities on it and stuff, you know, and that's what you're talking about is why they didn't do it, because they just, you know, they didn't have it planned out right. They tried to start this in the beginning of 2018 and do it halfway through 2019. That's a year and a half to get 60 bands booked, to get all this, you know, all the food supplies, porta potties, et cetera.
Yeah,
crazy.
Yeah, okay. Well, what I'm saying, I get it. You know, maybe it was COVID or people are backing out.
COVID hadn't hit yet.
But yeah, it's because it's getting harder to do things like that, because logistically it's harder to do, right? The guy putting on the show, you know, no matter what they say, they want to make money, right?
Yeah.
They want the band. Sometimes they got to pay the price. And the way ticket prices are, like, it's ridiculous. Seeing any band out there now just to see a fucking show, it's crazy fucking stupid. I mean, I remember, and like I said, I get old and shit like that. No, things were different and shit. I remember going to festivals where we paid like $30 for a 2-day fucking festival, right? And you know,
well, you know, a lot of the concerts
and you know, are seeing bands for like $12, $20, man, got you a fucking you know, was a good seat, you know, or just, you know, now you see bands that you want to see anything entertaining, and it's like, holy fuck.
A lot of big national acts, it's out of their hands. Ticketmaster has created such a monopoly.
No, people,
no, I'm telling you, man, just hear me out. Ticketmaster has created.
I know, and there's people, there's bands that go around.
Literally, if you don't book through Ticketmaster, you don't play at almost every major venue in this country. Look what they did to Pearl Jam, and Pearl Jam's one of the biggest bands of the '90s, and Pearl Jam got blacklisted at venue after venue, state after state after state. That one of the biggest reasons tickets are so expensive is because Ticketmaster has a giant monopoly over the venue, and it's not just concerts. I'm talking about anything, sports, anything entertainment live. Like they're
Hey, I gotta bail.
yeah, I'm about to go to bed, but look into it, man. If you don't believe me, look into the stranglehold Ticketmaster has over the entertainment industry.
I'm very aware of Ticketmaster and prices and concerts, and I get that, and it's been going on for I know
30 years.
Yeah, I know. I remember paying, you know, but it's just, but I don't know.
Shit's expensive, man. I mean, it sucks.
No, I know, but so we all hate Ticketmaster, but I've gone through different sources to get tickets to places without using Ticketmaster.
I've bought scalp tickets more times than I like to admit because I wasn't able to get. Sometimes concerts are freaking hard to get.
At StubHub, you go to
well,
look, there's places you can go to. God, please don't ask me. That you can go to get tickets. I've gotten tickets for different basketball. Like if you go, because you've got to go to these, you'd be surprised where you can actually get tickets from.
Yeah, you'll have to, if you know places, I'd send me links because just places like StubHub usually buy like so many tickets all at once that they pretty much charge what they. But I going to see certain bands like Fish. I've had friends of mine and myself on the phone and on the internet and not able to get tickets because they sell out that fast. So then you go to the show and you got no other choice but to buy scalp tickets. I've done it a ton of times. I mean,
I've spent a day and a half, including the nighttime, standing in front of more than
what, like at a box office or something?
Yes.
Crazy. That'd be I would rather do that than I would, go and pay.
No,
I mean, I'm not even going to admit what I paid to go see the second Fish Festival near me. It was I paid about $400 over retail. I mean, it makes you feel bad.
But I mean, festivals didn't used to be as the production that they put on now. And because like I said back then, they could put them on, and they like out in the Mojave Desert in San Bernardino, where a lot of those were done, and they hosed people down. They kept them hydrated, they kept them happy. A lot of times, though, it's the tone of the music, and that's a lot of what Woodstock '99 was actually criticized for towards the end, the way how it ended and what the set that was played apparently, where just everything kind of broke loose at that point. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. I just I I really do feel that at Woodstock it had more to do with them not having enough food and water and basic supplies, you know. But I also think that there's probably a myriad of problems there, that everything just culminated to chaos in the end. I also think if they had, you know, about 1,000, 2,000 more cops there, I don't know how many it would have taken, but as soon as shit started getting out of hand, they should have had every cop jurisdiction in the area, any areas around it, you know. Why would you not? I also think it showed they didn't have near enough security. But I, you know, I've never tried to put on a concert or a festival, so who knows what kind of chaos comes with that.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, because I've seen lots of different like heavier bands where things have never gone awry, but you know, I think there might be something to what you're saying too, whereas people who go to a concert and sit down, you know what I mean, and sit down through the whole thing, that kind of music probably aren't throwing chairs and raging. And
I remember.
I agree with that.
When Metallica was like really big, the closest thing this hurt really bad. I remember after seeing Metallica the first time, my neck hurt. This wasn't a mosh pit. This wasn't anything. We were like way up fucking high. We had pretty good seats, but it was Metallica, and it was like just like head banging, just like moshing and shit like that. And quite literally, more than a few times, banged my head on the fucking railing in front of me. That I'm not kidding you. The next fucking day, oh God, my neck hurt for like a week. I'm not kidding. I bet. You. Oh, and my head, I had a headache.
Were they good though?
Oh, it was fucking awesome. I mean, that was before, like, Metallica is still like awesome to see. I mean, I think that'd be great. But back before the Black Album.
Yeah. You're talking about the Metallica I like then. Injustice for All and everything before.
Yeah, it was like towards the end of that. And then like, look, I like the Black Album, you know.
It's okay.
But I mean, but you know, I also like other bands too. But I just, oh God, I remember that hurt so fucking bad, but it was fun. But I don't know. We didn't. I saw a lot of bands that were known for Guns N' Roses. I've seen Guns N' Roses where people like when they were good, but when they were, but they play some like, I don't want to say aggressive or you know, they were known for their crowds weren't always known to be the best behaved and a lot of time, you know. So, but I never went to one where that happened. I I saw how like fucking late Axl Rose can be, but
oh yeah, it's like, what do you mean? Like the concert didn't go off on time?
Oh, never.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he very seldom ever. If it said not, like the song said, it was true, man. Because if people would talk about it, they'd say like, he was famous for like, I don't know if he still is, but like, you know, the show starts at 7. You know, we go on. You know, pretty much. You know, we go on whenever. He'd usually went on when he felt like it. You know, so 30 minutes late, an hour late. Serious, yeah. He was known for that a lot. But
he was a pain in the ass, man. Back in his day, he was a pain right in the ass.
Yeah. But I think that's, I guess, what took him to be Axl Rose on stage or some shit. I don't know, but but that, to me, that magic of that band, you know, they're not going to reproduce.
Oh yeah, Guns N' Roses were gigantic at their peak. At their peak, they were the biggest rock band in the world, basically. I think, anyway.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like when they put bands together now, you know, like do reunion tours and stuff like that. They're cool to see and stuff like that, but you're not seeing like the band that are known for songs. You got more of a nostalgia tour,
Right.
um
Like when the Rolling Stones played their last reunion tour ever.
hey, guess what?
10 times in a row.
I remember, and Bozo, I hope I think you might remember this. The Rolling Stones, in what was it? What year did Bozo? Yeah, you're still there. What year did the Rolling Stones, I think it was Steel Wheels tour come out? Anyway, somebody looked that up. I think I might be wrong, but I think that was the first time the Rolling Stones ever fucking were retire and stop making music and shit. You know what I mean? Their farewell, that was going to be the end. That was, they were done. All that stuff. So seeing a lot of bands now, it's like, I mean, seriously, I'm sorry, I'm seeing certain, like seeing the Rolling Stones on stage right now wouldn't be, to me, at best it's nostalgic, because it'd be like, oh look, they can still sing. Some bands are still pretty good. I get it. Some people still like certain things, I get it and stuff. I still think Rob Halford from Judas Priest can still, kick it out. I mean, certain guys can still like sing, they'll put a band together, whatever, but the original band that they're known for, those bands, you're not seeing those bands. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's like, and like, even with me, like, I like Motorhead, right?
Yeah, me too.
Okay. Now and I'm a big fan of his last album, right? That's on my wish list. But anyway, so hey, okay, Beach. But live, the last year or two or something, like the last years of like Motorhead live and stuff, probably weren't a lot of their best shows they ever fucking did. The music, although I didn't always think that they were like probably the best live band to see them playing that album, or that, you know what I mean? They put out albums because they put out albums, but and they would promote their albums, but you were going to get a set of Motorhead. You were going to get not the studio version, but you got Motorhead live. A lot of times, like, Motorhead was really great. And I've known people that have never gone to a bad Motorhead show. I know people that have gone to Motorhead shows and they actually said they would never go to another one because it wasn't too violent. It was too much for them, or
too loud or something.
Or just it didn't.
Well, they
sound
are goddamn loud.
good. Yeah, it's loud. You're not going there to dance and scream and shit like that. You go there because the songs they're gonna play, you're familiar with when it comes on, right? It's a show. It's not, I don't know. But and there's some of those shows, yeah, they got violent at times. There's documentaries about the dangers of going to a Motorhead show. I've seen those.
What Rolling Stones tour did you say you saw real quick? I was trying to look it up.
I think it was Steel Wheels.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that was the first time that they.
That was 90, because I know my parents saw them like in 94 or something or around then, and they were like, well, we're just going because it's the last time they're ever going to play. And then they saw them again like 2 years later, and they were on it's the last tour ever. It's the last time we're ever going to play tour again.
Okay, then I was wrong, because I remember in the 70s when in the 70s when the Rolling Stones were touring for the last time.
Yeah, they that's their gimmick. Yeah. They're like, you better come see the show because it's
they had been together, but they had been together for what, since the mid 60s.
Mm-hmm.
So, and like I said, they've been together for 10, 11, 12 years.
Yeah, I could be wrong.
Yeah, that's a long time.
I think they might have started out kind of like the Beatles, as more of like a pop band, not really like a rock and roll. Is more of like
they were more of an alternative.
Like I don't want to say pop because compared to now, but like family friendly ish more than rock. No, well, I mean the Beatles were definitely like
the Rolling Stones were the opposite of the Rolling Stones. People would tolerate.
I mean, they wrote some pretty like kitschy songs,
But see, it was okay to like the Beatles because they were the way they were presented on the Ed Sullivan Show. I mean, and trust me, not everybody liked the Beatles, right? But the way they were presented was they were presented as clean cut, good guys. Sure, their hair was long, but it's a new age, daddy. Get with the times, type shit. We're launching into the what people consider into what not even what people consider the 60s yet. And things were different. Music was going in different directions and stuff. And the Beatles were popular with a lot of people, the way they were presented. But the Rolling Stones were the alternative. They were actually more of the bad boys from the other side of the block type shit. They weren't always, there were a lot of people who didn't like him. I mean, honestly, I never have been a fan of the Rolling Stones. There's a couple of songs I like that they did or some shit like that. But overall, I've never given two flying fucks about the Rolling Stone. And I've been called un-American and shit like that. And I'm like,
they're not serious. Even from, they're a British band.
But I come from a time where people would go, it's like telling people that you don't give two fucks about Leonard Skinner, right? It's like, what do you mean?
I don't.
Yeah, I don't either. That shit was shoved down my throat when I was in the Army, and it's nothing against, So anyway, I don't get banned. I get it. Some people like it and stuff. But, oh, God.
I tried to post a link. First off, Solar, I'm jealous of your guitar. Secondly, Quasi, I tried to post a link and didn't realize I don't have mods to post it, but that's a Wikipedia type thing about the first rap artist in history was a guy from Jamaica in the 70s. So
I thought it was Von Helton.
With Helton being a roadie core.
Look, if you watch my latest video on Grampy Lobster, if you notice that Freddie Blassie, I was hoping you guys would notice that. Freddie Blassie, Pencil Neck Geek, that was Freddie Blassie. That was back from like the 50s, right? It was a rap, about his wrestling, He called everybody Pencil Neck Geeks. That was a rap. Yeah, but that was Freddie Blassie. So like, who invented rap? I mean, how was it popularized?
I thought it was Von Helton all this time.
Yeah,
I did it first too. I had to look into it. But no, but I'm a big fan of like wrestling back then and stuff like that. And I just came across that song and I'm like, I don't give two shits if it gets copyrighted. I have to play it. But
yeah, see, I'm from as far as wrestling, I liked it as a kid and I probably started watching around like 1990. And then I was big into like the Attitude Era, like 98, 99. I'm only 36. So I missed the 70s wrestlers.
Grampy, Quasi, I'm not on the Uncle Lobster channel. I'm really not. The only time I'm even on, I only use it for this. So nobody has mods. Goddamn Quasi trying to start shit. What were you saying again? Fucking Canadians. But yeah, I used to watch like a lot of like, honestly, I know. But like when it came to wrestling and people, that's when they started going, oh yeah, sure, and all that stuff.
Dang, Solar.
By the time the Attitude Era was done, what I considered professional wrestling, seriously, had long since passed. You know, I used to think it was entertaining and stuff by the time it got to that, but once it got past, where I, you know, it just, it just, that's when it wasn't even that anymore. It just lost my respect, considered different things. So, you know, like when people talk about like, oh, I remember the Attitude Era, you know, by the time, look, and there was some great shit going on in the Attitude Era. I get that. I really do. But at that point, that wasn't professional wrestling anymore. That
Well,
was
I mean,
sports
everybody's the most nostalgic about the era.
No,
they grew
but
up.
see,
Never mind.
professional. I know. Professional
I was just saying, like,
wrestling,
I like that era because that's where I grew up.
Yeah,
you like
no,
your era because that's where you grew up. In it, you know?
get that. I totally get that. When I grew up, professional wrestling was advertised as an actual athletic event, right? Some of it was a little weird, things like that. They had different characters,
Right? It was kayfabe.
But no, I was just, without using that word that didn't even exist back then, right? Back then, you know, you had a character, you did a thing. The matches were, the way they were done, it was real. The way it was presented, it was real. The way it was, it wasn't, it was over the top a little bit or something like that, but it was real because it was on TV. They promoted like local shows. There was a lot of things that you could really get into. A lot of stuff they do now, goddamn, they were doing fucking years ago in local shit. I remember different wrestling, like from the West Coast with like Freddie Blassie and John Tolis and, you know, shit like that, that you went to New York. A lot of the same fucking wrestlers they had, you know, we saw come through like the Olympic Auditorium or local, you know, or something like that. But, you know, it was put on as an athletic event, as crazy as it was, and things like that. The way it was presented, now it's not even presented as anything of that. You know, it's not. It's presented as a show, and which I know, I get it. It stems from carnies.
Well,
right?
anybody
There's always got to be some comedy. There's got to be some sort of entertainment. There's got to be something for everybody and things.
Well,
but the way it's done now, it's more like Circus Olay, and people trying to kill themselves and shit.
There's a lot of gymnastics.
Yeah, it's people. They don't give a shit. I mean,
as far as like it being known that it wasn't real, like if people really did their research, there was a book written in the 1920s.
I know. I've read
that exposed the entire business.
No, I know, and
well, hold on, just let me get my thing out here real quick. The guy who wrote it, or the guys who wrote it, were like blacklisted from the business immediately.
Oh yeah,
and they like got the shit. One of them got the shit kicked out of him for it, and because it was the first time ever that somebody exposed. They call it exposing the business, you know.
Yeah.
And people still talk like that. You're exposing the business. I just don't see it because, like you're saying, now it's a show. I don't think you can expose the business because it's been exposed. You know, everybody knows. They don't even try to make it, you know, like, I mean, they try to make it look like a fight, but they don't, you know what I'm saying? They don't try to make it look like everybody knows it's completely real and they want to come off that it's completely real. Like, there's a lot of good stuff I like in wrestling now, but there's a lot of stuff that I even miss from like when I was a kid, that the way it's presented is, you know, I'm not huge on all the gymnastic flips, and it's impressive to watch. It's just not my, I like the psychology stuff more. You know what I mean?
I don't think there's much of that anymore.
I mean the like in-ring psychology where the matches is they feed off each other, and rather than, and it's just, it tells a good story. The match does, rather than it just being all about like flips and spots. And
yeah, but they don't make. I don't know. I the whole, and like I said, I sound old. The internet is a great thing, but one thing that the internet also did was kill something like when you talk about kayfabe and stuff. And
right.
look, okay, like I said, I've been watching wrestling since probably, I'd say 68. Been addicted to it. I mean, anytime anywhere in my life, I always look to see if there was a wrestling show on stuff. I used to like, I've seen a lot of stuff. But anyway, I just anymore. This stuff I see, it's not, because it was before the internet. People didn't come around all the time. It was an attraction. You didn't see the same wrestlers fighting. You saw a lot of great wrestlers twice a year, right? They were attractions that would go around the country. That you mean like the territories? Yeah, the territories. They would fight the local champions, right? Do you know how many times I watched Ric Flair? Seriously, when I tell you this, do you know how many times I've actually seen Ric Flair lose the NWA World Championship belt in a match, no idea. Only to be overturned because of some stupid disqualification or stipulation in the match against the Von Erichs or Sting or Lex Luger.
I think that'd be. I would have enjoyed. I think I would have enjoyed the territory era.
Yeah, but yeah, and a lot of people knew, because when I lived in Baltimore, which has always been a big wrestling town and stuff, especially in NWA back there, or WCW, the Baltimore Arena, whatever they call it now. Ric Flair used to, and honestly, I have no idea how I ended up at this thing one time, but after wrestling one night, ended up at where Ric Flair, he used to take over Phillips in Baltimore's Inner Harbor, Phillips Seafood and shit, and he used to like just buy drinks and shit like that, and it was like really, we were there for a while. I wasn't there, and I didn't really meet him, but it was, we saw people, and but it was a big thing, it was believable, because people like that, they could live the gimmick because the internet wasn't around. Right. You saw these people in different towns, So
I don't know if you ever heard about this, but back in the day, Hacksaw Jim Duggan and the Iron Sheik were arrested, and they
on
got
the New Jersey Turnpike.
They got in a ton of trouble just for being together, for being in the same car.
Yeah, that's why Hacksaw Jim Duggan's that's how his push got stopped in WWF. And
no shit, I didn't know that's why.
And that's why
I've heard that story before.
Yeah, and that's one reason why the Sheik pretty much disappeared, and they had to bring him back later on as
Colonel Mustafa or whatever his name was. You remember that?
Oh yeah, that was
Yeah, Sergeant Slaughter still says to this day that's one of the matches he hated the most, because they made him into a goddamn Iraqi sympathizer. He
said he didn't understand, because see, at the time, and this is, I was watching this interview he did. See, at the time, that the political climate was really fucking different and stuff. And the fact that Sergeant Slaughter, right, who, like, he was one of the people who, even people that weren't into wrestling, he was one of the people that was really behind when they did the restoration of the Statue of Liberty. God, what was back in the mid-70s, or I forgot what it was, but he was like really behind that. He was like Mr. America. I mean,
definitely.
He was G.I.
Joe,
Yeah, he was like all over the place. Even if you didn't like wrestling, you knew.
Yeah, exactly. I was just
when he went to that, it got to the point where his family, it got really dangerous, because originally they had planned that whole thing, that WrestleMania, to be at the LA Coliseum. It was going to be a big thing, right?
Yeah, I know where you're going.
Yeah, and then guess what happened?
I've heard two different stories about the bomb threat, though, thing.
Well, no, not. There was. I'm not even going to go there, but I'm glad you at least said, because there was at least one bomb threat. So automatically, just logistically, it literally became impossible to like protect people because of the political situation. So they were pretty much in a lot of ways forced to make long story short, downsize it to the Los Angeles Sports Arena.
See, Dave I'm sure you know who Meltzer is.
Yeah.
Dave Meltzer. And I'm not saying he's right, but he claims that it's because they didn't sell enough tickets that they moved it. And the bomb threat was just a story. The problem with that I see with Dave Meltzer is you go out and say there's a fucking bomb. Even if Vince McMahon says, hey, look, there's a bomb threat, the fucking cops are going to show up and want to know what the hell's going on. Right? Wouldn't you think? So I don't know if I believe Dave Meltzer's story. I'm not saying he's not a smart guy or he doesn't know wrestling. I'm just saying, why would a company fake a bomb threat and have to deal with the police?
Yeah, you know? It was a time where they took. Look, I remember when people used to hijack planes to Cuba. Okay.
Yeah, right.
Seriously.
Oh,
remember
I believe
anybody? Yeah. There was a time when it was very common for people to hijack planes to Cuba. I know Bozo will remember those days. You know, there was always somebody, you know, for some reason they wanted to go to Cuba. A lot of times, you know, it didn't go very far or whatever, you know, but tons of stories. I mean, people used to take bets, you know, I wonder if when I fly, you know, people didn't fly as much back then, but you know, if you get on an airplane, man, you might get hijacked to Cuba. That was actually something people used to think about, you know? So anyway, it was real, folks. You know, it's just not real anymore, Jake, you know? And that's what I'm saying, and that's what I miss, you know? It's like that guy when I make my videos, you know, it's still real to me. I like things when I get my, like, look, okay, like I said, I've been watching wrestling since I was like 9. And I'm not gonna,
there it goes.
No. I learned very, very early that if a guy jumped off the middle rope or the top rope onto somebody's fucking throat, okay, and they didn't need immediate medical attention because there was, you know, okay, I learned very quickly that there was something about it that was real. They're not, it's not completely, but it looked real. They sell it. It made me believe it. They made it look good. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't care. You know what I mean? Because it was the way it was presented. It wasn't like presented like it was obviously, you know, I mean, people know if you whip people off the rope, you know, that whole thing. But yeah, there's a lot of things that you know, back then it's just you believe the story. Like I said before, I'm a big Jim Cornette fan, right? I really am. I remember when Jim Cornette first came out with Mid-South, or actually in what I think it was Tennessee. I hated that motherfucker, man. I wanted that motherfucker to get hit by a car. If I fucking hated him. Actually saw him in two different places in, you know, North Carolina, and once at the Baltimore Arena, and didn't get really too close to him, but I was screaming. I hated that motherfucker, right? Because I wanted to believe that whole thing, and people like that made it believable, right? Now because it was presented like that, you didn't see the good guys and the bad guys. You know, there was, I don't know. They just didn't throw shit together. They had, you know, I don't know. I just, it was real back then, man. You know, it was, they did the best, you know, You know, now they have podcasts. It's people that hate each other, people that are like dire enemies. They literally want to kill each other in a battle to the death in a cage, right? There's weapons involved, and they can literally, physically just beat their opponent into submission and everything like that, you know. But it never, I don't know, it never happens, you know, because they don't make it believable. They oversell and over theater. It's what happens when you get production value sometimes, folks. You know, you didn't always need the fireworks. And there's Christina. She's just like, yeah, Brampy's fucking high as shit, you know.
That's okay.
Hey guys, I gotta head to bed. It's getting late for me. But Grampy, thank you for having me on, Grampy. I appreciate it.
Bullets right now.
And Christina, have a good night.
Oh, you too.
And but thank you for having me, man. I appreciate it.
No
you
problem.
guys. Hey, happy birthday, man.
Thanks.
I'll see you for your stream tonight for sure.
We're gonna have fun.
Awesome. Sounds like a good time. All right, guys, have a good one.
Oh, you
night,
too.
Jake.
But yeah, we're doing the best we can and everything like that. And birthday's already started out really great. I sang to you on your birthday again, just like last year. I gotta tell you this. I always tell people, and she's always a very generous person, and I can show this video tomorrow. I'm really seriously trying to fix my camera because it's just weird. But my mother-in-law sent me this picture. It's a picture of a cow with a sombrero, and it just says, "Hope your birthday is muy bueno," right?
Oh.
And then in the inside it says, "That's cow for really great." And then you know, she was a very generous woman. And but hashtag I got the best. But anyway, yeah, I also got these lobster socks, right?
Oh, cool.
And I'm like, oh, they're so cute.
Well, your Christmas present's probably going to come well after Christmas because I had to miss work again for being sick, but not the C word, thankfully.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, luckily it wasn't the C word.
Yeah, I've I gotta tell you this, 'cause he's not gonna watch this, but I had sent my youngest son a Grampy Lobster. Okay, first of all, let me explain. I was talking to my son last week. It's the other day, and we were talking about the holidays and, you know, where he was going to be and, you know, things like that. And I was like, and he's settling into a new life, you know, out in Ohio. You know, he's he's finding himself. He's doing good. He's got a decent job. You know, he's paying his way, and, you know, he lives in it used to be it's a former whorehouse. It's kind of like a boarding place. It's like a studio apartment. Yeah. They have like a shared kitchen, you know, and it's pretty cool. You know, it's nice. It's like, you know, and it's all he needs, you know. So and he's around some family and you know, things like that. So anyway, we were talking and stuff, and I know he's limited about, you know, what he can have and things like that. So I told him, you know, I asked him, he goes, if I just get a card for Christmas. And I'm like, well, you know, we don't just send cards, right? Mm-hmm. I'm the kind of guy that goes, yeah, Jesus. So I'm going to have the effort to send something that's going to in the end cost me, like, I don't know how much, at least I'll send something, you know? So I sent him a Grampy. I told him, because, you know, he lives in a place where you probably got to look out for your mail and Grampy Lobster mug. So my other son, right? He's kind of a guy, he's like more picky. Okay. So he was more of a challenge. Okay. And I got to tell you, this is, I want to show you. Okay. So with my other son. So I asked my youngest son. I said, "What's a local restaurant or something like that that your brother likes to go to in that area that they might like a gift card, like here's dinner, whatever." So he gave me these two places. The one place, I get it, it's Mexican food, and I like Mexican food, and I thought, yeah, it's a really good place, right? But then he posted this other place, and I dox people all the time, and I'm really not trying to do this, but the local donut place where he lives, right, has some really good donuts, right? And he said, well, he says, well, that'd be a place, right? So I love donuts, right? I don't like just donuts, like sure, a bag of donuts, like that, but I like when I get a chance to get some really good donuts. Like I said, there's times when me and my wife will go out and buy like 24 fucking donuts and shit from like Honey or someplace that's got good donuts. And I will just beat the shit out of like literally. It's not pretty. It's horrible. It's why I'm against mukbangs, because I know how bad it looks. Because if you got to use as many napkins and stop and get it to, it's like it's like, oh god, now because you're not trying to, but you're just pounding shit because it's your weakness.
Yeah. It promotes binge eating is what it does.
Exactly. So I'm a big fan of fucking donuts, especially apple fucking fritters. I have a weakness. It's like, oh geez, apple fritters. I have been talked into some things for apple fritters, good apple fritters. Oh God, I love apple fritters. But anyway, I'm not begging for holiday apple fritters like cookies and shit this year.
No.
But
sorry, my cat's discovered the power button on my computer.
My cat still mostly doesn't really like me. Doesn't run from me as fast anymore, but
Solar, that guitar that I showed, I actually found at Pawn America, and I had paid $80 for it, and found out that this was the first guitar this guy had made, and it's heavy as sin, but it's done for anybody else to know. It's done out of a cooking pot and actual forks and a butter knife blade and a mini rolling pin and a Armor meat can, like a Spam can, and the pickup and everything actually does work. And it is a slide guitar, so there's bent spoons to hold that into place, and it's a little dusty right now because it's been sitting, but yeah, my daughter wants that.
And why do you actually play that?
I used to, yeah. It's a slide guitar, so I always used a glass slide with it, and it's easier because this one sits on your lap.
Yeah.
And so, unlike I used to do slide with my 12-string Alvarez, which was the guitar was bigger than me, and I used to do that with my 6-string as well, and just slowly, was losing the ability to play without my wrists and shoulders hurting like crazy, especially after I tore both rotator cuffs. So my daughter has my guitars.
It was really, I always tell people that my family, this is how weird my family was. Okay. My father was like really into, now when I say surf music, I'm not talking about like the Beach Boys, but more of like the Ventures, type stuff, the pre-Hawaii 5-0 type music and stuff, and like that type of music. There was a lot of steel guitars and things like that. The Hawaiian steel guitar they called it, and I really, I'm guessing my father thought somebody was going to learn to play it. We all kind of attempted, but the only thing we had to learn was these like really fucking simple, stupid books that it wasn't really teaching you much. We weren't learning anyway. And like a lot of things, there's a reason a lot of people don't play certain instruments or they're not popular because, whatever.
Yeah.
But they had that, and we used to make some crazy fucking, because it had an amp and everything. We always wondered why my father bought one of those, right?
Yeah.
The only thing I thought, the only thing I could think of was he was like really into the Ventures and like Herb Albert and those bands and Hawaiian steel guitars and God, it was.
Yeah, weren't the Hawaiian steels? There's eight strings, aren't they? I think.
Yeah, I think it wasn't 6. It was. I forgot. I mean, it was the last time I even attempted to do anything with it. I think I was like in junior high, like 13 or 14, something. And it just I don't know, but I had no idea whatever happened to that thing. I guess I'll bet you it wasn't anything fancy, but it had a nice case and shit like that. It was really always preserved and shit. But I used to just pretend I could play it and shit, instead of having a guitar, And depending on who was home, how loud I could just beat the shit out of that thing and make absolutely nothing but noise. Yeah, and that's probably why a lot of people think the music I listen to is fucking noise to begin with. Vaughn played one he taught Eric Clapton. Jesus, Christina, the one thing. Look, I got it. I know this isn't about Stinky and stuff like that, but and I think who was it just made that comment that triggered me this time? Shit. There's Solar. He wants a link. But what Vaughn, first of all, 61 years old. And folks, remember tomorrow we have a parade. We're gonna please don't look up this parade because I really want it. I'm really proud of what I had done.
It's not a flat Earth parade, is it?
Oh, it's look, I actually put a theme to it because it was right after Rand was doing the whole flat Earth parade thing, and I just looked up Clay County, and there was a Clay County Fair parade from oh God, I did this, a year and a half, 2 years ago. That's how long it's been. I mean, and it really hadn't been seen. And I'd forgotten about it and stuff. And I saw that and I was like, holy shit, I forgot all about this stuff. And a lot of people, I thought, I actually watched it again and I thought, I liked it better watching it now than I did when I first did it because I understand now more. I don't know. Me trying to explain backstories, Christina. You know me. But,
yeah.
What are you talking about there, Grampy? I'm sorry, I got lost.
I don't know. If you just shut the fuck up there, Solar, because you're coming in here, stuff like they ask me, what are we talking about? Who fucking knows and who cares? We're just happy you're here.
I wanted to say happy birthday, dude.
Oh, thank you.
I
thought you were going to pay for my breakfast, man.
Well, hey, I wanted to talk to you about that in private. I want to ship you, I want to send you something in the mail. Well, I'll talk to you about it in private. I'm having trouble with my PayPal account.
No problem. Okay. No.
Remember last time I went to, it's a long story, but it's something that can be straightened out.
No.
Apparently someone tried to hack the account and I'd shut it down know?
Okay. I was.
But they're claiming that never happened. So I don't know. Maybe it was a fake email to try and get my information. So I wasn't even able to get my account, bro.
Okay. No,
Any other time, I've always hooked you up when I say I'm getting in that account, and you know, maybe it's just easier to mail you something, you know.
Oh,
The old-fashioned way. Who would ever thought about that? You know, it's like the mail something though.
Hey, that's
right?
like, I'm glad you said that, because this is where I was going with my gift for my son. So we were talking about donuts, I think, or whatever.
Yes.
Oh God, that was a long time ago, wasn't it? See, you're worth something there. Anyway, so I'm thinking I'm gonna call this place. It's got really good donuts that they like. And I'm gonna send him and his wife, right? A whole bunch of really good fucking donuts, right? And a big thing of coffee, right? Because they both like coffee, and they got those big like carafes you can get, you know.
Is this Baltimore? Is this the Baltimore thing?
No.
I know where you're going to.
No,
oh, okay.
Ohio, okay.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, so I'm sitting there thinking this way, right? And all of a sudden, my one son messages me, and he goes, "Well, your brother, your son, my other son," he goes, "He only likes plain donuts. And he likes to dunk it in his coffee." And I was like, "Well, that just fucked that idea, right?" But then my son posted. He goes, "But his wife loves donuts." So I was like, "Well, game back fucking on, man. We want to please the missus. So we'll send her a whole shit wagon load of really good fucking donuts, because she likes donuts, right? Which is not a bad thing. I love good donuts, right?
Yeah.
And we'll send my son some like really good plain donuts, because he just likes plain donuts, and like a 98-ounce like big carafe thing full of like coffee with all the fucking cream and sugar and shit like that.
I didn't even know you could do that. So what, the local place there will send them, or how's that work?
I'm gonna call the place.
Let's see what happens. They can send anything. If they can send flour, where they can send.
I mean, and it's local. It's not like you know, or if not, I'll just have him deliver it to his house.
Yeah,
you know, I can call the place up and just I can order it. So that's where I was going with that. Was
I'll look it up.
Yeah.
They Krispy Kremes by any chance?
Oh God, I hate
I don't like them either. I think that the ones here from the town I'm from, if you were in Baltimore, I guarantee you've eaten maple donuts before. They're the best.
Yeah.
Maple donuts blow Krispy Kremers away. And Krispy Kreme got this huge name. I think they don't put enough shit on them. My personal opinion.
Krispy Kreme's is famous for having hot, fresh donuts.
Yep.
Period.
They're huge.
After their donuts, look, when Krispy Kremes are first made, they're really fucking good.
And they're hot.
After that, and you know, reheating them, that's After that, they're at best, just a glazed donut.
I totally agree with you. And people go nuts over those things, and I'm just not a fan. Not when I have maple donuts in my area.
Oh yeah. Oh, maybe.
Then they're shipped to New York and everywhere. People don't realize how big maple donuts are. They're huge, man. They are a huge brand.
You know what's hard to get around here is apple fritters.
Oh, I love apple fritters. That was my mom's favorite.
When I was living in Oregon, there was this place. My wife and I used to go there. We used to take my dad to the YMCA like at 5:30 every 4 days a week.
Right.
And we'd hang out at this donut. It was called Donut Land. It was run by this Asian couple. That's what they've done. They've been running this place for like ever. Or took it, they've got just wonderful donuts, right? They're only open from like 5 in the morning or 4:30 in the morning, and then start things because they make the donuts right there, and they're closed by like 2:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. They're done, but they're back in there like a few hours later making donuts again, and but they have these apple. Oh my God, I have hurt my stomach. I have gotten to the point where I had indigestion pounding down their wonderful, awesome, freshly made apple fritters that admittedly I nearly needed rehab for.
I always thought that apple fritters were like a Pennsylvania Dutch type of thing. I didn't know that they went all over the country, huh?
I've been a big fan of not only maple donuts.
They are fucking incredible apple fritters.
But apple fritters, oh my God!
I had apple fritters when I was little, so I mean they've been.
Well, for anyone that doesn't know, they have like apple. It's a donut that looks like it's smashed, literally, and then it's stuffed with. It's got a lot of apple in there, crushed like from an apple pie with cinnamon, and then it's just totally glazed. They dip the entire donut.
But not all apple fritters have the apple pie filling type shit in there.
Oh, really? Well, then that's not good.
No, it's an apple. Yeah. See, the filling in the apple fritter is totally like East. It's. I've never knew that. I mean,
I didn't know that.
But, yeah, but I'm talking. I mean, but yeah. So,
what's your favorite thing to drink with that? Obviously, it's funny. You go get. Did you ever get Dunkin' Donut apple fritters? They've gotten better over the years. They used to not be good.
Dunkin' Donuts isn't
their coffee though.
It's their coffee. They're getting so far away from donuts now.
I know.
It's not any. It used to be time to make the donuts years
now
ago.
It's all coffee. The money's in the coffee. It's such a profitable thing, you know.
Yeah, it's the coffee.
They call it liquid gold. They literally call coffee right now.
A lot of places are more. They're concentrating on other things, you know.
Genetically modifying the coffee. Seriously, that's what's going on, man.
Okay, we're not going to get into.
Well, no, I'm just saying for your taste buds. You know, that's
They make it's the way they do it. You know, fuck yeah.
Personally, it doesn't bother me.
Off you guys, because I'm getting tired, and this thing the foam is making my head sweat, and I feel like the sweat's running down me, and it's like.
Christina, let me ask you something. After you had COVID, which you're still recovering from, how long ago did you have it? I just want a quick
from
questions.
July to August, I had it 4 weeks.
Oh, wow. Did you have a deal where you sweated like crazy after it was over? Or because I had something very weird, like sickness-wise. I lost my job over it. And literally for missing time, only one time I ever missed in there. It was consecutive days, doesn't matter. Let me just ask you, did you have a period of time where you like sweated, it just poured out of you like water? Like
oh yeah. And some of that's related to diabetics will have it where they eat and then they sweat. But I didn't have that until during and after having COVID. Then it was like
look at that, they cut us off.
Oh, looks like no, they didn't cut anybody off. She froze.
Oh well, no, I didn't know if the show was cut. Sometimes the bot or whatever looks for that word.
No, I think she no. It's like so. Look, like we've talked about this before. You know, you've talked about your feelings and how you it sucked how you lost it. It really I get it. And it I think if you had COVID, you might not have it anymore. If you do have it, if you're
it's gone if I'd had it. Yeah.
Right. But if it concerns you that much, please get checked. You know, there's
well, I tried to. They screen you on the telephone and they don't bring you in at all.
Okay, no, I get that. It's been hard to get anything right now.
Yeah.
But as you know, there's a new this whole new vaccine thing that's coming out, the way they're distributing it and things.
Yeah.
And you know, if
they're going to go kill all the doctors off first. Yeah, that's brilliant. You know, supposedly that's what conspiracy guys are saying. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, but see, that's not. But see, that's a lot. See, Solar. that's a lot of stuff that you follow and
Well, no, I don't believe that
no,
bullshit.
I understand that. No, but
Yeah.
these are things that you worry about.
Yeah.
Okay, to the point where sometimes it can affect you.
Well, fucking right.
No, and that's not always.
It's not healthy, man. I know.
No.
It fucks me up. My sleeping gets off track, everything, you know. But I'm good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good, man. Just it's not cool being out of work and then you know. It's
no, I get it, and I'll tell you, I've
lost good unemployment over it. I mean, holy shit. I mean,
I actually, sucks. You know, I was watching these videos about how people have like lost their like everything they have, everything, and
yeah,
it's really sad, you know. And I was talking to my wife, you know, just the other day, and I said, you know, actually, I said, this really sounds bad, but I said, me and you are kind of lucky right now because
yeah, exactly,
we haven't lost anything, you know.
No, you're good, man. You're good. We're talking to one of them people. I've got tons of money going out and nothing coming in. You know, nothing.
No, and, yeah, that's why, like, you know, I was, you know, like for.
I thought my unemployment was going to come through, and no, they fucking disqualified me. Is what it says on the letter. Yeah. I can appeal that, but then I'm going to need an attorney for this next deal, and I'm not hiring a lawyer for this because I'm going to lose again. You know, it's that simple.
Yeah, well, and it's.
I've only ever been on unemployment one other time in my entire fucking life, and yeah, it sucks. I've paid in all these years, and I got burned because it says I abandoned my job or something. I don't know. I didn't abandon my job. I got fucking sick, called off sick so many times. Literally shut my badge off. I mean, so I couldn't call off. How can you call off if you can't? You know, yeah, it's nobody wants to hear this shit. But I'm just saying that's people. I'm sure there's some people out there that might be able to relate to my deal. It sucks.
Well,
it does.
Yeah,
and
yeah, that's horrible. That's some fucked up shit. I mean, there's a lot of people out there. Like I said, and like I said, this sounds shitty. Like people like on disability or something. I don't feel it the same way other people do, but like there's like a local, like I'm like there's a few people in my life that I've actually like bought something for the holidays for that, you know, I've never. So I mean that special kind of like that smooth. Not that I've got like money or anything like that. My gifts are very small but meaningful. I mean, I sent my sister a Grampy Lobster mug and a Grampy Lobster face mask.
You got people like Christina who make people presents, which takes a lot of time and thought. And
we've given her business.
That hardly ever in this day.
And so, but still, like, so. Oh God, where was I?
You were talking about you know, Christmas presents and how you know some are more meaningful. I think is what you're getting to.
So I was looking, and this is.
Hey, Polly, what's up, man?
What I'm gonna do this year. Not that I can do a lot, but I was watching like on my Facebook page, right? Like in local Facebooks, right? Where you've got like single families with like kids, you know, they've got a good, you know, like their disability, things are tight, you know.
They all want PlayStation 5s.
No. You'd be surprised. Most of them, no, they don't. They don't. There's like women, there's people, families too, right? Families who have been affected, you know, through all this and things, and things are extra tight. And they're asking, their kids aren't they're like 6-year-old kids, you know, they want like a doll, little girl, you know. This one kid, he likes Harry Potter, right? The kid's 6 years old, 7 years old, right? He's into, you know, whatever, and the girl's like into like little dolls or some shit. And, you know, like go on to Amazon and you message people and like you send them something, you know, to be nice because it'll make somebody happy, you know. I think that's, you know, a nice thing to do. Just be nice, because no matter how shitty your life is, somebody's having a worse day than you are. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's gonna be a bad Christmas for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Where people need to get back to the old times where actually celebrated Christmas by being with people, you know, and talking, and, you know, not texting, doing, you know. I don't get this thing. People answer their phones anymore.
It's got nothing to do with texting, and you know, it's got, you know, I mean,
times have changed for sure, man. You're older, you mean probably older than some of the other folks, and they don't seem to get it. You know, there was a time when people sat around the table and celebrated that their relatives were here for another year that were older. And
what family do you live in? Oh God, that never happened in our house.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
But I sure do. Most of my family's gone, and if they're around now, it's recommended you don't go anywhere near them because of the COVID virus. You'll kill them. You know, I mean, that's the statement put out by all these governors and, you know, CDC. Yeah.
Solar. We've been doing this for like 3.5 hours, and everybody's very, very aware of the situation we live in. People, and that was kind of like what this whole thing is, even with my birthday. It's like people are very limited of what they could normally do, right? Because everybody's very, very, very aware of this situation that we are in and stuff. And like, so being reminded of that and stuff.
My bad. You know, I don't know how we even got into it, really. We went from donuts to this. I don't know.
Well, you did, but
did I?
Yeah.
Well, let's talk about something else.
Yeah.
Well, real quick, if I might, before we leave this conversation, I'd just like to say those events that you were talking about where we used to get together, in my family, those were funerals.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Oh, my mother's funeral was God.
Right. Like we many years ago, we tried to get the family together and say, you know what, we should have some sort of family reunion, because the only time we ever get together is when someone does take a shit. So that was our family reunions, just funeral my whole life.
Yeah.
My mother wanted to for years and years and years, and the literal reaction to everybody, because I didn't understand, because I hadn't been around for long, you know. But anyway, was basically, are you fucking serious? So finally, they got to get. There was a 50th wedding anniversary, which was entertaining, fun. I'm glad it happened, but it was like, it is. I don't know. If you weren't in it was something we all remember is, you know. So, but then after that, it was when my mother died, and the thing about that was like everybody's like at the end, you know, everybody jumps in when somebody dies, and everybody's, you know, all this shit. You know, I'm not going to get into like backstories, but it's like 10 minutes after the service is over, right? Everybody's standing around going, "Hey, let's get a family picture, because we're not all together very often. Who knows when we'll get together again?" And there's a picture like that everybody in my family has, that they'll see it and they'll look at me and they'll go, "Oh, you look really nice in that picture." You see this picture, right? And I don't know if I still have it, but it's oh God. Everybody in that picture is smiling, like, "Hey, smile for the camera," right? I've got this look on my face, like you can just tell if you know me that I am pissed off. And as soon as the picture was taken, man, there's a couple of people in that picture that I've never spoken to since, because I let them know what I thought of them and shit. And there was like there was some alcohol involved, because I had to get really hammered before the whole thing started. But
we have kind of the same scenario, you know. My family is split into 3 distinct groups, and different groups overlap at different times. Like we've got the people that are, for lack of better terms, straight-laced. We have the drunks and we have the potheads. So during the event, like when you go outside, the people smoking all have fucking one-hitters going. And then after the event, all the drunks are doing their thing, right? And of course, the people that are straight-laced always just go home after any of those events.
Well, I mean, there's certain, I mean, there's just certain people like in our my family that we don't talk. It's like nothing personal. It's just
like literally nothing is personal with them.
Yeah, no, it's like
Right.
yeah, it's like you know, if someone says, well, if we weren't brothers, would we be friends?
Yeah, I mean, there's you know, we've talked about that with
yeah.
friends and family for years. You
Yeah.
know, just because you're born into a group of people doesn't mean that you have to like them.
And there are people in my family that I used to be like really angry because they didn't like me or what, and it was like it took me years. It's like, well, they live different lives than I do, right? And as like, and I get it, you know, like people that like me, they kind of get me, you know, you know, I'm not like this all the time, but you know, I can be kind of crazy. I mean, everybody in my family that likes me, you know, they know how I am, type shit. Like, you know what I'm talking about. But a little weird, you know, things like that. But just because somebody doesn't, I really, it doesn't bother me because I really, in the end, although I think it'd be nice sometimes or something to have that connection or something like that, it's not like that important to me that I really give a fuck about at this point in my life. So it's just, and we've spoken recently, but it didn't mean any. I mean, it was nice to see. It's nice to talk to us, but it's like it's not like I have to talk to people all the time in my family. They don't feel a need to talk to me. I mean, I contact certain people every once in a while to say hi. You know.
Yeah, I had an aunt that died. No one even told us she'd been dead like a week till a couple days ago.
What?
I had an aunt that died, and it was my dad's brother's wife, so it's an aunt. She died, and no one even said anything to us till a couple of days ago, and I think she's been dead like over a week.
Yeah.
That's how close my family is, I guess.
Oh,
That's very bizarre. My brother got pissed about it. And,
well, you know, but see, that's how you know, I mean,
that's not how things used to be. That's what we don't understand.
No. Used to be is such look.
There would have been phone calls made, I guess, what I'm saying.
Not necessarily. Look, let me tell you something. And I haven't told this. My parent, when I was in the military, right? And I'm this is okay. My parents actually moved twice without ever notifying me. Do you know how?
What?
Do you know how I found out they had moved?
How?
Because when I hurt myself the first time with my hand, I was in the fucking hospital, and there was a next of kin. I had my parents last known, right? They didn't live there anymore, right? I had to find out later. Yeah. So this whole thing about the way families used to be, you know, that may have been like in your world, but it's not anything like you know, everybody, you know, because like I hate that when people go, oh, we ought to go back to the way things used to be. Well, used to be okay in your nostalgic mind, sure, you know, everybody had a good time around the Thanksgiving table and you know shit like that, and we had such memories and shit like that. But yeah, that's great if you did. But a lot of these things, you know, like I said, when people like, you know, God,
I guess I'm lucky, man. Honestly, I feel lucky.
If you had family, and I'm not. It's not a.
My mom was incredible, you know.
Right, exactly, and I get that. I bet your mom was great, Now, and so but when people like talk about, you know, like, oh, the way, like family values back in the day, things that were acceptable, the way things used to be, you know, if you had great experience, and like I said, this isn't a sympathy thing, but if you had great experiences and all these things, that's a fucking groovy thing. It really is. And I am fucking happy. But a lot of people didn't have those. So
yeah, I'm learning this, you know.
Those good old days, you know, that people want to go back to. Which good old days are you talking? I mean, sure, it was.
Well, my parents are gone, you know. They've been, you know.
People are nostalgic. People are very nostalgic. Would you agree, Paulie?
Yeah, man. I mean, you know, you refer to those like those days. I think of times when like somebody could call you for 3 days in a row and not get a hold of you if you didn't happen to be there when the phone rang because caller ID didn't exist. Answering machines were for fucking super rich people, not me. You know, our family didn't have that shit. I mean, fuck, after I was grown, we're talking, my youngest sister's 3 years younger than me. She would have moved out somewhere around 91, and my parents were still using a fucking rotary phone. You know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah.
Times. I mean, going back to that seems ridiculous.
Yeah.
Now, I think a lot of things where I can get a little nostalgic, like when I got my first phone in my room, or my first TV in my room. You know, the technology we had, or like I said, I've always told people I used to love listening to the ball game on the radio.
Oh yeah,
yeah. So I mean, I was a big fan of that.
Did you used to listen to the Orioles on 910?
No, I didn't live in Baltimore back then. This is when I was a kid.
Oh, okay. Even though I wasn't a fan of the Orioles.
I grew up with Vince Scully and doing the Dodgers, and Dick Enberg doing the Angels, you know, and grew up with like guys, the legends, and you know. But anyway, things were different when things were new. It was like the new thing on the block. It wasn't like a revised version. Like, remember when Princess phones? Remember when you could have a phone on your fucking wall? You know, digital, or like the push button phones.
Oh, that was huge. Having your own phone in a house, and you'd share the number with your parents. These younger people don't realize this. You'd have the same number as your parents, but you just had your own phone hookup.
Yeah,
that was huge. Yeah,
but yeah, with the push button phones, that was when they started the push button phones. That was the beginning of speed dialing.
Yeah, and you could program numbers into some of them really advanced phones. Remember?
No. But see, before push button phones,
click.
Yeah, you had to dial the number. And no matter how fast you dialed that number, it took a certain amount of time for it to go back. So, and if you fucked up, you were screwed. So it was all timing with dialing. But with the push button phones, you could actually dial it. At least this is what they say, because they weren't always as fast, you know, but with the push button phones, you could actually dial the number faster.
I used to, before the touch tone phones, I didn't used to use the rotary. I'm such a nerdy kid that I knew it counted clicks. So I would just go to where the hang up button was and use it. Click, and dial the number just by clicks. It's a little quicker than waiting for the rotary to spin.
Well, that was sinful, and you should repent for that.
I know, right? It pays off to be a fucking nerd, man.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't a very bright kid, and I'm you know, I was just a guy that. But it just, you know, there was a lot of things that, God, I remember when skateboarding was like way different, you know.
There's a lot of things that have happened with this whole safety first thing that I disagree with, right? Like, I know it's going to sound terrible, but when we were kids, you remember asphalt parking lots with fucking ground equipment on it?
Oh, yeah, I've talked about that.
Like, if you fell off of that, you hurt yourself, and you learned not to fall. And
but
you just keep making this safety so safe that don't think there's a learning experience.
Well, they're and that's why they don't have those, because actually a lot of kids did suffer injuries, and that's why they started, because it got beyond a lot of times people will get hurt, they get scabbed up. God knows I've fallen off the swing and got thrown off the merry-go-round, fallen off the jungle gyms. I wasn't monkey bars. I hated those.
Loved them.
Loved them. I was not physically a very gifted child, right? So I used to hurt myself sometimes. But I remember like hurting, right? And a lot of times I don't remember ever getting like hurt, but I remember kids that actually did like really hurt. And I got to the point where enough kids were getting, it's like when they started, I get it. A lot of the ways they did it to start making kids safer was kind of stupid. Like I remember when my kids were little, the playground at my daughter's her daycare was wood chips, and like I said, I remember when bouncy ball cabin, like the playhouses and shit, before people realized that there's a few diseases and certain surprises.
Cesspool.
Yeah. Kids will pee in the fucking, duh. But so it's I remember when kids didn't wear helmets on bicycles. I get that. That was the thing. Like when I was a kid, a bicycle it was how I got to school. It was how I usually went to work, usually before, or even if I had a driver's license. It's how I got around. It wasn't for jumping.
It's how you would socially gather with other kids in the neighborhood.
It wasn't for jumping anything. It wasn't for hopping and going really fast. It wasn't, it was a mode of transportation, period. That was it. So when it comes to bikes, like that's as far as, but now they've got bicycles that, it's, I don't know. They want you to jump things, they challenge you. And I get it. Mountain bikes, who doesn't want a mountain bike? Who buys, you see, there's videos of kids buying mountain bikes and then going out in the fucking mountains and trying to fucking ride down fucking paths and shit like that and hurting themselves. I'm not saying that every kid does that or that it's an epidemic in any way, shape, or form. But when they make bikes for it's like when people buy a high performance car and don't understand what the fuck they have under the hood and how to you know what I'm saying?
See, and I'm a fan of those kinds of things, man. I think the herd should be culled. I think we should people should make mistakes. We should lose some folks along the way. Let people learn. If we remove the opportunity of ever having a failure, then you can't learn from the mistake.
Yeah, but then people get hurt and stuff like that. That's like people that want to like legalize drunk driving. Unless you kill somebody, then it's a fucking crime. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Courtney?
I think there's a difference between putting yourself in harm's way and hurting someone else, right? I mean, I think there's simple lines you can draw. Like, it shouldn't be a law that a kid has to wear a fucking helmet. It shouldn't. If a kid doesn't want to wear a helmet and their parents don't want to make them wear a helmet, fuck it. Go knock your fucking head loose on the concrete. We'll figure this out.
Yeah, and the more they get hurt, the more I stay employed.
There you go. See, it's a fucking win-win.
So, folks, we are advocating right now. Tell your relatives, tell your friends to make sure their children don't wear safety helmets. We're trying to get Christina Blackfeather more work right now. She needs severely handicapped children to nurse.
And don't get the wrong idea. I'm not saying
no,
that.
I know.
I just think that government should have no place in prescribing safety to its citizens.
See, I disagree with that because there's a reason, and it's simple, and I'll stop with that. Basically, there's a reason there are certain laws that people don't agree with, like safety laws. There's a reason that, like I said, you know, they put on a plastic bag. You know, don't give this to a kid. You know, they might choke on it. You know, don't put this over your head. There's a reason they say don't drink hot. You know, don't handle the hot coffee or whatever, because there's something out there, somebody that's not going to like the you know. So yeah,
They just give you a ticket when they pull you over without a thing on. Down in like Maryland, you got to put your helmet on. You hit that Maryland line.
Yeah, so you wear your. I mean, you
got to bring your helmet with you. If you don't wear one, you got to bring it with you.
I don't specifically give a shit if somebody wears a helmet or not. But and you're right. If they get splattered all over the road,
helmet has saved many lives that we know of.
I've seen people that I watched a guy years ago. He was riding honestly too close to a station wagon. Okay. He was riding his motorcycle too close behind this station wagon. And seriously, and they were witness because of what happened. There were people that saw what happened. Anyway, the station wagon started to slow down because it was signaling to turn left. The motorcycle rider then just ran into the back of the station wagon, which was stationary at this point, launching this motorcycle driver through the fucking air. It looked like it was made for TV. This guy was flying through the air. I'm serious. It looked like a rag doll. I was watching one. Yep. He hit the ground so hard. I was between like a vehicle but there was still like I don't know if you heard that. Just you could like literally tell when it, you know. And we went over there, and it's like, trust me, this is way before streamlined medics and EMTs and shit. But this guy was laying there, and he was just fucked. And the one thing I remember was, and I know this is, he was, you know, the one thing I remember was he was laying there, and obviously just fucked. And his zipper was open, and his dick was hanging out. And this lady like ran to her car and brought a blanket because she wanted to give him some sort of dignity, because who wanted to die with their dick hanging out? Right. That was really, you know.
Did he die?
I got to tell you, that's on the list of good things, if you ask me.
Yeah, I tell you, most of the guys I know that wreck put that helmet on, man. If they even ride again, they put that helmet on.
Yeah, and so I mean, the fact that somebody doesn't, to me, you know, it's like, okay, sure. Maybe if you know, they shouldn't be able to tell me how to do, you know, I don't know.
That helmet, Grampy. Talk about the lowest life shit to ever do to somebody. I had a fucking helmet stolen. Literally stolen. We have no idea what happened to it. It's just gone. Someone stole my helmet. Somebody comes in and out of this house, liked it, stole my fucking helmet, probably sold it online. But yeah, talk about a really fucked up thing to do is steal somebody's helmet. I mean, you know, I need to get another one because
Paulie, Or how about like seat belts? Do you think they should have seat belts in cars? Do you think
sure, having a seat belt there is completely fine, but I think it's an optional.
So you like, huh?
I think it should be an optional thing.
Cars are like automatic though, right? The newer ones, all the seatbelt just pulls right on you whether you like it or not.
I remember
again,
seatbelts.
You should be able to disconnect it then if you don't.
I think you can, can't you?
No, you can't.
No, you can't.
It's illegal to do so.
Oh,
yeah, and I that's one, you know, and I think that's
my caddy's
and I get it, you know. Oh, it's my right not to wear a fucking seatbelt, or they can't do that, or how dare them try to. You know, I don't want to abide by the, but to me, that's infantile.
I get Paulie what Paulie's saying. The optional safety, right, is what you're into, Paulie. The option to kill yourself or not kill yourself, whatever, is what you're kind of getting at. The whole helmet thing is it should be your option to wear a helmet, right?
I don't have to wear a helmet. It might wrinkle my dress. I remember that commercial.
Well,
Kid. I remember. Look, I'm serious.
Get what Paulie's saying.
No, and I get it. It used to be a pain in the ass for me when they made seatbelts mandatory. I drove a truck for years with no fucking seatbelt unless I was going through a fucking toll or a checkpoint, right? Seriously.
Yeah.
And it was
now they pull you over, right?
Oh, yeah, exactly. And I got a fucking seatbelt violation one time in Maryland.
Yeah.
I got a $50 ticket.
Maryland's huge on that stuff. And you know that.
Yeah. Law, stuff like that. But you know what?
Maryland has great roads.
Yeah, but still, there's a lot of things that I don't like. I would have preferred not to get that fucking ticket, but I understand why they have limitations, laws. There has to be certain limits you can do, with a motor vehicle. There has to be certain limitations, certain minimum requirements to have a motor vehicle on a public road.
Well, I believe in inspections because the bullshit that people have hanging off the car.
Right, Paul? Do you think there should be
money?
regulations on what people can? Do you think the government should get involved with? I get the whole emissions thing. That's gotten fucking goopy, crazy shit like that. But the whole general I don't know, better standards, better automobiles. Because a lot of people are nostalgic with cars. A lot of cars people are nostalgic with are actually pretty much shitty
they
cars.
They can't make you put newer stuff on an old classic. They can't make you put catalytic converters. They can't enforce any of that stuff on older classic vehicles. Although some don't do that. But Ollie,
yeah.
Insane speakers there behind you. Plus, it looks like you have like a Harman Kardon amp or something to the right. What is that? What do you got going on back? I see it.
That is that's a 1964 Harris broadcast turntable from a radio station here local.
What's the one to the other shoulder? The silk.
Oh, that's a 1966 Akai reel-to-reel purchased in.
Oh, wow.
Dang.
And those speakers look like a lot of mid-range speakers I'm kind of seeing there.
They're mid-range and woofers. Those are 1988 Polk SRS signature reference SDA.
And you got the
they're the flagship of old school
Night,
stuff.
Quasi.
Oh, well, yeah. Yeah, I always check out. You got to do a video sometime showing your speakers and all that. Well, maybe you shouldn't because you could. It's up to you. I'd like to see what all you got going on there. I got speakers all around me right now and amplifiers, fucking guitars, and it's an addiction.
I've got a music library. I got some decent the headphones or the earbuds are fine right now. I can. But like I said, I play a mean. I'm more entertaining than emo howling wolves. Did you see Robbie Battle's review on emo?
Is it from tonight?
Oh, I don't know. I saw it earlier today.
No, I want to see it.
Things?
Robbie, yeah. See, Robbie. And I mean this in a nice way. Robbie's the kind of person. He's like Christina in a way. He doesn't like to say negative things. He tries to be as nice as. Now, sometimes, unlike Christina,
he's been hammered a lot.
Yeah, Robbie's grown. Robbie, but in the end, Robbie's like a.
I'm gonna post the link.
Yeah, he's a nice guy. He tries not to say negative things. He tries to, and if he does, it's probably, not that, but the way he described emo's.
I want to see this.
Oh my God, it's on his channel.
Well, I'm posting the link down here. It's a review of Howling Wolf, right?
Yeah, it's like he's trying to watch it. He's trying to be nice. He's trying to, Well, no, he's trying to be as objective as possible because Robbie's not a dickhead. Robbie's not mean. He doesn't have he likes to have a laugh. He likes to find things funny, things like that. But Robbie's not mean. He's not going to, shit on somebody for, but so he was trying to be as nice as possible.
I'm watching it.
It was just, and
he's trying not to laugh. That's all I see.
He goes, it's probably the only person. And I've listened to Emo's stream, his radio before too.
It says Emo Howling Wolf FM. I mean, does he got what the hell's going on there, Grampy?
He was paying some sort of like $850 a year to be able to play royalty.
I thought it was more than that. I thought it was like fucking a month that would cost you that much or something.
No. Jesus, Solar. I'm explaining to you what he did, not what you thought.
Well, go ahead.
Anyway, he was paying a certain amount of money. Okay, this is the amount that was put out there. Because I've looked into it too about how you can get packages where you can pay so much a year to be able to play like royalty music, things like that to get away with it and stuff like that. And some people actually do, and they make money, or it's part of they do it because they can, or it's not, but he does it because he thinks that he's a DJ, and he's really, horrible. The kids at a junior high, elementary school level, local closed circuit radio station, TV station at the school to learn about technology and communications is, better than the shit he puts out, because it's not a radio show. He plays music and then he says something, and it's just, I know.
Oh my God, look at those things Paulie has there.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Paulie's showing off again.
Well, those shit like that, and it's funny we're saying the stuff from the 80s is nostalgic. Isn't that crazy, Grampy?
Oh,
I'd love to run my Axe effects through them damn things.
Look at the size of them things.
Holy shit, dude.
I had a reel-to-reel for a while. I sold it. I loved it because I had a 3-hour reel of some really everything from Dreamweaver to just all the music. It was the first time I think I ever listened to Motorhead was during this time, and Ace of Spades was big, and there was other bands that were coming out back then that were, or bands that Black Sabbath. I don't know. I had 3 hours of a reel-to-reel, couple reel-to-reels.
What was the first year that not the sidetrack? What was the first year that they that Lemmy and them really nailed it? What year was the first year that they made it onto the radio and that was it? What was that? What year would that have been?
Well, they never really made it on the radio.
Well, dude, they were on the metal channels around here. 93.5 used to play.
But that's not. Yeah, but that's not
making it, in my opinion.
Yeah, but they weren't. But that's making.
They weren't pop culture, is what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
They were like the metal at the time.
They were what?
They were like the Kurt Cobain of metal. I'm saying.
No. First of all, don't. The whole Kurt Cobain reference. No, take that back. Second of all, Lemmy didn't play metal. They played rock and roll. They asked Lemmy what he thought about metal music, and he said, "I don't know. I play rock and roll." And they weren't,
What I was saying was they were underground for a point in time. They were an underground band that became famous. That's very unusual.
They were popular everywhere but the United States.
Right.
They got really popular in England. Hell, they were on Top of the Pops, right? Which a lot of people thought was crazy. They used to be on French TV. They used to be on German TV. It was a different most metal like Motorhead fans, they'll remember things from like in the early days when they were like playing like I said, TV stations and local stuff that you never saw in this country because people but
yeah, I know what you're saying.
yeah,
I didn't mean I thought
everybody liked it.
compared him to Kurt Cobain, but I just meant in a.
So I'm not really a Kurt Cobain fan. I really never gave two shits about
Nirvana
or grunge and shit like that.
Grunge didn't live long, did it? It was like 8-10 years, and it was done.
It was just I don't know. It just like look, a lot of the metal stuff that I like, they pretty much shit on themselves in the end because they were all parodies of the same shit. and then Warrant came out with Cherry Pie, and that was pretty much the death nail in the coffin.
Dang.
And for damn band that was right up. Bruce Lives. What was that band? Oh Christ! They really put a nail in the coffin. I can't.
But yeah, there was a lot of bands that were just. It was like look, I like stuff like Motorhead. There were certain bands like Motorhead that I really didn't like as much.
Mm-hmm.
There were certain metal bands that I really liked, hair metal bands, but there were certain hair metal bands that, they had a couple of songs. It was a time of one-hit wonders for bands to make it. It was a smorgasbord of one-hit wonders for metal music. Kind of like pop music was in the 70s. Metal music, it was a lot of one-hit wonder bands, even a lot of bands that people like, you go, okay, name more than 2 songs. And they can't, right? That's why, and I'm glad you brought that up. I think it was Cheeky Chicka or Adam, somebody in that stream with Von Helton, and I played it. And I actually, if you can notice, that's one time where I never put any music or soundtrack behind it. When somebody in the side chat asked Von Helton about Motorhead, and
didn't sing.
No, he said something. He goes, well, and I'll explain to you after remember he said. Well, they've done. Everybody knows Ace of Spades. They've done that to death. Oh, and then all of a sudden he thinks and he goes, "Oh, and Iron Fist has been done to death too." Okay, first of all, that's a bunch of horse shit. Because any Motorhead fan, it's never. Iron Fist is one of those songs that never got old to a Motorhead fan because it was always on the playlist. Okay, it was the song people. It was one of the songs that people came to see, so just the way, and then they go, okay, and then he's trying to think of like literally one other Motorhead song, and
I saw that. That was funny.
He's like, well, the ones I would know about, they were before you guys would know. It was like in the beginning, none of this.
Yeah.
And I'm like, God, Jesus Christ.
He knew you were watching, man. I bet ya.
No, I don't think he understands. I don't think he's that fucking aware of how stupid he is.
No, he's not.
He chatted for 5 hours alone that night.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. I went to sleep and woke back up and looked up on my TV, and there he was. He was still bullshitting. I couldn't believe it. Alone, no.
Tards don't know they're tarded, but
yeah, look, hey, Ivan. Okay, I get it. I not everybody likes Motorhead, not the sound. I also like Steve Vai. I like Yngwie Malmsteen. I think that's how you pronounce it. There's a lot of different types of music. I'm a heavy fucking Sammy Hagar fan. Me personally, although the original Van Halen, and I know some people don't like this, the original Van Halen was good. It was original shit like that. I think Van Halen with Sammy Hagar was a much better band, which some people don't, whatever, But
I'm in your camp, and I'm not. I think 5150 was one of the best.
I don't.
Van
Yeah,
Halen
I don't.
But after that, I wasn't such a big fan.
Yeah, but comparing Van Halen like with Sammy Hagar and with David Lee Roth is stupid because it was two different fucking bands.
Different eras too. Yeah.
You got two guys singing the song, right?
Yeah.
You know how bad Sammy Lee or what was it?
Diamond Dave.
Yeah, Diamond Dave couldn't do Sammy Hagar. Sammy Hagar can't do Diamond Dave. Neither one of it, because both of them were different. They didn't. So like going, oh, which one was better? It's like, well, there was two of them. I
agree with you there. Comparing them is not, is stupid, kinda, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think
totally different.
But yeah,
totally different, right? Totally different.
It's like
you had the synthesizers, but that was added at the end, 1984.
Yeah,
that was added. I love the album 1984, man. I thought that was absolutely amazing. Panama is like my favorite song in the world.
But a lot of bands, like God, I like Motorhead. You ought to see. I'm in these Facebook groups with Motorhead. There's all these, like, which drummer did you like better, right? Which album? Sure, we like all the Motorhead songs, but of all the Motorhead songs, which one do you like the least? There's all sorts, and I'd be like, why are you asking stupid questions like this? You know what I mean? To me, they're stupid. It's like, because every rendition of a band, everybody likes. A lot of people will talk about something like Frank Zappa. They'll go, oh, I like Frank Zappa. A lot of people don't understand what Frank Zappa and the Mother's Inventions were. Every album was a different cast of musicians. Every album was a different project. Okay, very few, not everybody was on every album. Some people only, it would be hard for them a lot of times to do like greatest hits because
Garage is my favorite. Just got to say it.
Yeah, but they couldn't do Bobby Brown all the time because Frank Zappa didn't sing Bobby Brown. You know what I'm saying? If he wasn't on the lineup, that song just wasn't going to be on the playlist. But
Grampy, Frank Zappa.
I'm an alumnus. We graduated from the same high school.
Really?
He actually graduated the year I was born. So I thought, what they say, no such thing as coincidences.
I like smart people. Frank was smart.
Yeah, he was.
Oh, a lot of people hated him when I was. Oh, geez.
Yeah.
He was that intellectual hippie. In my world, right? When I was a kid, right? I didn't learn about Frank Zappa more or less until after I left the house.
Yeah. Did you ever listen to his son's music? His Dweezil?
No, not really.
He's a brilliant guitar player. I'll give him that.
A lot of people.
Technically, he's good. He's good on the
right. A lot of people can play the guitar. A lot of, and I'm not shitting on his ability. I can't play guitar, but look, there's a lot of people that can play really good guitar, and they go, oh, this guy should have a fucking album or a record, or a lot of times it's how you present. Like a lot of people don't want to be in a band. Some people couldn't handle it. Some people wish they could be in a band. Some people, it's hard
with anxiety disorders, man. Trust me.
Exactly. And so it's one of those things where a lot of people
it fucks with them.
Well,
I understand why people have drinking and drug problems that are in big bands, because to get out on that stage, man, it's you have to drink, or you have to, I'm serious, to calm yourself down, or that have played in stadiums is what I'm kind of talking about,
Well, it's like when I was with mine, any performance, my stage fright would happen after I performed. My anxiety would just shoot through the roof. It's like,
Yep.
Did you ever start, did you ever get finished doing, and when you got done, you started crying?
Yes, I've done that.
I was at a place.
And I didn't play guitar in the band very much. I mostly was a vocalist, and because that's my strength. But it would get really, really hard sometimes.
I in front of about 30 people, and that's not much, but I was not supposed to play. The guitar player didn't show up. They're like, oh, Dan played. Right away, I had to do it. I was like shot up on the area jams, and it went fine because you know why, Christine? It wasn't planned, I think.
Yeah.
I sat around stressing about it all, right? I probably would have dropped over.
Because I think sometimes people are more forgiving with a vocal than they are with somebody who's playing guitar.
Yeah.
Because it's like if you screw up with a guitar and you're trying to keep up with the rhythm and stuff like that, especially when I did like bluegrass and country, and sometimes my guitar would be the rhythm, and if I screwed up, it's big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it's a lot more stress than just getting up there and singing.
Especially if it's amped and it's not acoustic. It's like everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, all I got to say is that I remember one time I was basically told to put up or shut up. And when I did, I'm not going to tell you exactly what I did, but
you'd be okay, sweetie.
And totally nailed it. Seriously, I had to go in the bathroom for like 3 minutes and like cry so people didn't see me. Plus, I was drunk.
What were you doing, Grampy? What do you do?
What do I do? It's none of your business, man.
No.
What do you mean, what do I do? What do you mean, what do you do?
I mean, were you singing? You said if you're performing.
Yeah, it was, and it was nothing special, but there was actually, it was probably, I don't know, there's like 30 people, 35 people and stuff. And when I did it, I actually like got it was like a reception that's like, you know, there was like, I don't know, they were like cheering really fucking loud. And it wasn't that, you know, I was a reincarnation or trying to do anything, but, you know, I just kind of got a little bit overwhelmed, you know, and stuff. And this lady, actually, I'm not kidding.
Well, you got
this lady ran on the fucking stage and handed me $10. And yeah, seriously. And I said, no, give it to the, I'm really not, this isn't a Von Helton story. It had I did King Tut by Steve Martin. And I was told one time, somebody dared me, you know, that's actually my wife and I's like song, but true story. But yeah, I did it. And this lady, she ran on the fucking stage and she handed me $10 and she wanted me to do Monster Mash. And I said, you don't understand. I don't know that song. I mean, I know the song, but I've known the song, like I've known King Tut since, you know, like it was like a real
that was
song.
late 70s, right?
Yeah, so it wasn't like, and I'm not a big fan of like Halloween, like Monster Mash and shit like that. But so I tried it. You know, it wasn't really a big thing. But this lady gave me $10, and so I gave it to the lady that was indulging me and shit. You know, but then my wife says, "Wow, you're actually a paid musician now."
Yeah, you're a professional now. You're that Vaughn. He's got it all over you, Vaughn.
I'm serious, and like I said, it was one of the most awkward moments of my life because this lady just ran up. My wife will take it. She was, you know, and like I said, it's not no grand moment and stuff, but it was fucking crazy. This lady
if somebody tips you, that means you did a good job.
Yeah, and there were people that, you know, and I thought, wow, I did it, you know, and stuff. Not that I was the reincarnation of like whatever, but
oh, musicians are struggling too right now.
Yeah, but see, when Stinky talks about his fucking when he sings his karaoke, see, that's what I see. I've got memories of like going to karaoke and having a good time. And at times when I would drink and go to karaoke, I would get a little bit animated, you know, a little bit, you know, because we always sing better when we're when we have a few beers.
Sure.
But I knew what I was doing. Most people do. I think when Stinky sings his karaoke, you can tell it's almost like he's imitating somebody doing karaoke.
Yeah.
Because that's what the guy looks like on the, you know, when they bounce their head, or every once in a while throw that finger up to make sure that, you know, you're keeping time, that everybody knows that, you know, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. A little bit of air guitar every once in a while. Or
I would die laughing if I seen him karaoke in a place. I would lose it.
yeah,
He claimed the other night it was him. I can't remember the guy's name, G-Man, and the guy with the man bun or whatever. They were talking, and he claimed he had over a 25-year career as a musician, as a singer,
where
on the road. It was him, G-Man, and the guy. What's that guy's name? Lubus. He had said he had over a 20-year career singing in the music industry. It didn't matter what they brought up; he had done it better. And you know, it was funny. I was thinking this morning. I watched the movie An Officer and a Gentleman, right? And there's that point where they all fly down they're all up on that thing, and they simulate an airplane crash, and they go into the water. And the guy Lou Gossett Jr., the CEO, he says about you won't have a damn frogman down there to recognize or to save you next time. And I thought right away about Vaughn saying that he was saved by Navy SEALs in the water. Remember that?
yeah,
SEAL team saved him.
Yeah, at the swimming pool during basic training at Fort Knox, Kentucky.
That's where he got that from, that movie, I think. Yeah.
Well, he got a lot of that. I mean, you know,
I laughed.
yeah, it's like if he went to the Naval Sea Cadet Corps for a couple of years, he probably went to some sort of summer camp thing where they made you jump in a pool, teach you how to use your dungaree pants as a flotation device, the whole bit. Basic, yeah. I went through that too in San Diego.
Right.
So a lot of that stuff, yeah, you know, but so the whole jumping in the pool, but at Fort Knox, now that never probably happened, you know, but the whole, you know, Navy SEAL, it's always got to be spectacular with Stinky. It just can't be, you know, funny thing happened when I hit the water. I realized I couldn't fucking swim, you know, or some shit like that, you know. Somebody had to jump in the pool and get me, you know. I had to learn to swim after that, you know.
It's always over the top, right?
Yeah, it had to be Navy SEALs, like saving them.
Frogmen, SEALs. Yeah, he actually said SEALs, I believe, didn't he?
Oh yeah,
he did. Yeah, I haven't seen that in quite some time, but he said that a number of times. That the Navy SEALs they wouldn't have Navy SEAls there, freaking saving guys in basic training. Give me a break.
No, right, no, I mean, yeah, exactly, and people like literally know that, you know, and stuff. It's just this, it's the stuff that, you know.
Yeah.
If he would just like I said, if he would just talk about his if he would talk about his sergeant, his struggle, his personal struggle, instead of when he was in the military, what he thought he was going to get into, what really happened, instead of being, you know, Colonel Stinky, you know, or right, you know, and being all this important, because it's probably kind of funny.
Yeah,
because I've talked to a lot of people that didn't make it in the Army because it wasn't what they thought it was going to be. I mean, because I don't know, once you until you go in, you really don't understand what you're getting into. Seriously, until you might understand a lot of things, but until it's like a surreal moment, you know.
Christina's losing it over this.
My husband's in the background yelling, "What the fuck?
What?
He goes, what kind of military was he in where they had Navy SEALs standing in the background ready to rescue guys in basic training?"
That's what he said. I've heard him say it at least once or twice, maybe.
Oh my God.
Brags about it too. He's like, the Navy SEAls were there, and he was in Kentucky somewhere, wasn't he, Grampy?
Fort Knox, absolutely.
Knox. I mean, come on, Vaughn. Movies, because Lou Gossett Jr. said this morning, frogmen won't be a frogman there to save you on An Officer and a Gentleman. You can see.
Solar. There's so many movies. There, you could go back. There's so many movies, so many comic books, so many characters that you can point where it
pretended to be.
Well, how long? How many times they counted like different? You know, like what's this? You know, where Stinky get that? You know, we know where he got the German girl from. So I mean, that was, you know.
Now the Vietnamese women.
His grandpa was in Bavaria and was very important there. You know. Don't know
watch
where he
him on a
picked
large
that one up
screen.
from, but you know.
Well,
Where did he get that one from? Is that a movie too?
No, that's me.
Oh, really?
oh, Christina,
Yes.
you know,
And my ancestry tree is public, by the way. Half my family doesn't talk to the other half because of the Third
Really?
Reich and everything. So yeah, he grabbed that one from me.
Gee whiz.
hey, well,
Yikes almighty.
like I said, the Grampy Lobster,
Yeah.
we got surprises tomorrow, folks. Like I said, besides watching the parade, like I said, I was talking with Jello earlier. He knows what it's all about. I have a big surprise, something that I don't know, might change everything. You know, might make some people a little jealous, but it's a thing that's official. And I have a website and a certificate and a receipt
Okay.
yeah, so it's legit, folks.
Sounds awesome, man.
My husband just said that he thinks Hilton's brain pan is leaking.
Well, his one eyeball's
Yeah,
like way to the left. That wasn't like that before,
Yeah.
was it? Like he had a stroke or something.
It's leaking through his feet, Christina.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, those are some gnarly feet. Oh, God. Oh.
Christina, you're in nursing. You know, do you think he has lymphedema? His sister, the way she described it as someone that had, I knew a girl that had it, only one leg. Your feet do look like a Cabbage Patch Dolls because the lymph glands just swell to.
Yeah.
And,
Okay.
that's the
I
way
got
his
it.
aunt described it, her cousin.
Just a second, Solar. I got to help my husband. I will be right back and we'll revisit that one. Just a second.
Okay.
Just curious.
So, Polly. You get
Yeah, I'm sorry, I got caught up in Cabbage Patch Dolls swell.
So, how are you getting ready for the upcoming? Season's going to be kind of different,
Well, I think after tomorrow, the excitement's done. I mean, your birthday, what's left?
Well, that is true. That's true. Somebody actually sent me money, which if somebody wants to, that's thank you. But and presents, and you'll have, like I said, you'll have a chance tomorrow to show your like adulations and stuff like that. And
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna come and tell you I love you,
God,
but as far as more gifts or buying shit, I think I'll put that on hold until hopefully I can maybe see you
your
next
patronage and things like that, and stuff. And it's like we're not, just
I'd much rather have a couple of bucks to buy some pastries than to sit down and have a cup of chai.
Absolutely. Donuts matter. I'm a firm believer that not all donuts are equal. I really am.
That's true.
Seriously.
Damn right.
There are some people that try to pass off some real shit for donuts. I mean, sure, who doesn't like a bag of like little sugar donuts or something like that with a cup of coffee sometimes? But those aren't donuts. Those are like, but when it comes to donuts, if you're going to have donuts, you might as well have good donuts.
What's the best donut?
Yeah, okay, so if you go with a cream filled, do you get Bavarian cream or do you like
go with the Bavarian more.
Good boy, me too.
The whipped cream reminds me too much of like that sugar frosting on birthday cake. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
But making
Sugar and cream. Right.
But yeah, see, that's why,
I'm with you, Mute. I've kind of went crazy on this bacon and maple thing. Like, I found maple and bacon coffee.
See, I don't know that I would, I know people go, oh, but you should try. I've tried some things that were maple and bacon. I'm like, okay, I like maple, right? There's certain things like with diet like that I'm gonna drink it black, maybe with a little sugar, maybe something to sweeten it up a little bit. But basically, I'm using but I found a lot of the flavored coffees don't really. I'm not like bacon maple coffee doesn't sound appealing to me. A lot of candy bar.
It didn't to me either, but I had to try
I
it.
know. A lot of
And I'm the same way with the
Yeah.
flavored coffees. I don't move too far away from black. Like I like a hazelnut coffee. That's about it.
Yeah.
Other than that, maple bacon, that shit is
there's
it's
a lot.
next level.
Actually, hazelnut is the one flavor that I just will not have in my house.
Where are you getting this coffee flavor at there, Paulie? Can I buy it locally or
I'd go to the grocery store, to the deli aisle, the dairy
maple
section.
bacon deal?
Oh, maybe where you live, maybe you can.
If not, just Google maple bacon coffee.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a creamer. It's not an add-on. It's actually in the coffee.
Anyway, Solar, I've seen legs that bad and worse from people sitting and not getting up at all. Mainly they were wheelchair bound.
Yeah.
And they'd have like ankles like this big around.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, and the foot sores and everything. His feet are terrible, and it's because he does not move.
Do you okay? So your belief is
all the time.
It's not lymphedema, is what you think?
It is.
What you
It is
saw there.
lymphedema, and it's
I
because
thought
his
so,
legs
too.
are his legs are down all the time. He never puts them up.
That's what I wanted to ask you. Can lymphedema be caused by someone like him that just sits there all damn day and don't move?
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I figured too. It can be brought on.
But I think we're beyond that. I think we're moving into the realm of necrosis now.
It's possible if he doesn't get any sort of treatment. I mean, it looked like he was treating it with toilet paper.
Oh my God!
When I saw that,
You're lucky it wasn't fucking potatoes.
I wonder if the toilet paper's used.
Oh, gods, thank you. I needed that. I needed that.
When I saw Von Helton's feet, when he pulled up his leg, and then I saw him walking, I had this squishy. I could just feel like it just felt like you ever walk on a sponge where things are kind of like really squishy, and there was kind of a noise when he was walking, like.
Well, the worst thing is he's in a lot of pain. That's not a joke.
Oh no,
those legs hurt, and putting pressure on his feet now hurts.
Yeah, no shit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
He did it to himself by not moving.
I noticed you don't wear shoes when you see him walking through his house. I bet his shoes don't fit anymore.
No, probably not. It's like he's got the legs of Amberlyn Reed. In case anyone doesn't know, she's 517 pounds or something like that right now, and she's
I don't think
5
any of us
foot.
needed to know that.
But she is. Oh, okay. Gee whiz. I can't believe that someone would let themselves go that bad. That's scary.
Yeah. So when Helton's saying he's in pain, he's not kidding.
Well, I imagine so. If he's got lymphedema. He could hardly lift his legs up in that fucking video. He could hardly pick them up. He's like, oh, there's the right one.
Yeah, but you know what? He did show us he didn't have an ankle bracelet on. So
that was bizarre.
So he's not guilty of pedophilia because he's not wearing an ankle bracelet.
But he did have the sores. He did have the sores from wearing it recently.
He's not been convicted of anything.
Someone
he
in his
never said he didn't do it, and I'm not saying he did, right? But so many times when Von Helton, he'll never say things like, "Hi, Maggie, thanks," like he didn't do this or something. He'll defend and not really sometimes I think understanding because of its lack of a lot of things. I don't think he understands what's really coming out of his mouth.
Oh, he defended Bill Cosby last night. Who else? They were all rapists. See that? They were all rapists. And I thought he was kissing the black people's ass on there. I think he kisses the black people's ass that watch G-Man, which there's not many black people that do. It's only a couple people.
Well, there's not a lot of people really. People that watch G-Man are probably 95% more than that, probably. Yeah, just people that are there to have fun because there's people that like him, like Sister Sunshine will come in, and there's a few other people that'll go. Those 8 Jill goes in there a lot. Jesus is Lord, whatever his fucking name is.
I was on 2 nights ago and was only able to get about 4 sentences out, and I was trying to correct Von Helton on how fucking wrong he was.
Yeah,
on everything. He keeps trying to convince everybody the Earth's flat, and his argument was just ridiculous.
Yeah. No, yeah, exactly. And the whole idea that Sneaky's got a platform on Like, I mean, it's gotten down to G-Man.
Yeah,
Oh, Veckel too. He's a mod on Veckel's channel.
Yeah.
Who is? Vaughn.
Helton is, yeah. I don't call him Vaughn. He hasn't earned that title. He's a peasant.
Oh, we're going to get into that.
It gets him extra good. He's James.
Christina? Spoiler?
What is his damn name?
His name is James Paul Von Helton.
He ain't literally okay. It's changed to Von Helton for real in the courts.
Yes.
I thought it was Helton last time in the
Are
courts.
his kids called Von Helton?
No, his last name legally is Helton.
Are the kids and Andrea called Von Helton?
No, they're
No,
Helton.
it's Helton.
Yeah.
Well, good for that.
Yeah, he can change. He can say, he can claim a lot of things, but no, legally, if you look at the court stuff, it's James Helton. It's not Von Helton.
James Paul. Yes, sir.
Yep. Interesting. And it used to be Irving Eugene, which he hates.
Yes.
That's an old school name from the early 1900s. Yeah. Irving. Irving and Eugene was always Gene. I know a lot of people know
I knew a
Eugene
guy
and they
that
go by Gene.
I knew an Irv. I knew an Irv. His name was Irving. People call
And I
him
bet it
Irv.
was Irv the Perv, because why would it be?
That might be why he changed it, right?
Well, you know what? Look, everybody knows my first name. I got having my name sucked as a kid because people would equate it with a woman's name. People would equate it with St. Patrick's Day. St. Patrick's Day, I hated St. Patrick's Day.
It's a Catholic name.
I could wear green from head to toe, and I would still get pinched. I sucked going to school with the name of Patrick growing up where I went. Okay.
My middle name.
My last name rhymes with things like Packer and Whacker and Cracker, things like that. So I went through a lot of fucking shit. So the whole thing, and trust me, I was to the point, I think I was about 11 years old.
Patty Whack.
I would really early, maybe junior high, late junior high, maybe early high school. I was like, look, I really don't give a shit if you make fun of me, but please, somebody do something original because this shit's been the whole, oh, Jesus. Somebody finds out your last name, rhymes with Packer, so you're a butt fucker, you're a butt pirate, you're this or
When I was 10 years old, I had my name changed. Prior to that, my surname was Butler. So up to that point, I was Buttlicker.
Yeah.
Paul Butler?
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
Buttlicker.
Should have been. And you know what, Grampy? I don't equate your name to a name that I'd make fun of. So, I used to fuck with people.
You would think not and stuff like that. But there's certain, it's like,
right.
But people would always go for things that rhymed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if your name sounded like, it's like when you went in the military, if you had a name that just stuck out, you were pretty much a target, and you're probably because they were looking for obvious. If you had a Polish last name, if you had a Southern accent, if they would look for something, and if it was something that they found, a name, they would be reading off a list and see something, Hornbecker. What kind of horn, or what's a, just it's.
I almost cut my finger.
So the more you stuck out, the more chance that there was a possibility that you might become a target. So,
but you made it. You didn't quit after 9 months and go to work in a kitchen somewhere. At least
I didn't have aspirations to be the Punisher either. So,
oh man, that is hilarious, isn't it?
I went into civilian capacity after I got out of the Army. So
they came up to him when he was reading the manual, because that's what he always did. Private Von Helton would be reading his manual. He said, "Oh, I love that. I laughed so hard at that."
War coming, and we're not ready for it. hey, let's go tell the captain what you were just talking about. Yeah.
Well, it's like
Yeah,
my
they were looking for him.
husband said too, is it's not like they don't keep the manuals in the tank like you would in a VW or something like that, where you open the glove box and you got your auto manual in there for that.
Well,
specific car.
actually, you would keep like your maintenance. Some of it you would keep in your vehicle because it was part of your
sub-manuals.
Yeah. So
well, the big thing is he predicted Storm and Norman would run the whole campaign 10 years, well, let's say 8 years in advance. Okay. How in the hell would they have known to have been like, look, because they would have had to have been psychic also to be like, look, he's predicted exactly who's going to run the war, where it's going to happen. Think about it, because he was in the army, what, in the 83, 84-ish? Had to have been that years. He graduated high school around 82.
And it wasn't, the war wasn't a surprise either. This was kind of something that they knew was coming. And so, for him to say, well, they were unprepared and they were surprised by it and all of this. No. And
when Saddam invaded Kuwait, right? Is what you're talking about.
Figures in that whole thing too.
You're talking about when Saddam invaded Kuwait.
Yes.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. How on earth would, said that when I'm saying to his CEO, how would they have known ahead of time? 8 years. I'm giving the benefit of the doubt. It's probably longer than that. How would they have known? Oh my God, he knows what's going to be.
Look, this is my perspective, and this is just my only perspective. I think the part about his lieutenant or somebody finding him in his tank is probably true. Most likely, I'll bet you that was fucking true. I have a strange feeling that he would talk a bunch of this shit. People didn't want to be around him. He would disappear because he had a misconception about what the United States military actually was.
They're sleeping.
And he wasn't popular. I think maybe there were times where they couldn't locate Private Helton. So it was like, let's go find him again.
He done wandered off.
Yeah, exactly. He's out training or some doing something, And I have a strange feeling with the lieutenant, like whoever it was, probably staff duty officer, who was in charge of the motor pool or the track park, like guards or something. They reported that he's over here, and so they probably contacted him, went into the tank, and said, "Yeah, okay, that's good. Now let's go talk to the first sergeant, and then after that we'll go talk to the company commander, battery commander, whatever, and we're gonna have a discussion and everything." So when he went in there and he told the one sergeant what happened, because remember the lieutenant said, "Tell the sergeant here what you told me." That part's totally true.
He was up shit's creek at that point.
So when they said, "Okay, now let's go talk to the captain," that's pretty much
CIA.
That's pretty much when they were like, "Okay, something needs to be done." And I think that's when he's, I guess he thought when they were explaining to him that maybe the military wasn't the right choice for him.
Psychic spy.
Yeah.
With MK Ultra.
No, because
and with the rank of the individuals that he talked to, this isn't like it was a fucking commandant, right? Like this would have been just a platoon leader.
Yeah, exactly.
A sergeant or a staff NCO, and then a captain above that platoon, and then he would have reported to a fucking major or a colonel or you know what I mean? Like
it didn't even have to go past the captain in order for anything. Right? And the whole thing about getting a year, to get a transfer. Like when you go to a unit, if you haven't been there for a year, tough shit. You're not going.
Exactly. That's the way a fucking duty station works.
Yeah. You could put yourself on levy to go anywhere. People used to put themselves on levy to go to Germany to get out of fucking places when I was, or people would put them, and that at best is a year for like people that have been in the military, and have like re-enlisted, and
tours.
Yeah. So the fact that he was in the military for probably at his permanent duty station for, I don't know, I'd say less than a month before they started having problems.
Maximum, at the absolute maximum, would have been 90 days, dude.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So he's upset after 3 months that they're not in the field all the time and shit like that. It's very simple to get rid of people. Like, they don't have to deal with you. The draft is not there. They're not that desperate for, soldiers. And they will weed you out if you're not going to,
if you're a shit bag.
Yeah, if you're a shitbag, it's just, and the fact that, he got offended by that or some shit like that. First of all, I don't think no one's hearing Stinky. I'll bet you he probably did say something to his sergeant when his sergeant said, "I want you out of my army." I'll bet you Stinky probably did mouth off and say something like, this is your army, my parents. And I'll bet you that's one reason why he wasn't welcome in the United States Army anymore, because he didn't have the ability to.
So in other words, you think he pissed somebody off?
I think he pissed everybody off.
Yeah,
but not because he was a badass, just because he was a shitbag.
Yeah,
like the movie, like Private Pile did in the movie, freaking Full Metal Jacket, kind of.
No, but you wanted to like Private Pile. He was a good guy.
Oh yeah,
he wasn't a bad person. Stinky's just a complete fucking douchebag,
Know it all. He probably argued with everybody all the time because he can't help himself. He's got to fucking argue.
Yeah.
And I still kind of believe his thing where he, over the years the stories changed as to what divisions were that he had, but I kind of believe that part. And he opened his mouth and said things, and of course, now he opens his mouth and says things, and it's just the weirdest crap that comes out that you've ever heard. He was doing that back then, but I still think he fully believes everything he says.
Oh yeah,
so
I think so too.
Probably had been a bullshit spinner back then, and everybody's like, "Oh, screw it." And then he tells, "Well, I had this dream, and we're going to have this happen and everything." And the officer's like, let's go talk to."
Yeah, this guy's got no business.
Oh, I see your interpretation of it. Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, his lying is habitual, right?
Yeah. He believes what he said.
And people that are like that have been like that since they knew what telling a lie was. He's probably done it his whole life.
Yeah.
That's why he was. Oh God! When he used to talk about he goes back in the 60s and 70s type shit, and I'm like, okay, in 1970, okay, I was 10 years old. Bug 4 years younger than me, so at best he was 6. And
I thought about that too.
He remembers so much about the 70s, right?
Yeah.
Okay, in 1980, I was 20 years old. Von's 4 years younger than me, so he would have been 16. At best, in the 70s, 16 years old, right?
Yeah.
The 80s, same thing, right? 30. That's my lucky. That's how my birthday kind of ran. So I never forgot how old I was. But seriously, it always helped. But yeah, it's just, and I'm like, damn, man, how do you get all this done? His timelines, right? So like if he was like doing certain things for 25 years, that would have been like from 1980 like to what, 2005? Am I correct? Or would have been 25 years? Okay. So for that many years he would have been, in the music industry or 15 years, say 1980 to 1995, he was a big top DJ type. So all these timelines, they just intersect, which makes his Mandela effect thing.
And then that video of him when he's younger just debunks it all, where he's standing there with the Led Zeppelin shirt on, the glasses. He says, my old lady would have killed me or whatever.
Yeah.
So he wasn't doing nothing. He wasn't out running around. He weighs like 100 pounds, because he's only 5'4" or whatever. He's not tall at all.
But I just think it's to me, it's the, like I share a lot of weird, dumb shit that I've done, in like military or civilian like that. And I'm sure Vaughn's got some crazy fucking stories that are probably funny, entertaining. You know, if you know, yeah, when I was younger, yeah, but he's got to be the hero. He's got to be. I mean,
the best.
Yeah, it's like no. Sometimes you were just a participant. You know.
What's really, really sad is, I mean,
like
even looking.
Gump, you know.
Oh yeah, even looking at his family tree. His family tree is freaking interesting. He doesn't have to make anything up.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm sure he had things in his life that he could come up and tell wild teenage stories of stupid stuff he did and be truthful about it. And we'd be all going, hell yeah. Okay. You know?
Probably those stories would probably include more of like jerking off to his
No,
friends.
because we know about who bought weed for him. We know about the iguana that pissed on his weed before he smoked it. Like, we know those things already because we know the people that did it. He doesn't have any cool stories.
The problem is I don't think he knows what the truth is anymore.
Yeah.
You know?
He's caught in his own world, which I think is funny. By the way, folks, I just got off messaging my liver, and my liver is still doing fine.
Yay,
That's fantastic news.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking about creating a new account for maybe rename
Grampy liver
or something. I don't know.
What about Grampy liver?
Nah.
Lobster liver.
Yeah. Wonder if a lobster has a liver. I don't know.
Oh, it's probably got something that helps do the same
a
thing.
filtration unit.
Yeah, it's probably got something like that.
The lobster
like
filtration unit.
It's basically a filter. Like basically, your liver's a filter. For goodness sakes.
Yeah.
I fucked mine up. I'm sure of it.
Well, I didn't always take my care of mine and the best, and I went through some treatments, and although
we've all made bad decisions for sure.
Although
I do have a little input here real quick.
That?
Does a lobster have a liver?
Yeah.
According to Cook's Illustrated, the soft green mass in the body of a cooked lobster is a digestive gland, sort of like a liver and a pancreas combined.
There you go.
Oh, wow.
Oh, and Gertrude, I don't know how to knit.
Oh, she's been knitting for a long time. She's good.
No, I've never knitted.
That's not knitting.
Oh,
no, I'm sewing.
Oh.
Speaking of lies that Stinky can't keep straight, I don't know how many people caught his last tirade about me, and the story has now evolved to I found a place to put Andrea and her mom and had orchestrated this big fucking deal with them. And quite frankly, anybody that knows the real story knows, right? But like, what my plan was in my head before this shit escaped into the ether was, after she's gone, he's not going to be able to take care of these kids. I bet I can arrange something to get them a good house. You know what I mean? Like, it's amazing how much it's devolved. But I never talked to either one of them about any of that. But in his mind,
next you're part of the elites and you're a reptilian. I mean, the story's going to get bigger. He's going to reveal all, Paulie.
Paulie, weren't you like that number that came up? Weren't you talking about like more of a cost of legal fee? It was
for an arranged adoption. Like just try to make everything comfortable for everybody and do it as it doesn't even matter. But that's what I know.
But it devolved into.
Are the kids going to school? Because I saw that he went to bed. Somebody made a video. It's all video.
A lot of
them going to bed when they're to go to work, right?
A lot, but he stayed up till 8:30 in the morning to do a video. His kids are getting ready for school, so I don't know. Around here, they've got schools back on remote because our state is like breaking records right now with
the work. I think, isn't it, Paul? Didn't your county one of the worst? You said, because
our county was top 3 like 3 weeks ago. We're coming back down now, but with the way they're doing the school here is they do every other day for in-school session. So only half of the kids are there every other day.
Now we've gone back to.
And then they still have the option of remote learning as well. Like a friend of mine and his wife, their son hasn't even went to school this year. Like he's done all of it remote.
Yeah. Yeah, they've gone back to our state right now. Apparently, is breaking some, like, I don't know. It's kind of hit this place area pretty bad. I don't know about statistically, but the thing is, like, our governor, like, I thought was doing a great job, and a lot of people, but you got a lot of people out there. The Thanksgiving season, fuck the, you know, I mean, saw people walking around like airports. They've been having more of these anti-mask rallies and shit because somehow their people's, you know, rights are being violated because, you know, the require, you know, it's, you know, how dare them tell them to wear a mask. Same people that want to throw their pro-life shit at you. A lot of these people, you know, they're pro-life, you know.
70, just got through it. 71, 72. He had some other things, but now he runs around handing out masks. He was a guy that didn't wear masks and shit before.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that have been you can see a lot of, you know, like out here they've got field hospitals opened up. That's how bad it's gotten, you know, and like I said, our governor has been one of the leading people to. I mean, there's memes around about our governor, like peeking in people's windows and shit like that. She sounds like somebody. She sounds like your mom or your grandma, the way she'll talk. Like when people were like the masking and social distancing, she'd get on the camera and she goes, "Just knock it off," you know. So there were like T-shirts of our governor, like just saying, like, "Just knock it off," because you know,
I'm not really sure about it.
Why do you? Because some people don't want to be told they have to do something.
Yeah.
You know, it's like already with this vaccine, there's people that literally know absolutely nothing about the vaccine that are telling you that somehow it's going to fucking hurt you. It's going to affect you. Because now apparently they found out that, and this happens with any vaccine, is they're finding out early on that some people are going to have an allergic reaction to it.
That would be me.
It's more than some.
Yeah.
It's all.
Well, I don't know actually, because, you know, I mean, like I said, for years I didn't get flu shots. I'm very weird about flu shots. I understand more with my age why flu shots are more important to me.
Yeah.
Or like a pneumonia shot. There are times where, I've gotten a flu shot, and for some reason, day later, sick as a dog, something like that. Sometimes a couple days. It's been explained to me how that's not necessarily, you know, it can be. There's a lot of reasons that could have happened, but in the end, you know, and like with the vaccines, they're always chasing the next strain.
Yeah.
You know, some vaccines work better. But it's the fact that they're searching for that vaccine. Polio they didn't have a vaccine for polio till what, 1952?
Yeah.
So when people weren't getting polio anymore, it wasn't because there was a vaccine. I still remember when people were recovering from polio. Do you know why there's no more polio? It's because there was a vaccine. They got it, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people ended up dying or suffering from the effects of polio later in life, but their quality of life was better. And a lot of people didn't get polio because of that vaccine. There's going to be side effects with everything. And some people, side effects are bad enough where it's not worth it to them, right? When you start taking medication, which I'm not all against right now, you know, for certain things, you know, something might make me feel a little bit different. Yeah. Is it going to hurt me? No, I'm going to trust people that actually do this for a living. You know what I mean? Instead of people that go, well, you know what? I don't trust it. You know, they put eggs and all sorts of goofy shit in vaccines and shit like that. And Bill Gates is trying to put an implant in you. And, you know, it's like when they literally know nothing about what the fuck they're talking about.
Well, if a shitload of doctors take it,
I don't understand enough of what's in it to have a conversation. If somebody I was talking to Doc, or I needed to leave a message when I go off grid, or I'm not totally off grid, but when I don't talk, sometimes for a few days I ignore people. I'm not really ignoring, but anyway, Doc Savage had messaged me recently again and said that he wouldn't mind coming on my show again. I'm hoping to have him, but he's talked about like the virus thing, how things are spread, mutation or whatever the fuck he's, there's so much, there's so many people out there that they're afraid that, I don't know what they're afraid of. They think everybody's trying to kill them. They think everybody's trying to poison them. I think if people think that vaccines are there to like kill you or some shit, I think people that think that are I don't know, should question a lot about what they really think, or what
I guess where I'm coming from is this, and I'm not an anti-vaxxer by any means. I understand why they work and how they do, but if vaccinations are the end all, why do you care if someone doesn't get one if you do? For instance, if you get a vaccination, you now have the immunity to take on whatever it is. Why should you care if someone else gets a vaccination?
Because
an interesting
because
point.
the more people that get the vaccination, the better the herd immunity is overall to protect those people who can't get vaccinated.
Makes sense to me.
I that's a good point. I understand. I still don't.
Organ transplants can't get vaccinations, especially young population with organ transplants. There's a lot of autoimmune diseases where vaccinating would actually cause a lot of harm.
Sure, I'm autoimmune myself. I get it.
Yeah, my concern with getting, hopefully in my area, since I'm in Minnesota, I'm the first wave that's going to get the vaccine for COVID. I'm hoping they don't use the Pfizer one because I am one who has anaphylactic reactions to a lot of weird things, including the shingles vaccine. The first dose of it, I couldn't get a second dose because I went into shock.
Well, then you can't get it, can you, Christina? You can't get the shot from what they're saying.
I'm going to have to get a note from my doctor probably to say that I can't do it. Otherwise, I'm probably going to have to be monitored really close to make sure that I don't have a reaction to it. Shot doesn't bother me, but I am concerned that other nurses with allergies have already had bad reactions to it. So it's like that puts me in a really sensitive category at that point.
Yeah, I with this particular one, I have some hesitance. Like there's this rush to market with this.
Yeah, I don't like that at all.
Unlike any other vaccine that's ever been put out.
Yeah.
We have look, the technologies we have, people.
But technology doesn't let us know what happens over a long term, right? I mean, look, here we'll just go back.
Yeah,
In the late 50s, there was this really cool drug that they pushed to market, and it was for morning sickness. This is like
thalidomide.
Yeah, exactly. And they pushed this thing to market. Unfortunately, it took 4 years before they realized how bad they fucked up. And every woman that got vaccinated between her 4th and 8th week of pregnancy had babies with fucking no limbs. They had little tentacle shit, right? We created shit babies off of this push to market before things were tested properly. That's the only thing that worries me about that.
The thing with this vaccine, with this like rush to market and everything, there's people that have been saying it's taken too long now. There's people that think that if we wait another year, they found something that, and I don't think they're doing something to do something. I think that they found they had, good results with clinical, and sometimes things get, it's like, look, we've never been through something. So when is too soon? When is it long enough to find something, like every vaccine there's a lot of vaccines, like I said, that people are going to have side effects. I mean, when you inject anything into your body, right, whether it's good for you or whatever, it makes an effect on your body. Some things that are meant to be really good for people don't work like that in everybody for some reason, bro. Just think like different medications people react differently. There's gonna be side effects. No, I don't think anybody, when it comes to that though, you hope for, you're not going, oh yeah, well, you're looking for best case scenario. You're like, look, we're getting a pretty good result with this. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Because like I said, this is a time we've never been through. If they wait another 6 months, people are going to be pissed. What are they waiting? Because so they're in a fucking like no-win situation.
Yeah.
People are shitting on them right now because we haven't come up with all the technology. Why can't they just come up with a vaccine, right? Because they have to learn about it.
Right.
There's going to be a better. There's going to be improvements along the way, but at least at this point, people are they're coming up with something that is benefiting, people. And like I said, some people probably they're going to find out probably shouldn't have this one, right? It's something that goes along with. There were people that were allergic to the fucking polio vaccine. Did that stop the polio vaccine? No.
I don't know that it was necessary either. By the time the vaccine happened, the numbers were such a downturn that who knows, right? If we didn't have a vaccine, it may have played out the same way it did. The thing with this is,
God, you're such a.
I think Pfizer's claiming 94% effective rate over 30,000 people that have been in their test trial. So, I mean, 6% of the people that are exposed get sick anyway, which is just as high as the natural immunity numbers. It doesn't seem to be making much of a difference as far as effectiveness to contracting the illness. Now, the death rate obviously may be different, but there hasn't been enough testing of the subjects to know that.
But it has to start sometime. If they, how many people do you want?
But does it? It's a natural thing for us to come in contact with things that get us sick, and some of us don't live through it, right? I don't know. I mean, I'm. Don't get me wrong. I'm not pandering one way or the other. I'm just speaking my concerns.
I'm very sorry that I don't share those same concerns. I mean, or not. I just don't look at it like that. I really, I find it kind of sad that that's how some people look at it. I really.
Well, I'm saying statistically, it doesn't seem to change the numbers.
Yeah,
I'm kind of a weirdo with like the antibacterial soaps and all that shit too, right? I don't think we need all that in our lives.
Oh, antibacterial soaps.
No, I get that.
Anyway.
Trust me. I used to sell kitchen stuff like the restaurants. I remember with the hand sanitizer and the Perel hand sanitizers and the liquid soap dispensers first came out. I was one of the first people to put them in restaurants around Baltimore and Washington, D.C. I mean, a lot of, I was selling, and we would tell them in the beginning that like it doesn't cure everything, but people were so, it's like, it's the same with when you utilize it correctly, if you use it for its intended purpose, it's a good tool to use for cleaning.
Night Solar.
Okay. If you, but people were using like hand sanitizer instead of washing their hands. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A lot of people, they were taking antibiotics. People were getting fed antibiotics for every time you had a sniffle. I just take some antibiotics. Your immune system builds up to a certain point where if you really get sick, antibiotics aren't going to do shit for you because you've got so many of them in your body. It's like nothing. You know what I'm saying?
And the bacteria become resistant to antibiotics too, and that makes a whole
Yeah.
Another major problem. Plus, the chemicals they use for antibacterial soaps actually are harmful to the environment as well, and harmful to the individual. So yeah, I bring my own soap into work in home care and stuff because
you don't know what chemically, you know.
I don't want to end up using the antibacterial soaps for everything. Washing dishes is one thing, to have antibacterial dishwashing
Food
soap.
service.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
that's
well,
one
in my
thing.
sink,
But my
I've
own
got
skin, no.
like if I'm cooking or something like that, or I need to wash my hands, I'll go to my sink and I'll like hot water and like Dawn dishwashing detergent. You know.
Yeah, and that's just fine. You know.
Yeah. But no, it just I think people tried to feed themselves too many vitamins and take too many precautions with antibiotics. You know, better to be safe than sorry. Better fill them up. You know, it's flu season. Load them up with antibiotics. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then, you know, they get them filled up with so many that when you actually get sick, it's not gonna, you know. So, yeah, you know, I don't know. I trust the doctors. You know, I've had like 2 tests come back negative. I don't put myself at risk any more than I have to for that purpose. I think let me see. I'll have a couple of more appointments that'll be rescheduled to either. It's great being able to see your doctor on the phone. Not video. How you like when you talk to him on the phone? It's like, how you feeling? Well, I'm okay. Your blood pressure like this. You know, how you feeling? Is everything, you know? And it's a pretty quick. I don't have to drive to Providence or something like that. I can do Zoom with my therapist, which is coming up pretty soon. I don't need to go out. There's not a reason for me to go out. You know what I mean? I know there are people that go out there. It's sad that businesses are going out of business.
Yeah.
And going down. I mean, there's restaurants around here that's it's really bad. But like I said, my
own's been affected, you know. A lot of the craft shows and pagan pride and everything we had nothing this year. So
I mean that's it's a thing because you want to be as safe as possible, but so I mean I don't think it's like the fact that they're coming out with a vaccine that's like what 96% effective. I think you said. I don't know, for that fast. That's not too bad, you know.
That isn't, as long as the percentage of people injured by it isn't really high. You're going to have people like, I think actual vaccine injury is 1 in 250,000. I've taken care of a couple kids that had injury from the MMR, and they were full quadriplegic. So this whole thing about causing autism is bullshit. But you can have a kid that has an allergic reaction when they're immunized, and they're a full quad, non-life support and everything the rest of their life after that. But it's extremely rare. You're going to have casualties like that regardless, with any medication, any vaccine. You know, it's a risk regardless what you do. I had to be taken off of medications because I had bad responses to them. You know, I mean, there's certain people in the population that cannot handle certain things. And I mean, that's just a given, you know, it's going to happen.
I've had to, I've had to accept certain things. When it comes to side effects, I've had to, like certain things, like there's been like medications that I've been on before in my life where that people are having, like they couldn't explain to me why I was on these medications and shit. for years. They had me fucked up. So I mean, and I'm not a pill person. I am the last person. I used to like a lot of speed, you know, shit like that when I was younger, things like that. But yeah, I've been on. So I know what medications, but you know, like I've been on, like Jesus. When I found out how much Lexapro at one point that I was fucking taking,
Oh,
you know,
geez. Yeah.
I was taking twice the recommended. I had to get special permission, right? Or special because it's a like regulated type shit. I was taking twice the recommended dosage, daily dosage max for Depakote and Lexapro.
Wow.
And what was really crazy for me was when I found out that a lot of these medications I was on for years had a street value. I thought that was so crazy. I'm like, what, people take this to get high? I mean, what the fuck? And then somebody was telling me about, oh yeah, people get high on Lexapro. And I'm like, what the fuck do you get high on Lexapro? Or Depakote, you know, I mean, and it's like, God, people will take anything if they think somehow.
My thyroid medication, people steal it and get high off of that by snorting it.
Yeah.
I would have never thought. I found that out from a paramedic I worked with. I'm like, oh my God. I
was shocked when I found out that people were drinking hand sanitizer because it had alcohol in it.
Oh.
There are people, I mean, I knew people years ago. I knew a guy that would drink a bottle of Old Spice or aftershave.
Oh, yeah.
Or, you know, things because the guy used to get sick as fuck. But after he threw up and everything, he thought the buzz was really cool, you know. Like
drinking NyQuil, you know, stuff like that. Some of the things people would sneak into the psych hospital to get stoned off of were just amazing.
Oh, yeah. And trust me, I came, you know, I mean, yeah. Who hasn't?
Yeah, I think that's why your headache is about the equivalent of the one I'm getting. So I think I'm going to log off.
Am I giving everybody headaches?
No. I've been sick all week and it's not COVID. Got tested, got the result. But I mean, I missed the whole week of work and I'm still on the recovery stage of it. One of my patients had gastro something and puked all over me, puked all over everything. And I caught it. You know.
I'm not sure what the fuck I got. The past couple of days, I haven't felt real well. This morning, I woke up with a fucking terrible migraine headache, like one of those that takes the vision out of you.
I'm getting it down.
I went and puked real quick, and then I laid down on the bathroom floor after I threw up, and I fell asleep for about an hour and a half. I got back in bed.
Floor is a beautiful thing.
Well, I slept most of the day, but my fucking eyes, look how swollen they are.
I feel like you can see the bags under mine, too. Mine look like I've been punched.
It's like you've got 10 rounds, Rocky.
And my whole fucking body hurts.
Yeah.
That's the way I had been all week. And yeah, it's just like it's taken its toll. And I'm working tonight. I'm back to work, so that's gonna help. But
that's good.
Well, on a lighter note, have you guys seen the election news today? Have you seen
what the fuck's going on with that now? I mean,
well, it's kind of interesting there, Grampy. So Texas filed this lawsuit against the 4 states, you know, Pennsylvania, all that shit, right? And the grounds for the lawsuit seems to be very legitimate. Like in those states, they have constitutional law that says if election changes are going to be made, it has to be legislative. It isn't just up to the commission board. And they made changes, so that's fair. But 17 other states hopped on this fucking lawsuit today. So now there's a total of 18 states and their attorneys general that have put their name on these fucking lawsuits. So I can't imagine that if there's evidence that they're seeing that we're not, maybe because if I was a fucking attorney general for any state and it wasn't my state this was going on in, I wouldn't have gotten involved unless, you know, there's some reason to. So, anyway.
What are the
I'm going to log. You guys have a good night.
So what is this lawsuit? You're saying that they're finding evidence that the election was rigged or some shit, or
no? There's so like every state has their own election laws, right? Like
right. I get that.
From this time to this time, the polls are open. Anything after,
right.
So like in Pennsylvania, for example, the Secretary of State took it upon themselves to extend the time that the election could take place without having it go through legislation and having the law changed.
Oh.
So the secretaries of state or the election officials broke the constitutional law in those states, in those 4 states.
Jesus fucking Christ.
So it's interesting. It's something that we haven't seen before, you know?
Yeah, exactly. It's I don't know, grasping at straws. It's pathetic. I mean, it's a goddamn.
Hold on, I won't say that.
No, I really do. No, I get it. And like, look, there were around here. There were people that couldn't get out. I mean, like I said, pandemic going on. There's a lot of things that happened during the election, probably that have we've never gone through before. All right. So the fact that they gave people in this time maybe a little bit of extra time, because like I said, shit's going on. I really, to me, it is grasping at straws. It's like, are you fucking serious? Shut the fuck up. No, it's any other time, sure, maybe if they go, you know what, we're not getting enough votes into that, folks, so we're going to keep this thing going for another 14 hours, try to get the votes up. I don't think they were thinking like that. I think they were giving people a legitimate, whether it's legal or not, if they're going to start doing, that's bullshit. I don't think it would have mattered to begin with. I don't think, because if it would, I mean, I don't know.
I don't care what the intent was. I'll just say if it happened in my state, right? If the Secretary of State let something happen that was illegal in what should be the most legal proceeding we do every 4 years, I would have a problem with it. That's all. And, I mean, the law is written that way for a reason.
Yeah, but I get that. I do. Yeah, a lot of, yeah.
Right. It comes down to like the safety laws and shit we were talking about earlier, right?
I'm all for safety laws.
It's a law for a reason. So exactly. You can't just let somebody fucking break it whenever they want to.
No, that's not even close to what do you have any things that you could argue that have gone on in the last probably year that so many ways could be ruled unconstitutional because people were told they couldn't do something. People were told they couldn't have certain things. People were told, you know what I mean? So when they start, when they're like, I don't know, this election was the craziest thing that's ever happened to this country.
Sure. Yeah. Absolutely.
I don't know. I don't, whether it's illegal, you gotta, to me, this is one of those, I don't know. I'm trying my best not to like just get pissed off because I think
it's not worth getting pissed over.
No, because I think
it's an interesting thing.
I think this whole election has been just shit on. I think the offices of the presidency has been shit on for long enough. And I think the way that Trump just won't fucking let go. The same thing. He tried the first time. He was claiming the first election was rigged. Guess what? Then he won, right? He was already claiming it was rigged before the fucking election this time, right? But he got.
Yeah, but this isn't. In fairness, this isn't Trump, man. You know what I mean?
No, it is Trump. It is Trump. There's like a Trump mania. There's a Trump culture. There's a Trump. He's marketing himself.
But these are attorneys general. You know what I mean? These are not. I mean, in all fairness, I don't want to just sweep their career under the rug. I mean, all of these people are. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and on so many levels, I really don't give two fucks, Paulie. I really don't. I you know what? And you go call it being a hypocrite, calling it whatever the fuck you want to call it, right? I personally don't give a fuck, right? I think what was done in this election by the sitting president of the United States until January is a disgrace to the office of the president that a lot of people, even when they haven't had a president that they were really fond of, has just totally shit on for the last 4 years. And the fact that he didn't get his like second term and shit. I can't believe another time in history where I've thought, I have never once referred to Trump as President Trump. Not once. That's the closest I've ever come to even saying those words, okay? Because to me, he's a con artist. I really don't give two fucks what the goddamn election laws are. He's a con artist. His family's a con artist. He's never done anything. I mean, he's a showman. That's all he is. He's got a product and he's pushing it. And the fact that he didn't win the election and now he's like going to the depths, oh, legal or not, oh, constitute, whatever the fuck. I really don't seriously give two fucks the legalities of much of anything at this point, because Trump hasn't given two fucks about a lot of legality shit, you know, for 4 fucking years. And the fact that, you know, he might get a loophole that might find, to me, is reprehensibly just shows how much of a scumbag he really is. So, yeah. Can we move on?
Yeah, man, we talk about anything you want.
Yeah,
I just thought it was an interesting. It was just an interesting tidbit, you know.
You know what? I seriously, but you know, and I kept trying to say, Paulie, I don't give a fuck about Trump. I really don't.
Well,
you know,
and I don't either. Going, oh, I don't like that.
And like debating or going, yeah, but this is kind of crooked. At this point, fuck that. Period. Fuck it. I really don't care. I don't. It doesn't matter to me. Even people that used to kind of like Trump because he was different, they're running away because they realize what kind of a shitbag the man really is. And the fact that he's not getting his way right now, and the shit that's going on, just, you know, I mean, the day of the inauguration, the day they're going to swear Biden in, he's having a Trump rally. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's got.
He's a shithead. I don't argue that at all. I never have.
Yeah. So, like arguing whether something's legal or not with Trump, I really don't give a fuck. I don't.
Yeah, but I don't see it as Trump. I see it as Republican and Democrat, right? Because it isn't just him. Like, yeah, it's us. This changed the outcome for the entire fucking state. Like,
yeah, no, I don't care, Paulie. How much do you want me more to explain? I
just don't want you to think that I'm hopping on a Trump bandwagon, right? Like, I want you to understand this is not.
Yeah, but you're trying to argue for something that look, how many lawsuits have they already thrown out there, pissing in the wind? You know, there's judges that have literally said this lawsuit is stupid. It's got no basis. It's got nothing to it. So the fact that they might have some sort of legal loophole around the fucking corner that might make them, I don't know, seriously. I just think Trump is a terribly evil man. I don't give a fuck. The only thing I hope doesn't happen to Trump, I hope he doesn't get assassinated. I really do, because people that get assassinated get martyrized. You know, people make, you know, heroes out of, you know, people like that. You know, I really believe that. But I honestly think, you know, there's nothing about arguing. It's like, well, this might be legal, or we're beyond that point. You know, it's not even, it's to me, it's not against, it's not Democrats and versus Republicans. I think it's decency. I think it's, I don't know. I just, he's just, you know, I just, you know, whatever.
All right.
Yeah, so you got what you want, Paulie?
What's that?
I seriously still have no idea why this topic was even brought up.
It was in the news today. I thought it was interesting that
it's not gonna, I mean, seriously.
17 states looked at this and went, wait a minute, there's something wrong that happened here. We've never seen this before, right? Like you and I are in a unique position compared to some of our watchers here that, they're not old enough to experience things that we have.
Totally disgusts me. I'm so past giving a fuck to, I'm past the are you serious fucking phase, right? I thought I remember when Clinton got elected, I thought the end of the world was coming. I really did. I thought, oh my God, we're going to have socialism. They're going to just destroy everything. I really did.
I went to the brig over it. I had a sticker on my car that said impeach Clinton.
Oh yeah. I was not like I said, I grew up in a Nixon family. You know what I'm saying? We weren't prejudiced. We had friends, I mean, so, but I don't know. Like I said, there's been presidents that I've not been fond of. There's presidents that, I've thought, pretty good. I used to think Reagan was a lot better than he was because the way he was packaged, you know what I mean? But, I have a lot more respect for Jimmy Carter in his later years than I did for him when he was president because of my personal opinions at the time. I've got a lot of respect for Carter now, what he went through, because it wasn't the internet. You know what I mean? I've never in my life, and I've seen, and I don't pay attention. I'm not into the. What Trump's been around. Like, when did he start doing the casinos? And he was doing
80s.
Yeah, late 70s, early. And nothing he's ever done has panned out. I mean, he bought Eastern Airlines, turned it into Trump Airlines. It didn't do anything because he was waiting on. He thought people were going to buy his name. He's had Trump. He's tried to put his name on just as many things as Gene Simmons and Kiss. You know what I mean? Steaks, water, magazines, real estate deals. Look what he did to, what happened with Atlantic City and his casinos out there. I mean, just. And then all of a sudden he was a host of a TV show, The Apprentice. I thought that didn't make him look very good back then. I thought it made his family look like shitbags. I've never. And I remember the USFL, right, when he bought the New Jersey Generals and signed Herschel Walker to an at that time ridiculous $1 million contract, when those were pretty much not unheard of, but for the USFL, that pretty much. And then he did the lawsuit and won $1 in the end. Put a lot of teams out of business. In the end, he called it small potatoes because he took an up-and-coming football league that was actually pretty fucking good and it was thought of. It took 15 years to get that league started. 15 years. They had a good business plan. They had plans for growth, not too fast, but try to keep it small, not to compete with the NFL. Trump buys the fucking New Jersey Devils or the New Jersey Generals. First thing he does is sue the NFL because the NFL wouldn't let him buy an NFL team. You know what I mean? In the end, he won his lawsuit, but he got $1. It didn't matter to him. Trump University. I mean, for fuck's sake, they've shown over and over that was just a scam. You got to have your picture taken with a cardboard cutout of Trump. You know what I mean? They were selling these things for $35,000, $3,000. I mean, tons. He's there's nothing about him that I've ever thought was.
He's an absolute shithead. I agree 100%.
Yep. So the fact that he's like things are happening like this, I don't give a shit. People got what they wanted, and now people are trying to like dig their way out of it. Except for people like Ted Cruz. I wouldn't want Ted Cruz representing me in anything. And the fact that, you know, people like Ted Cruz will, you know, like suck Donald Trump's dick after what Donald Trump said about their family, their wives, you know, their children over the years when he was running. I mean, he said some really horrible things about people that are defending him right now. You know what I mean?
It's weird.
Remember what he said about Mitch McConnell? Remember what he said about all these motherfuckers, right? And now it's like, you know, I did hear that Geraldo Rivera is no longer Trump's no longer accepting phone calls from Geraldo Rivera. That was actually on my fucking Yahoo feed. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's how like stupid this has gotten, you know?
I thought he was done when he took a chair to the face. I really did.
I just, you know, I don't know. I just this whole thing is
so as a hypothetical, because who knows what the fuck's going to happen? It's 2020. If they determine that these 4 states were operating illegally, and it forces the Supreme Court to make a decision, and it goes the other way, where do you think that takes us then?
I'd really like to hope it doesn't get to that fucking point, because it's like I said, I'm.
It's not probable. I don't think it's probable. I think the majority of the of justice will look at this and go, bending of the rule, not breaking of the law, right? But there is a possibility that it won't go that way. And I just, you know, I like to prepare myself for every fucking possible scenario I could see.
Yeah, no, I just, you know, I don't know. I've had very, you know, like I said, and people think that, you know, my hatred for Trump is because, you know, somehow I liked Obama. It was a lot of things about Obama I liked. I gained more respect for him the longer he was in office. I got more respect for him than I did when he first got elected and stuff. Thought he did some really good stuff. Both Bushes at times could make the right fucking decision. You know, every president, no matter what you think of him personally and stuff, there's a time that they'd usually make the right decision. You like to think so. And I don't think Trump is responsible enough or gives a shit enough to actually make like the right decision for like anything, you know? So yeah, he's got such a good habit, you know? The guy that I was reading an article, I don't know, the guy that wrote the book or The Art of the Deal for Trump, Ghost read it. He said there's no way he'd touch Trump as he'd never do another book with Trump because it's you know, you feel dirty, you know.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine the pain in the ass that would be.
But but people have turned this religious. People have turned this. I mean, I've never known of a president, you know, that was anointed by God. I mean, I've always known people that thought that, you know, the certain president they liked was, you know, a good Christian and, you know, God loves him and shit like that. But, and, you know, but I've never heard of a president that, like the evangelicals, you know, they got their guy that, you know, goes, you know what, these dickheads will believe anything. You know, so they've got these weirdos that are out there, you know, God doesn't want us to cover our face, you know, because God loves our smiles, you know, God gave us an immune system. You know what I mean? It's I don't know. Like I said, I don't know enough about the law to have a conversation with people about
I don't either.
I don't have enough like knowledge to have. I'm not a virologist. I can't like explain, how coherently how this whole thing works, stuff like that. So when people say, "Well, how do you explain this and that?" It's like I don't fucking know. But you know what? There's people out there that take a lot of time. There's a lot of people out there that went to school and learned about things, right? There's a thing. Two professions that doctors and lawyers are the only two people that practice their professions, right?
That means they're not professional yet. God damn it. They're still practicing.
Yeah, exactly. And not understanding what the term practicing, means actually. It's continuing education and stuff like that. But I don't know. It's the amount of people that believe that Trump is some sort of like thing to me is as small as the number is in comparison. It's still like so many people that are that stupid that it's gone beyond Democrat, Republican. It's gone beyond like even, hey, let's have a third party. It really has. Because whoever's in a third party.
The fix is not a third party in our country.
Yeah. A fix has never been another party because, it gives us people that aren't going to get the support because everybody, and for whatever reason, the electoral system, against the whatever, so, but I like I said, I've never have I seen anything just like bizarrely, because this has gotten bizarre. I mean, it's gotten past what the fuck. Are you serious? I mean, there's a possibility Trump won't leave the White House now. I really do think that. Did you see the ceremony when he gave Dan Gable that Presidential Medal of Honor or Presidential Freedom for his wrestling? It was on. Yeah. I don't watch Twitter. I just saw it on my feed, and it was from Twitter when he gave a presidential like super human whatever lifetime achievement Presidential Freedom Award to Dan Gables, who's a like Hall of Fame wrestler, like real wrestler type shit. And when he gave him he said something about, yeah, I think I could take you on type stuff, and really awkward, and then as soon as he gave him the medal, he pretty much shook his hand, waved to the crowd, and left the room. And there's Dan Gables like with his hands in the air going, okay, now what are we supposed to do? You know what I mean? That's how unaware Trump is about just the little he does things because it's a photo op, period. I think at this point, like just giving somebody like Dan Gables like that award, he's going for like a certain demographic of like old people, people that nostalgia. Look, that guy, he was an Olympic wrestler in 1972, which he did do a lot. I mean, I get it. And other people have been given, but just his whole lack of like giving a shit. And you could tell, obviously, when he gave him he didn't stick around for any photo ops, nothing. He just like left the room. Like, Melania Trump just opened up a tennis pavilion, Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
I mean, it just, I mean, we have a president that dismisses science. And I don't know. So the fact that
it's kooky town, bro. That's what it is.
Yeah. Bozo. Of course, it's a serious coup attempt. The military will be involved too.
Yeah, I was just reading that too.
75 million super fans, I guess. I liked it when Von Helton said that he knows it's bullshit because Biden got more votes than Obama and Clinton or something, whatever the fuck.
Oh, Trump got more votes than both of them put together.
Yeah, which using Von Helton math, not thinking of like statistically, and yeah, this was one of those elections where people fucking voted. I mean, that many more people like voted. People were a lot of elections, even presidential elections. You're lucky to get 35% of the fucking people.
Oh yeah, way lucky. I mean the last one was determined with like 26%.
Yeah, because people didn't vote. There's been a lot of elections, like people, so the fact that many people literally voted meant that to Stinky, it meant that they're saying that Biden's more popular than both of them combined, which is the same kind of like, remember when he used to talk about being 172 or 152%?
Yeah, Cherokee baby.
Yeah, okay. So it's Kentucky math, because fuck numbers, but oh God. Geez.
My intent was not to rile you up, just so you know. I love you.
Did.
I hope you're having a great birthday. It was, unprecedented times. I'm always watching.
No, I know. I just, Jesus, if you bring up politics and stuff, there's certain people that, well, you're not known for this, and then they get upset because they don't agree with it, and shit like that, and feelings getting hurt, I mean, fuck.
For me this time, I don't see any redeeming qualities in either one. So at the end of the day, it's just another fucking 4 years for me.
Well, okay. I mean,
I do want to make sure it's fair. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I don't, like I said, I don't totally disagree with that. I mean, there's people that I would have preferred to have over to have as Trump. I get that. Biden was never really my choice. I was a Bernie guy. I really was. But a lot of people didn't like it. I don't know. I think the vice president we've got coming in, I think will do a lot for that office, because for years the vice president was more of a afterthought.
I think she'll be much more active in the administration. Sure. Yeah. I don't know that her activity is something I want or not, but I'm sure she'll be more active.
Well, yeah, okay, I get that, and I think a lot of times it's and I like I said, I firmly believe that there's a lot of damage control that our country needs to do in certain areas once this is over. And I think the whole thing with Trump it's to the point where I don't think it's going to happen. And whoever, like the whole thing with Biden is, I don't know. It's sad that we live in this time, where,
yeah, I've said it for years, man. I wish that I hope that I get to see an election in my life where we can argue about which one of them is better instead of which one of them is worse. Why can't we have two candidates that are fucking stellar? Like,
right,
people you want.
But everybody, look, but at this point, everybody's got somebody's labels. People use labels and stuff. There's people like the whole thing with Biden. People find stuff that Biden said years ago and stuff. There's a lot of fucked up shit that people said years ago. Like I said, and I believe, a firm believer of, things were different back then. A lot of people's minds have been changed about a lot of things. I remember it wasn't really that long ago when a lot of people that are for that are totally for gay marriage now or equal rights, things like that for certain people, weren't really all that much for it when a lot of the whole arguments were going on, because somehow it was going to change something. People wanted certain, you know, and when certain things happened, it's like, guess what? It really didn't, you know, change anything. You know, I mean, your life didn't change in any way. But the fact that people would argue about stuff like that to us now is really strange. But it wasn't too long ago when that was the prevailing thought, you know. I used to be like that. You know, I used to think, why should they let gay people get married? You know, a lot of attitudes and things are changed over the years, and people are able to adapt, right? Accept what's acceptable, what used to be acceptable. Just because it used to be acceptable doesn't mean it wasn't racist, or like, you know, just because it wasn't racist in your world doesn't mean it wasn't racist. Just because it wasn't like a certain like bad term you enter which one doesn't mean it wasn't. You know what I mean? I come from a time, go to you.
No, I get
how
it.
can I be
Yeah.
racist? I have black friends, and then you go people.
Right, yeah, sure.
You know, you could say the N word and you weren't criticized for it really, unless you knew when to say it. You know, my mother would never use, well, I'm not saying she probably didn't, but she didn't like using words like that. But she was like, looking back, she used to talk about my grandmother being racist as fuck. My grandmother hated Mexicans, right? My parents, and she would point that out, but my mother would oh God, she would bend over backwards explaining to people like she couldn't be racist because one of her friends at church was black. Type stuff, you know. So yeah, different time. I mean, and looking back at it, you know, you're like, yeah, that was people talk like that back then. Not everybody, but people's attitudes are changed, right? Because, you know, we live in a different world, you know. The world's a bigger place, Paulie. You know.
Agreed, man. I don't know. I'm a libertarian at heart. You know what I mean? Like, if gay people want to get married, I don't give a shit. If people want to have abortions, I don't care. I don't want to pay for either one of those activities, but I just don't care. I don't want anybody to tell me what the fuck to do either.
No, I mean, nobody. Jesus, honestly, Paulie, I honestly, personally, don't think that last comment made you look very good. But
no, I mean, the same way, right? There shouldn't be legislation that say men and women have to be a couple. There shouldn't be legislation that says gay people can't be married. There shouldn't be legislation that bans or promotes abortion. There should, you know what I mean? I don't want to tell those people what they should do with their lives. I don't want them to tell me what I should do with mine. As long as you're not causing harm and loss to someone else, I feel like majority of society is just way involved in everybody else's shit so much.
Well, I'm for, I don't know. I like regulations with certain things. I think a lot of them are basically for public safety, or just because like drunk driving didn't used to be against the law. You know what? People abuse the privilege of being able to drive and you know what I'm saying?
Sure. Those activities cause harm and loss to another.
Right. There didn't used to be speeding laws. You know what I mean? There didn't used to be traffic law. There didn't used to be a lot of things, because Gertrude, thanks a lot. We've been going a long time. Holy shit. No, I'm not. I'm for I don't know what you want to call it, whatever, regulations, or, you know, There's certain things I think are over regulated when it comes to licensing for certain things. It's like, why does it cost you so much to get a license to do something you're trained for, or something? States want to make money, and they've got to have a way to, Thanks, Gertrude. But I'm all for like I support law enforcement, social programs.
Fire department, law enforcement, highway department, all that stuff's good. Yeah,
right. But see, and that's what the thing. There's a lot of quote unquote libertarians. And when you're saying that, I think that's because there's so many definitions of living. There's some people, some libertarians, that don't think that we should have police, that we shouldn't have fire, because you can put your own fires out if your house burns down. Yuck, whatever the fuck. I'll take you take care of yourself, whatever like that. I don't want the government telling me, so I mean, people like things. To me, it's a good way for somebody to be as picky about what they do like and what they throw out what they don't like, which to me is just, it's like when people go, well, I don't want my taxpayer dollars going towards a certain project that you probably don't get benefits from, or it doesn't benefit you in a way that you deem necessary. I mean, to me, that's so fucked up. Now, like if you're paying a tax, like say you're paying a toll for a road, you're paying your taxes go up for a certain reason for something, for road construction or something like that. I get that, right? But the fact that or fire and safety, police departments, things like that. But the fact that some people don't want their taxpayer money going for something that can benefit somebody else in a way that the other person isn't familiar with or doesn't really give a shit about. So because they don't give a shit about it or it doesn't affect them, they don't want their money going for that. I think it's a pretty shitty attitude, personally. I really do. I think it's like, oh my God, I just I don't understand that, because there's programs out there that you probably like, or something out there that you like that some people think is just stupid and a waste of time, So yeah, just to go, well, if I don't like it, I don't want to have to my money that I put into a fund that goes out for programs and shit. And a lot of programs that people quote unquote don't want to pay for, they're not really paying for. You know what I'm saying? There's contract, there's grants, there's a lot of stuff. You know what I mean? So just when people say, I don't know, I don't want my taxpayer dollars to go for something that I don't deem personally, it can benefit somebody, or whatever, I don't know. I just, yeah.
I'm kind of on the fence on that one.
Yeah, local taxes.
I think that a percentage of tax is important, right? Like, and don't get me wrong, at the end of the day, taxation is theft, but I understand why we have to be robbed. But I think that when you do the taxes every year,
I don't even take it like it. I get it. Taxes suck, but
if I can finish.
Yeah.
Okay. So here's what I think. I think when you pay your taxes every year, you should be able to determine what your taxes go to. And if it's a worthy cause, it will get funded. Enough people will agree that it's a worthy cause. But I think that at a bare minimum, if they're going to force you, if they're going to literally take money out of your pocket by law, then you should at least be able to determine where it goes, what program it's spent on, that kind of deal. So like I said, I'm kind of on the fence on that one.
Well, that's why you elect representatives to, you know, I mean, that's the whole idea behind it. But yeah, there's taxpayer money that goes for things. You know, I just, there's things you like, things you don't like about everything. You can't get your way when it comes to society with you know, that to me, that's just being, are you serious? Fucking stupid.
Well, like, okay, for instance, they use tax money to put a bunch of pretty fucking glowing LEDs that are color changing on the bridge across the river to Missouri, right? And that's paid for out of taxes. And light bills paid out of taxes. And the shit doesn't need to be there, right? Like, I think if there was an option for people to choose where their money would go, they wouldn't put it there. It just wouldn't go there.
So you're using an example of lights that you don't like.
No, I'm saying it's just not necessary. It's not a program that any of us need. I would rather see those funds go to something that is needed, right? Like, I don't know, like giving shoes to kids that can't afford shoes, or you see what I'm saying? Like, a
lot of those programs aren't relegated for like shoes for kids. A lot of times when they
just using a hypothetical here, don't you know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying,
I know, but
it'd be nice to be able to choose where the money went. Another.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna go with like, yeah, that was a really stupid fucking idea, you know, who thought this was good, you know, but that's got but you were saying something earlier about like abortions and shit, you know, and things like okay, Planned Parenthood, like when people say abortion and stuff, they think that's what Planned Parenthood. That's so on so many levels. Yeah, just when people say, "Oh, I want to pay for abortions," don't care if you get one or most people.
No, I'm all about funding Planned Parenthood.
Right,
I know
right, exactly. But yeah, so like just because people like pay, you know, there's going to be things that people don't like about where they're taxed. That's just we pay taxes. That's what happens. Public services. I mean, look how much money people, to me, when cities sometimes try to decorate their city and try to be for the holidays, that shit comes out of the taxpayer funds. You know,
Agreed. Don't like that.
Doing that shit for free. You know what I mean? But people like the holidays. You know what I'm saying? So if a city doesn't do it, they get shit on, right? Because, oh, look, our city can't even decorate for the holidays. Budget crunch. When some cities were coming out saying they couldn't afford to put on a fireworks display because budgets had gotten that fucking bad, right? The cities, people are like, oh my God, can you believe it? Oh, they do this, but they can't put on a fireworks display. People are worried about the wrong shit. You know what I'm saying? They don't give a fuck about, you know, they want things the way they want it. You know, they don't like that fucking like string of lights, the LED lights on the bridge. But God damn it, we better have our 4th of July celebration. You know, we better have those Christmas lights up downtown every year and that annoying Christmas music playing, you know, so.
And I would get rid of all of that shit.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't mind it. I don't mind it because I get it. People are into the holidays and stuff. But that comes out of your city taxpayers. That comes out of your cities, your local budgets as well, you know. So, but a lot of times there are programs where grants are given. That's why, like, some of these police departments, when they talk about, you know, where do these police departments, they're getting all this funding for all these government, these tanks and these military vehicles. No, there was a stockpile of them up. A lot of these police units were like given, donated. A lot of, what are you laughing at, Polly? Oh, but
Chad.
But a lot of law enforcement agencies were it's kind of like they were given a lot of stuff, like cheap, things went wholesale. Kind of like when a fire department, people will donate sometimes a new fire truck. There was a big rash of police departments getting, shit like that. They're like, sure, fine, great, not that much of it really came out of. I mean, from what who am I? I don't know, but it didn't come out of like budgets and shit like that. But anyway, so it's been going on for 6 hours, Polly. We got 12 people watching.
Shoot, that's a hell of a lot longer than I've been here, buddy. But I'm getting ready to tuck it in anyway.
Yeah, I gotta go unwind a little bit, and get ready for my birthday because.
I hope you have a great day. Buddy.
Oh, I am. My wife is she hell bent on I'm gonna have a a good birthday, and plus she tries hard sometimes. Always the best. And wait till you see what my serious though. Got some breaking news that might change a lot of things. How you look at me, serious. Hey, thanks a lot, Philo. Serious. I'm just saying. Tomorrow night, yeah, I'm pretty well fucked up.
How I look at you, my fucking eyes are a wreck.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty much. I'm like still high from some chocolate and stuff because I've eaten a little bit too much of it today. But I'm tired as fuck. But see, after I get off here, I'll have some coffee and like watch the morning news, the local news, kind of unwind, maybe see what, like, I don't know, I'll just flip around. Maybe Charlie's making his little videos that he does in the morning sometimes. I love those when he's on his way to work. Or something.
I do too.
But so yeah, I'll probably be awake. But yeah, 7:30 tonight, folks. We're gonna watch the parade, and
have a great day, bud. I'm getting out of here. Say your howdy do's to everybody. I appreciate y'all. To get better, I will. I hope. All right. Yeah. Good night, bud.
Take it easy, Polly. Yeah, I get a little this whole election thing. I pretty much I'm kind of opinionated on that and stuff. But anyway, but yeah, folks, it's officially Grampy Lobster's birthday. 61 years old, December 10th, 1959. My mother, I don't know, I guess successfully brought me into the world and stuff like that. So today's my birthday, 7:30 tonight. Grampy Lobsters, big time birthday bash, whatever. Hey, thanks a lot, Polly. Read the morning paper first, but yeah, I'm that kind of guy, Bozo. I'll get up in the morning or before, even like sometimes I sleep a lot during the day. I'm more of a night guy. Always have been. For some reason, I literally sleep better in the daytime than I do at night. A lot of jobs I had, were kind of like. But anyway, so yeah, 7:30 tonight. Grampy Lobster's big time birthday bash. There's 13 people watching. Hopefully, we have a big turnout tonight. You never know what's going to happen. We're going to have some fun. Hopefully, Night Owl, yep. Twisted Skeptic, Panda, Philo Blue, Ivan Van Veen, and all that stuff. And thanks for watching. And remember, folks, if you're not watching this on the official 2020 Uncle Lobster channel, you're getting played. Yeah, party at Grampy's tonight. Oh, it plans on being. We're gonna have a good time, folks. So, anyway, y'all take it easy, and we'll talk.